Epic of Gilgamesh, complete audiobook, ancient Mesopotamian masterpiece. Welcome, dear listener, to the timeless world of the Epic of Gilgamesh, one of humanity's oldest and most profound stories. Journey back over 4 millennia to ancient Mesopotamia, where the mighty city of Uruk stands as a beacon of civilization and the birthplace of our hero, Gilgamesh. This epic tale, etched onto clay tablets in cuneiform script, has endured through the ages, captivating the minds and hearts of generations. It is a narrative of adventure and friendship, of triumph and loss, and of the eternal quest for meaning and immortality. At its core, the Epic of Gilgamesh is a reflection on the human condition, exploring themes that resonate as deeply today as they did in ancient times. The semi-divine king is a figure of great strength and ambition, yet he is also flawed and deeply human. His journey begins with pride and tyranny, but evolves into a quest for understanding and enlightenment, prompted by the profound bond he shares with his companion. And together, they embark on heroic exploits that challenge the boundaries between mortals and gods, only to be confronted by the inescapable reality of mortality. As you immerse yourself in this epic, you will encounter gods and monsters, witness feats of bravery and acts of sorrow, and ponder the eternal questions that lie at the heart of our existence. The Epic of Gilgamesh is more than a story. It is a bridge to our ancient past, offering insights into the origins of storytelling and the universal truths that bind us all. So, sit back and let the words of this ancient epic transport you to a world of wonder and wisdom. Welcome to the Epic of Gilgamesh. Ever since the first modern translations were published more than 100 years ago, the Gilgamesh epic has been recognized as one of the great masterpieces of world literature. One of the early translations, by the German Assyriologist Arthur Ugnad, so inspired the poet Rainer Maria Rilke in 1916 that he became almost intoxicated with pleasure and wonder, and repeated the story to all he met. Gilgamesh, he declared, is stupendous. For him the epic was first and foremost as Epos der Todesfurcht, the epic about the fear of death. This universal theme does indeed unite the poem, for in examining the human longing for life eternal, it tells of one man's heroic struggle against death, first for immortal renown through glorious deeds, then for eternal life itself, of his despair when confronted with inevitable failure, and of his eventual realization that the only immortality he may expect is the enduring name afforded by leaving behind some lasting achievement. The fear of death may be one of the epic's principal themes, but the poem deals with so much more. As a story of one man's path to wisdom, of how he is formed by his successes and failures, it offers many profound insights into the human condition, into life and death, and the truths that touch us all. Artfully woven into Gilgamesh's own story are the traditional tale of the deluge, the great flood by which early in human history the gods sought to destroy mankind, and a long description of the gloomy realm of the dead. From all this, Gilgamesh emerges as a kind of cultural hero. The wisdom he received at the ends of the earth from the survivor of the deluge Utnapishti enabled him to restore the temples of the land and their rituals to their ideal state of antediluvian perfection. In the course of his heroic adventures, it seems Gilgamesh was the first to dig oses in the desert, the first to fell cedars on Mount Lebanon, the first to discover the techniques of killing wild bulls, of sailing ocean-going craft, and of diving for coral. Amid the momentous themes, the epic is full of absorbing moments, often just minor, incidental details which serve every so often to catch the imagination or to lighten the mood. The text explains in passing why temples taken orphans, how there came to be 2 New Year's days in the Babylonian calendar, how the Levantine Rift Valley was riven, how dwarfs came about, why nomads live in tents, why some prostitutes eke out a living on the cruel fringes of society and others enjoy a life of attentive luxury, how it is that doves and swallows cleave to human company but ravens do not, why snakes shed their skins, and so on. The spell of Gilgamesh has captured many since Rilke, so that over the years the story has been variously reworked into plays, novels, and at least 2 operas. Translations have now appeared in at least 16 languages, and more appear year by year, so that the last decade has added 10 to the dozens already published. Among the 10 are 2 in English. Why so many, and why another? There are 2 replies that answer both these questions. First, a great masterpiece will always attract new renditions and will go on doing so while its worth is still recognized. This goes for Homer and Euripides, Virgil and Horace, Voltaire and Goethe. Indeed, any classic text, ancient or modern, as well as for Gilgamesh. But the difference with Gilgamesh, as also with the other works of ancient Mesopotamian literature, is that we keep finding more of it. 70 years ago, we possessed fewer than 40 manuscripts from which to reconstruct the text, and there were large gaps in the story. Now we have more than twice that number of manuscripts and fewer gaps. As the years pass, the number of available sources will assuredly go on rising. Slowly our knowledge of the text will become better and better, so that one day the epic will again be complete, as it last was more than 2,000 years ago. Sooner or later, as new manuscripts are discovered, this translation, like all others, will be superseded. For the moment, based as it is on first-hand study of very nearly all the available sources, unpublished as well as published, the present rendering offers the epic in its most complete form yet. However, gaps still remain, and many preserved lines are still fragmentary. The epic is indeed riddled with holes. In many places, the reader must set aside any comparison with the more complete masterpieces of Greek and Latin literature and accept those parts of text that are still incomplete and incoherent as skeletal remains that one day will live again. The manuscripts of Gilgamesh are cuneiform tablets, smooth, cushion-shaped rectangles of clay inscribed on both sides with wedge-shaped cuneiform writing, and they come from the ancient cities of Mesopotamia, the Levant and Anatolia. Especially in the land that is now Iraq, there are few ancient sites that have not yielded clay tablets. Cuneiform writing was invented in the city-states of Lower Mesopotamia in about 3000 BC, when the administration of the great urban institutions, the palace and the temple, became too complex for the human memory to cope with. It developed, with painful slowness, from an accountant's aid memoir into a system of writing which could express not just simple words and numbers, but all the creativity of the literate mind. And because clay does not easily perish when thrown away or when buried in the ruins of buildings, archaeologists provide us with enormous quantities of clay tablets inscribed with cuneiform characters. These documents range in date across 3,000 years of history and in content from the merest chit to the most sophisticated works of science and literature. Literary compositions that tell the story of Gilgamesh come down to us from several different periods and in several different languages. Some modern renderings disregard the enormous diversity of the material, so that the reader forms a mistaken impression of the epic's contents and state of preservation. In the translations given in this book, the texts are segregated according to time, place and language, allowing the reader to appreciate each body of material for itself. The texts fall into 5 different chapters. To summarize, chapter I present the version of the epic in the Akkadian language that was standard in the first millennium Babylonia and Assyria, with some of its gaps filled with older material. This, if you like, is the classical Epic of Gilgamesh. It was known to the Babylonians and Assyrians as a he who saw the deeps. In this book, it is referred to as the standard version. Chapters 2 to 4 give the full text of older material in Akkadian, including earlier, more fragmentary versions of the epic, such as that known in antiquity as of passing all other kingses, and isolated extracts of text. Chapter 2 presents texts from the first half of the second millennium, the Old Babylonian period. Chapter 3 material from Babylonia of the second half of the second millennium, the Middle Babylonian period, and Chapter 4 texts of the same period from the ancient West, the Levant and Anatolia. Chapter 5 contains the 5 narrative poems in the Sumerian language, best known from copies made by Babylonian apprentice scribes in the 18th century BC, but certainly older. in order to understand how the different texts and fragments of Gilgamesh relate to each other. It may help to place them in the context of the long history of ancient Mesopotamian literature.
Gilgamesh and ancient Mesopotamian literature.
Literature was already being written down in Mesopotamia by 2600 BC, though because the script did not yet express language fully, these early tablets remain extremely difficult to read. From at least this time, and probably much earlier, Lower Mesopotamia was inhabited by people who spoke two very different languages. One was Sumerian, a language without affinities with any known tongue, and this appears to be the medium of the earliest writing. The other was Akkadian, which is a member of the Semitic family of languages, and thus related to Hebrew and Arabic. The two languages, Sumerian and Akkadian, had long been used side by side by the people of Lower Mesopotamia, though Sumerian predominated in the urban south and Akkadian in the more provincial north. This geographical division was enshrined in the terminology of later tradition, according to which the homeland of the black-headed ones, as these people called themselves, comprised two regions, Sumer, the southern part of Lower Mesopotamia, and Akkad, the northern part. The bilingualism of the urban civilization of Lower Mesopotamia in the 3rd millennium BC perhaps resembled the division between French and Flemish in modern-day Belgium. Texts in Akkadian appear in quantity from about 2300 BC, when the language became an administrative tool in the service of the first great Mesopotamian empire. This empire stretched at its height from the Gulf to Levantine Syria. It was built by Sargon and his successors, the kings of Akkad, a northern city which soon lent its name to the region round about and to the language spoken at the court of its kings. A legend describes how Sargon was a foundling like the infant Moses.
My mother, a priestess, conceived me and bore me in secret. She put me in a basket of reeds, sealed its lid with pitch. She cast me adrift on the river from which I could not arise. The river bore me up and brought me to Akki, a drawer of water.
According to tradition, Sargon rose to power by winning the favour of the goddess Ishtar. For nearly 100 years, his dynasty exercised dominion over the city-states of Lower Mesopotamia and much of northern Mesopotamia too. The early texts in Akkadian dating from this period include a very small body of literature. Much more, no doubt, was passed down in an oral tradition and was never written down, or only much later. Sumerian seems to have been losing ground to Akkadian as a spoken language from at least this time, but its function as the primary language of writing was bolstered by a Sumerian renaissance in the last century of the 3rd millennium. For a short period, much of Mesopotamia was again united, this time under the kings of the celebrated 3rd dynasty of the southern city of Ur, most famously Shulgi, 2094 to 2047 BC in the conventional chronology. The perfect prince was an intellectual as well as a warrior and an athlete, and among his many achievements, King Shulgi was particularly proud of Hugh's literacy and cultural accomplishments. He had rosy memories of his days at the scribal school, where he boasted that he was the most skilled student in his class. In later life, he was an enthusiastic patron of the arts and claims to have founded special libraries at Ur and at Nippur, further north in central Babylonia, in which scribes and minstrels could consult master copies of, as it were, the Sumerian songbook. Thus he envisaged that hymns to his glory and other literature of his day would be preserved for posterity.
For all eternity, the tablet house is never to change. For all eternity, the house of learning is never to cease functioning.
In this enlightened atmosphere, the courts of the kings of Ur and the succeeding dynasty of Izin were witness to the composition of much literature in Sumerian. This literature we know best not from tablets written at the time, though some survive, including a fragment of a Gilgamesh poem, but from the scribal curriculum of the Babylonians, after the rise to power of the city of Babylon in the 18th century under its most famous ruler, King Hammurapi 1792 to 1750 BC. The land of Sumer and Akkad was ruled by Babylon, though the people of Sumer and Akkad did not themselves refer to their homeland as Babylonia, which is a Greek term It is customary to call them Babylonians from this time onwards. Sumerian had by then died out among the people as a spoken language, but it was still much in use as a written language. Mesopotamian culture was nothing if not conservative, and since Sumerian had been the language of the first writing more than 1,000 years before, it remained the principal language of writing in the early second millennium. Much more was written in the Babylonian dialect of Akkadian, but Sumerian retained a particular prestige. Its primacy as the language of learning was enshrined in the curriculum that had to be mastered by the student scribe. In order to learn how to use the cuneiform script, even to write Akkadian, the student had to learn Sumerian. For, as the proverb said, "A scribe who knows no Sumerian, what sort of scribe is he?" None at all, for in this period, the language of tuition was, at least in part, Sumerian. Falling foul of every regulation, one young student lamented.
The door monitor said, "Why did you go out without my say-so?" And he beat me. The water monitor said, "Why did you help yourself to water without my say-so?" And he beat me. The Sumerian monitor said, "You spoke in Akkadian," and he beat me. My teacher said, "Your handwriting is not at all good," and he beat me.
To prove he could write, the would-be scribe copied out, on dictation and from memory, texts in Sumerian. The most advanced Sumerian texts that he had to master were a prescribed corpus of traditional Sumerian literary compositions. Nearly all the literature that we have in Sumerian derives from the tablets written by these young Babylonian scribal apprentices, many of which were found in the remains of the houses of their teachers. The two largest such discoveries were made at Nippur, where the scribal quarter was abandoned at the end of the 18th century, and where the houses in question are slightly older. More recently significant bodies of Sumerian literature from the same era have been discovered at Ezen, a city just south of Nippur, and at Tel Hadid, Hanshant Mituran, by the river Diyala on the periphery of northeast Babylonia, but most of these tablets remain unpublished. The private dwelling houses of Nippur and were not the royal tablet houses inaugurated by King Shulgi, but they amply fulfilled the purpose he envisaged, the preservation of Sumerian literature for future generations. That now we are reading the songs of Shulgi again, 4,000 years later, would probably have exceeded even his expectations, and it would have surprised him too that his libraries of Sumerian lived anew, as it were, in the tablet collections of Philadelphia, London, and other strange and faraway places. The work of reconstructing the Sumerian literary corpus began before the Second World War and still continues. The pioneering task of identifying, joining and reading the thousands of fragments of clay tablets from Nippur, many of them tiny, was largely the work of the late Samuel Noah Kramer and his students at the University Museum in Philadelphia. His life was summed up by a teasing colleague as all work and no plays, but there is nothing dull about being the first to read a tablet for nearly 4 millennia, and Kramer certainly found much to be excited about. This was a completely new literature, the oldest large body of literature in human history, and its existence came as a total surprise to all but a tiny band of professional scholars. Many of these Sumerian literary texts are difficult and imperfectly understood, but it remains a serious failure of modern scholarship that their riches are not known more widely. Among those Sumerian literary texts which have achieved some degree of publicity are the 5 poems of Gilgamesh, or Bilgamesh, as he is known in older texts, translated in chapter 5. These are not the same as the Babylonian Gilgamesh epic, which was written in Akkadian, but separate and individual tales without common themes. They were probably first committed to writing under the 3rd dynasty of whose kings felt a special bond with Gilgamesh as a legendary hero whom they considered their predecessor and ancestor. It seems likely that much of the traditional Sumerian literary corpus goes back to lays sung by minstrels for the entertainment of the royal court of the 3rd dynasty. The Sumerian poems of Gilgamesh are well suited for such amusement. The texts that we have, although known almost entirely from 18th century copies, are very probably directly descended from master copies placed by King Shulgi in his tablet houses. Even so, it is entirely possible that the poems stem ultimately from an older oral tradition. To some extent, these Sumerian poems were source material for the Babylonian epic, but they can be enjoyed for their own sake too. Reading them takes us back 4 millennia to the courtly life of the Sumerian Renaissance, alongside the great mass of Sumerian literary tablets from the schools of 18th century Babylonia. We have also recovered a little contemporaneous literature in Akkadian. This we carve Old Babylonian literature. A few Old Babylonian literary tablets derive from the same schools as the literary tablets in Sumerian, and also appear to be the work of apprentice scribes. These include a few scraps of Akkadian Gilgamesh, which are among the texts translated in Chapter 2. But though it seems that some literature in Akkadian was studied in the schools of this period, literary tablets in this language are so rare among the huge quantities of Sumerian tablets that it is clear they were not part of the prescribed curriculum. What narrative poems in Akkadian that we do have from the schools may instead have been copied down by students for fun, or even composed by them ad lib. Other tablets of Akkadian literary works have been recovered from this period, which are of less certain provenance than the school tablets. Some of them are finely written and were evidently kept, perhaps by individual scholars, as permanent library copies. Among these are 3 old Babylonian tablets of Gilgamesh, which contribute significantly to our knowledge of the story. The Pennsylvania and Yale tablets and the fragment reportedly from Sippar. These are also translated in Chapter 2. Another masterpiece of Babylonian literature, known from late in the Old Babylonian period, is the great poem of Atrahasis, When the Gods Were Man, which recounts the history of mankind from the creation to the flood. It was this text account of the flood that the poet of Gilgamesh used as a source for his own version of the deluge myth. It also provided a striking model for the story of Noah's flood in the Bible. Other Akkadian literature begins to appear at this time, such as texts expounding the Babylonian sciences, divination by astrology and mathematics, and incantations in both Sumerian and Akkadian, whose purpose was to ward off evil by magic means. So the Old Babylonian period was an era of great literary creativity in Akkadian, but the school curriculum, at least in the centres we know best, was evidently too hidebound to reflect this development. The Old Babylonian Gilgamesh tablets reveal that there was already, at this time, an integrated Gilgamesh epic, which, as the Pennsylvania tablet reports, bore the title Shatter Eli Shaf, surpassing all other kings. Works of ancient Mesopotamian literature were rarely created out of nothing, and the origins of this epic probably also go back to an oral tradition. Certainly the Old Babylonian Gilgamesh tablets are far from being translations of the individual Sumerian poems of the scribal curriculum, though the two traditions hold in common several episodes and themes. The Old Babylonian texts bear witness to a wholesale revision of Gilgamesh material to form a connected story composed around the principal themes of kingship, fame and the fear of death. For this reason, one suspects that the Old Babylonian epic was essentially the masterpiece of a single, anonymous poet. This epic, surpassing all other kings, is only a fragment as it is now preserved, but many find the simple poetry and spare narrative of this poem and of the other Old Babylonian material more attractive than the more wordy standard version. Some stanzas of the Pennsylvania and Sippar tablets, especially, are unforgettable. To explain what is meant by the standard version of the Gilgamesh epic, it is necessary to continue the story of Mesopotamian literature. Sometime after the 18th century BC, the contents of scribal curriculum changed radically. We next have large numbers of school tablets at our disposal from the 6th century on, but the best witnesses to the nature and contents of the late scribal tradition are the several first millennium libraries that have been excavated in Babylonia, especially at Babylon, Uruk and Sippar, and in Assyria. Assyria is the Greek name for the land of Ashur, a small country to the north of Babylonia on the middle reaches of the river Tigris that was home in the early 1st millennium BC to the greatest empire the Near East. Foremost among these late libraries is the collection of clay tablets amassed at Nineveh by the last great king of Assyria, Ashurbanipal 668 to 627 BC. Like Shulgi before him, King Ashurbanipal claimed to have been trained in the scribal tradition and to have had a special talent for reading and writing. His education had been all round, however, and had encouraged intellectual development and martial pursuits equally, as this summary reveals.
The god Nabu, scribe of all the universe, bestowed on me as a gift the knowledge of his wisdom. The gods of war and the hunt, Ninurta and Negel, endowed my physique with manly hardness and matchless strength.
This is clearly a statement of the ideal schooling for a royal prince, the same then as in Shulgi's day and as now, though we do not certainly possess any tablet actually written by Ashurbanipal. It is clear that he was an avid collector, and by good fortune, much of his collection is still extant today. The royal libraries, housed in at least 2 separate buildings on the citadel of Nineveh, had at their core a small nucleus of tablets that had been written more than 400 years earlier in the reign of King Tiglath-Pileser, 1115 to 1077 BC. To these were added the collections of at least one distinguished Assyrian scholar, and in due course the libraries of many Babylonian scholars that were apparently appropriated as part of the reparations that followed the bitter hostilities of the Great Babylonian Revolt, 652 to 648 BC, by royal command scholars in such cities as Babylon and nearby Borsippa, were set to work copying out texts from their own collections and from the libraries of the great temples. They did not risk incurring Ashurbanipal's wrath.
We shall not neglect the king's command, they told him. Day and night we shall strain and toil to execute the instruction of our lord the king.
This they did on wooden writing boards surfaced with wax, as well as on clay tablets. The scriptorium of Nineveh was also engaged on the task of copying out texts. Some of the copyists were prisoners of war or political hostages. Among the texts that were copied out by Ashurbanipal's scribes was the Gilgamesh Epic, of which the library may have possessed as many as 4 complete copies on clay tablets. Whatever was inscribed on wax has perished, of course, after the sack of Nineveh by the Median and Babylonian alliance in 612 BC. Ashurbanipal's copies of the epic, like his other tablets, lay in pieces on the floors of the royal palaces, not to be disturbed for nearly 2,500 years. The royal libraries of Nineveh were the first great find of cuneiform tablets to be discovered in 1850 and 1853, and are the nucleus of the collection of clay tablets amassed in the British Museum. They are also the foundation stone upon which the discipline of Assyriology was built, and for much research, they remain the most important source of primary material. The first to find these tablets were the young Austin Henry Layard and his assistant, an Assyrian Christian called Hormuzd-Rassam, as they tunnelled in search of Assyrian sculpture through the remains of the Palace Without Rival, a royal residence built by Sennacherib, Ashurbanipal's grandfather. 3 years later, Rassam returned on behalf of the British Museum and uncovered a second trove in Ashurbanipal's own North Palace. Rassam is something of an unsung hero in Assyriology. Much later, in 1879 to 82, his efforts provided the British Museum with tens of thousands of Babylonian tablets from such southern sites as Babylon and Sippar. Neither Layard nor Rassam was able to read the tablets they sent back from Assyria, but of the find he made in what he called the Chamber of Records, Layard wrote, "We cannot overrate their value." His words remain true to this day, not least for the Gilgamesh epic. The huge importance of the royal libraries found at Nineveh by Layard and Rassam first became widely known in 1872, when, sorting through the Assyrian tablets in the British Museum, the brilliant George Smith came across what remains the most famous of Gilgamesh tablets, the best preserved manuscript of the story of the deluge. His reaction is described by Wallace Budge in his History of Cuneiform Studies. The Rise and Progress of Assyriology. Smith took the tablet and began to read over the lines which Reddy, the conservator, who had cleaned the tablet, had brought to light. And when he saw that they contained the portion of the legend he had hoped to find there, he said, "I am the first man to read that after 2,000 years of oblivion." Setting the tablet on the table, he jumped up and rushed about the room in a great state of excitement and, to the astonishment of those present, began to undress himself. One hopes the George Smith, who made his discovery public, was a figure more composed and fully clad, since the occasion was a formal paper delivered to the Society of Biblical Archaeology in the presence of Mr. Gladstone and other notables. This must be the only occasion on which a British Prime Minister in office has attended a lecture on Babylonian literature. Assyriology had arrived, and so had Gilgamesh. While other libraries of clay tablets from ancient Mesopotamia seem to belong to individual scholars and often comprise the work of the scholar's family and students as part of their scribal apprenticeship, King Shabanipal's library, which was far bigger than any other, was the result of a deliberate program of acquisition and copying. The purpose of this labour was to provide Ashurbanipal with the best possible expertise to govern in the manner that would please the gods. "Send me," he commanded, "tablets that are beneficial for my royal administration." With its advice for proper government, the Gilgamesh epic certainly came into this category. But it is clear from the contents of the libraries of Nineveh that the phrase summed up the entire scribal tradition current at the time. The scribal tradition then current comprised a very different body of texts from that copied by the apprentices of the old Babylonian period. Much of the Sumerian corpus was no longer extant. Almost without exception, those few texts that survived from it had been supplied with line-by-line Akkadian translations. The Akkadian literary texts known from old Babylonian copies had been considerably reworked, and many new texts in Akkadian had been added. The written traditions of the great professions had been incorporated. Many of the treatises on divination had been enormously expanded, and the incantations of the exorcists had been organized and placed in series. This work of revision, organization, and expansion is known to have taken place at the hands of many different scholars between 700 and 400 years earlier, in the last centuries of the second millennium. The labor of these individual Middle Babylonian scholars resulted in the creation of standard editions of most texts, editions which remained essentially unaltered until the death of cuneiform writing 1,000 years later. The Babylonian Gilgamesh epic did not escape the attentions of a redactor. This, by tradition, was a learned scholar by the name of Sinlika-Nini, which means "O moon god, accept my prayer." By profession he was an exorcist, which is to say that he was trained in the art of the expulsion of evil by prayer, incantation and magic ritual. This was a very important skill, whose principal applications were treating the sick, absolving sin, averting bad portents and consecrating holy ground. We know nothing else about Sinlika-Nini, except that he was considered their ancestor by several well-known scribal families of Uruk in southern Babylonia that flourished in the late first millennium. Current opinion supposes that he lived sometime in the 13th to 11th centuries. He could not have been the original composer of the Babylonian epic, for a version of it already existed in the old Babylonian period. But probably he gave it its final form and was thus responsible for the edition current in first millennium libraries. The text that here we call the standard version. Even so, we cannot rule out the possibility that between Sinlika-Nini's lifetime and the 7th century, minor changes were made in the text he established. The long epic poem that the ancients attributed to Sinlika-Nini was called, in antiquity, Sharnak-Baformu, he who saw the deeps, a title taken from its first line. A glimpse of the nature of Sinlika-Nini's revision can be obtained by comparing the standard version of the epic and the older material, which is of course only possible where a particular episode is extant in both. The later epic often follows the old Babylonian epic, surpassing all other kings' line. sometimes with almost no changes in vocabulary and word order, sometimes with minor alterations in one or the other. Elsewhere one finds that the late text is much expanded, whether by repetition or by invention, and even that passages present in the old Babylonian epic have been dropped and new episodes inserted. Something of the intermediate stages in this development from surpassing all other kings to I who saw the deeps can be learnt from the scraps of Babylonian Gilgamesh that survive from the era in which Sin-Lik-Nini lived. This material falls into two groups: texts that come from within Babylonia and texts that come from outside it. The first group comprises only 2 tablets, from Nippur and Ur, translated in Chapter 3. They closely resemble the standard version of the epic attributed to Sin-Lik-Nini, but there are differences. On grounds of content and style, it is hard to say whether these tablets are witness to the text as it was, immediately before Sin-Lik-Nini's editorship or immediately after it. The existence of the second group of tablets from outside Babylonia needs some explanation. In the 14th century, at the height of the Late Bronze Age, when the Eastern Mediterranean was dominated by the great powers of the Egyptian New Kingdom and the Hittite Empire, the lingua franca of international communications in the Near East was the Akkadian language. Kings of Assyria and Babylonia naturally wrote to Pharaoh in Akkadian, but Pharaoh replied in Akkadian too. The Hittite king and Pharaoh likewise corresponded in Akkadian, and, when writing to their overlords, the minor rulers of the Levantine coast and Syria used the same language, though often shot through with local Canaanite and Hurrian idioms. This Akkadian was written in the traditional manner in cuneiform script on clay tablets. In order to learn to compose their lords' letters, treaties and other documents in Akkadian, local scribes were trained in cuneiform writing, and they were trained in the time-honoured way, by rote learning of the lists, vocabularies and literature of the Babylonian scribal tradition. This was not the first time that the cuneiform script had made the journey to the west. The first known occasion was in the mid-3rd millennium, when cuneiform was exported to Ebla and elsewhere in Syria, and texts, in both Sumerian and Akkadian, went with it as part of the skills that trainee scribes had to master in order to acquire the new technology. In the 19th century, Akkadian had been written at Kanesh and other Assyrian trading posts in Cappadocia. In the 18th century, it was widely used in Syria, not only in Mesopotamian Syria, but also close by the Mediterranean Sea, and it even appears at Hazor in Palestine. But in the later 2nd millennium, the spread of cuneiform schooling and scholarship was wider still. The result was that tablets inscribed with Akkadian scholarly and literary texts were copied out of Thatusa, modern Bagazkoy, the Hittite capital in Anatolia, at Akhetaten, Elana, the royal city of Pharaoh Akhenaten in Upper Egypt, at Ugar-e-Shamra, a principality on the Syrian coast, and at Imar Tel Meskin, a provincial town on the Great Bend of the Euphrates, just to list the principal sites. Except for Amarna, all these sites have produced tablets of Gilgamesh, as too has Megiddo in Palestine. These texts are translated in Chapter 4. Some of the material from Hattusa, which is the oldest in this group, is very similar to the old Babylonian epic that we know from the Pennsylvania and Yale tablets and clearly predates Sin-Lik-Nini. The texts from Imar, which are several centuries younger, are much more like his text, though again, it is impossible at present to determine whether they precede his work or not. Other Gilgamesh texts from the West are abridgments of the Babylonian epic or reworkings of it, and are probably local developments. Indeed, the epic fired the imagination then as it does now, and adaptations of it were composed in local languages. So far, a Hittite version and a Hurrian version have come to light, both found in the archives of the Hittite capital. Though Hittite is pretty well understood, Hurrian is still barely comprehensible, and our understanding of both versions of the Gilgamesh story is badly hampered by their fragmentary state of preservation. Therefore, no rendering of them is given here. Not so long ago, it seems that a Gilgamesh text had also been composed in Elamite, the language of a people who occupied what became Susiana and is now Khuzestan. The tablet, discovered in Armenia, far from Elam, was published promptly, and in due course translations followed. However, further study revealed that the text was, in fact, a private letter with no connection to Gilgamesh. This development elicited from one scholar the wry comment that the document was a good illustration of the fact that Elamite remains the worst known language of the ancient Near Easts. With the Akkadian language, we are fortunately on much firmer ground. The standard version of the Babylonian epic is known from a total of 73 manuscripts extant. The 35 that have survived from the libraries of King Shirbanipal at Nineveh, 8 more tablets and fragments from 3 other Assyrian cities, Ashur, Kala and Hazarene, and 30 from Babylonia, especially the cities of Babylon and Europe. Ashurbanipal's tablets are the oldest. The latest manuscript discovered so far was written in about 130 BC by one Bel-Ahi-Ura. O Lord, protect the brothers, a trainee temple astrologer of Babylon. By that time, this once mighty city was much diminished in power and population, but in a country whose inhabitants had long spoken not Akkadian but Arakan Greek. Its ancient temple was the last surviving bastion of cuneiform scholarship. From the 73 surviving manuscripts, it is possible to reconstruct much of Sinli-Kuanini's epic, but there are still considerable gaps. To fill these lacunae, it is sometimes possible to fall back on the older material in Akkadian, and for one episode, it is even necessary to utilize the Hittite version. The result of this reconstruction is the text given in Chapter 1. There, in order clearly to distinguish between text of different periods, old material used to bridge lacunae in the standard version is explicitly identified in editorial notes. The standard version of the epic is divided by Babylonian tradition into sections. The definition of a section is that it is the text customarily contained on an individual clay tablets, and so the sections are called, in accordance with Babylonian custom tablets. The epic is told over 11 such sections, tablets 1 to 11. The organizing of Babylonian literature in the latter part of the second millennium resulted in much of it being arranged in standard sequences of tablets, sequences that were known as series. The series of Gilgamesh, in fact, comprises 12 tablets, not just the 11 of the epic. Tablet Ixii, the last, is a line-by-line translation of the latter half of one of the Sumerian Gilgamesh poems. Somehow, this partial translation survived into the first millennium, while the original Sumerian text, like the other Sumerian poems of Gilgamesh, did not. Though some have tried to show that Tablet C had a real place in the epic, most scholars would agree that it does not belong to that text, but was attached to it because it was plainly related material. The principle of bringing together related material was one of the criteria by which the scholars of Babylonia organized different texts into the same series. The 11 tablets of the epic vary in length from 183 to 326 lines of poetry, so that the whole composition would originally have been about 3,000 lines. As the text now stands, only tablets 1, 6, 10 and 11 are more or less complete. Leaving aside lines that are lost but can be restored from parallel passages, overall about 57.5 lines are still completely missing. That is, they are not represented by so much as a single word. Many more are too badly damaged to be useful, so that considerably less than the 4/5 of the epic that is extant yields a consecutive text. In the translation offered here, the damaged state of the text is all too evident, pockmarked as it is by the clutter of brackets and ellipses, while there is a temptation for a modern editor to ignore the gaps, to gloss them over or to join up disconnected fragments of text. I believe that no adult reader is well served by such a procedure. The gaps are themselves important in number and size, for they remind us how much is still to be learned of the text. They prevent us from assuming that we have Gilgamesh entire. Whatever we say about the epic is provisional, for new discoveries of text, may change our interpretation of whole passages. Nevertheless, the epic we have now is considerably fuller than that which fired the imagination of Rauch. Approach what lies ahead, not as you might the poems of Homer, but as a book part-eaten by termites or a scroll half-consumed by fire. Accept it for what it is, a damaged masterpiece. In time, the holes that pepper the standard version of the epic will undoubtedly be filled by further discoveries of tablets in the ruin mounds of Mesopotamia and in the museums of the world. So such is the lack of professional Assyriologists everywhere that we have yet to study properly many thousands of tablets that have long been in museum collections. The correct identification and accurate placement of what are often only small fragments make for difficult and painstaking work. Not even a genius like George Smith always came up with the right identification. The Daily Telegraph was so impressed with his famous lecture on the deluge story from the Gilgamesh epic that in 1873, in the hope of recovering the missing portions of text, they provided the splendid sum of £1,050 to enable him to reopen for the British Museum the old excavations at Nineveh. In comparison with those who had dug there before him, Smith brought home only a very small number of tablets. The DTT collection. From this, his first expedition, but there among them was indeed a fragment of the flood, one that even filled an important gap in the narrative. This was a most impressive fulfillment of the Daily Telegraph's expectations, but the expedition was a victim of its own success. The desired fragment so exactly met the newspaper's requirements that the news of its discovery led to the expedition's early recall. In fact, we now know that this particular fragment of the deluge story is part of a late version of the poem of Atram-Hasis, and not a piece of Gilgamesh at all. Smith had no way of knowing that at the time. His identification was the best that could then be expected and went unchallenged for many years. Employed by the British Museum in 1867 to assist Sir Henry Creswick Rawlinson, one of the grand pioneers of cuneiform decipherment, George Smith was more than the discoverer of Gilgamesh and the epic's first translator. He was among the first in a long line of scholars who have sifted through the libraries of Ashurbanipal, and, by sorting, joining and identifying thousands of pieces of Assyrian clay tablets, have over a period of 130 years steadily increased our knowledge of the literature of the Babylonians. It is in this continuing work of discovery and identification of manuscripts from Nineveh and elsewhere, in the field as well as in museums, that the Gilgamesh epic, along with most other literary texts written in cuneiform on clay tablets, differs from fragmentary texts in Greek and Latin. The eventual recovery of this literature is assured by the durability of the writing medium. It is only a matter of time, providing, of course, that the society in which we live continues to place value on such things and to support the scholars who study them.
The setting of the epic.
The central setting of the epic is the ancient city-state of Uruk in the land of summer. Uruk, the greatest city of its day, was ruled by the tyrannical Gilgamesh, semi-divine by virtue of his mother, the goddess Ninsun, but none the less mortal. He was one of the great figures of legend. His enduring achievement was to rebuild the wall of Uruk on its antediluvian foundations, and his military prowess ended the hegemony of the northern city-state of Kish. He appears as a god in early lists of deities, and in the later 3rd millennium he benefited from a cult. Later tradition made it his function, as explained in one of the Sumerian poems, to govern the shades of the dead in the netherworld. He appears as a god in early lists of deities, and in the later 3rd millennium he benefited from a cult. Later tradition made it his function, as explained in one of the Sumerian poems, to govern the shades of the dead in the netherworld. Because we have actual records from kings whom the ancients held to be his contemporaries, it is possible that, as perhaps there was once a real King Arthur, so there was once an actual King Gilgamesh. Certainly the native historical tradition held this to be the case, for Gilgamesh appears in the list of Sumerian kings as the fifth ruler of the first dynasty of Uruk. He would thus have flourished about 2750 BC, though some would place him a century or so earlier. His reign, which the list of kings holds to have lasted a mythical 126 years, falls in the shadowy period at the edge of Mesopotamian history, when, as in the Homeric epics, the gods took a personal interest in the affairs of men and often communicated with them directly. Foremost among the gods was the supreme triad, which comprised the sky god Anu, remote in his celestial palace, the more important Enlil, who presided over the affairs of gods and men from his temple on earth, and the clever Ea, who lived in his freshwater ocean beneath the earth, the ocean below, and sent the 7 sages to civilize mankind. Then there were the kindly mother goddess, lady of the gods, who first created men with Ea's help, the violent Adad, god of the storm, and the moon god, Sin, the majestic son of Enlil. The moon's children were Shamash, the sun god, the patron of travellers and Gilgamesh's special protector, and the Babylonian Venus, the impetuous Ishtar, whose responsibilities were sexual love and war, and whose appetite for both was inexhaustible. Beneath E's watery domain, deep in the netherworld, the gloomy realm of the dead, lived its queen, the bitter Ereshkigal. There she lay prostrate in perpetual mourning, attended by her minister, the gruesome Namtar, and the rest of her fell household. Men lived in cities and cultivated the land, where irrigation could not reach. The farmland gave way to rougher country in which shepherds grazed their flocks, ever on the lookout for wolves and lions. And further off still was the wild, the empty country prowled by hunters, outlaws and bandits, where legend had it there once roamed a strange wild man whom the Gazelles brought up as their own. Enkidu was his name. Several months' journey across this wilderness, over many ranges of mountains. There was a sacred forest of cedar, where some said the gods dwelt. It was guarded for the gods by a fearsome ogre, the terrible Humbaba, cloaked for his protection in 7 numinous auras, radiant and deadly. Somewhere at the edge of the world, patrolled by monstrous sentries who were half man and half scorpion, were the twin mountains of Mashu where the sun rose and set. Further still, at the other end of the path of the sun, was a fabulous garden of jewels, and nearby, in a tavern by the great impassable ocean that surrounded the earth, lived the mysterious goddess Shiduri, who dispensed wisdom from behind her veils. Across the ocean were the lethal waters of death, and beyond them, on a remote island where the rivers Euphrates and Tigris welled up again from the deep, far outside the ken of men and visited only by his ferryman Ur-Shanabi, dwelt Utanepishti, the distant, a primeval king who survived the great deluge sent by Enlil early in human history, and as a consequence was spared the doom of mortals. Many other powers populated the Babylonian cosmos, deities, demons and demigods of legend. But these are the principal characters of the Babylonian Gilgamesh epic.
The epic in its context, myth, religion, and wisdom.
The Gilgamesh epic is one of the very few works of Babylonian literature which can be read and enjoyed without special knowledge of the civilization from which it sprang. The names of the characters may be unfamiliar, and the places strange, but some of the poet's themes are so universal in human experience that the reader has no difficulty in understanding what drives the epic's hero, and can easily identify with his aspirations, his grief and his despair. The Assyriologist William L. Moran has recently expounded Gilgamesh's story as a tale of the human world, characterized by an insistence on human values and an acceptance of human limitations. This observation led him to describe the epic as a document of ancient humanism, and indeed, even for the ancients. The story of Gilgamesh was more about what it is to be a man than what it is to serve the gods. As the beginning and end of the epic make clear, Gilgamesh is celebrated more for his human achievement than for his relationship with the divine. Though the story of Gilgamesh is certainly fiction, Moran's diagnosis is also a warning not to read the epic as myth. There is little consensus as to what myth is and what it is not, and ancient Mesopotamian mythological texts show considerable variety. Some of them, particularly the older ones, contain just one myth. Others put together two or more myths. Two features are particularly characteristic of these mythological compositions. On the one hand, the story centers on the deeds of a god or gods, and on the other, its purpose is to explain the origin of some feature of the natural or social world. More of the characters of the Epic of Gilgamesh are divine than not, but set beside the protagonist, they are insignificant. The gods even attract unfavourable similars. In Tablet 11, the poet compares them to dogs and flies, as if the rulers of the universe were parasitical scavengers. In the main, the function of the poem is not to explain origins. It is more interested in examining the human condition as it is. On these grounds, the epic is not myth, but it certainly contains them. The myth of the snake, which shed its skin in Tablet 11 being the purest example. The flood story the most famous, and it makes many allusions to the mythology of the day, particularly in the episode of Gilgamesh's repudiation of the goddess Ishtar in Tablet 6. But most such myths are incidental to the story, and the epic is certainly much more than the sum of its mythological parts, unlike, for example, Ovid's Metamorphoses. Nevertheless, the text of Gilgamesh is often studied alongside compositions which are truly mythological. Indeed, no book on the mythology of ancient Mesopotamia can resist it. The reason for this can best be explained by quoting the words of G.S. Kirk, who dealt at length with Gilgamesh in his important study of myth. Above all, the epic retains, in spite of its long and literate history, an unmistakable aura of the mythical, of that kind of emotional exploration of the permanent meaning of life by the release of fantasy about the distant past that Greek myths, at least as we experience them, so often fail to exemplify in their own right. If not truly mythological in the sense defined above, what is this poem? Moran's phrase, a document of ancient humanism, is again a useful one, for it highlights the fact that the epic is not a religious poem either, at least not in the same way as, for example, John Henry Newman's Dream of Gerontius. Both poems wrestle with the fear of death, and comparing them is instructive. Sensing on his deathbed the dreadful approach of the angel of death, Gerontius laments,
"A visitant is knocking his dire summons at my door, the like of whom to scare me and to daunt has never come to me before."
These are words that could also have been placed in Gilgamesh's mouth. Gerontius in his anguish puts himself in the hands of his god, and in religious poetry, this is the proper recourse of the pious afflicted. There is plenty of Babylonian poetry in which a sufferer, often sick and feeling himself near to death, throws himself on the mercy of one or other of the inscrutable gods and asks for forgiveness and reconciliation. Gilgamesh, however, in his terror and misery spurns the help of his gods, specifically rejecting the good advice of Shamash, the god who protects him, and, even at the last, turns for solace to his own achievements rather than to his creator. The poem concludes with Gilgamesh proudly showing his companion the monument for which he became famous.
Osi Urshanabi, climb Uruk's wall and walk back and forth. Survey its foundations, examine the brickwork. Were its bricks not fired in an oven? Did the 7 sages not lay its foundations?
For it was Gilgamesh who, in Babylonian tradition, rebuilt his city's wall on its primordial foundations, and it was the fame won him by this enduring monument that would be his comfort. The late Thorkild J. Jacobson, a renowned Sumerologist who wrote on ancient Mesopotamian religion with considerable vision, once described the epic as a story of learning to face reality, a story of growing up. Gilgamesh begins as an immature youth, capable of anything and accepting no check. Eventually, he comes to accept the power and reality of death, and thus he reaches reflective maturity. But there is more to the epic than that. In charting the hero's progress, the poet reflects profoundly on youth and age, on triumph and despair, on men and gods, on life and death. It is significant that his concern is not just Gilgamesh's glorious deeds, but also the suffering and misery that beset his hero as he pursues his hopeless quest. Read out, the poet enjoins us in the prologue, the travails of Gilgamesh, all that he went through. As a poem which explores the truth of the human condition, the epic bears a message for future generations. Then as now, maturity is gained as much through failure as success. Life of necessity is hard, but one is the wiser for it. There is in fact a formal indication that the epic is a work from which one is expected to learn. In the prologue, the poet asks the reader to believe that his poem was set down on stone by Gilgamesh himself for all to read. In other words, we are to imagine that the epic is an autobiography of the great hero himself, written in the third person. These are the words of King Gilgamesh for the benefit of future generations. The epic accordingly bears some relation to the well-established literary genre of royal council. Kings, by virtue of their many counsellors and the special trappings and rituals of kingship, were expected to be wise and sagacious. Many ancient Near Eastern collections of proverbial sayings purport to be the teachings of a king or other notable to his son or successor. The biblical proverbs are the wisdom of King Solomon addressed to his son, and the wise author of the book of Ecclesiastes introduces himself as the son of David, king over Israel in Jerusalem. Several such compositions survive from ancient Egypt, the best known perhaps being the instructions of Amenemhotep. In ancient Mesopotamia, the genre is represented by the instructions of Shuruppak, a Sumerian composition that is among the very oldest extant works of literature, appearing first in copies from about the 26th century BC. In this text, the wise old Shuruppak, son of Ubatutu, counsels his son Ziusudra. It is this same Ziusudra who was known to the Babylonians by the twin names of Atrahasis and Utanapishti, and who survived the deluge and dispensed sage counsel to Gilgamesh at the ends of the earth. More particularly, the epic can be compared with a small group of Babylonian texts that have been described as a fictional royal autobiography. Another example of such a text is the composition we know as the Akuthian legend of Naram Sin, in which an old Babylonian poet adopts the identity of this famous third millennium king of Akkad and warns future rulers of the dire consequences that attend failure to rule in the manner prescribed by the gods. Naram Sin's lapse was to go into battle without their consent. The following injunction from his autobiography bears close comparison with the prologue of Gilgamesh.
Whoever you may be, governor, prince, or anyone else, whom the gods may choose to exercise kingship, I have made you a tablet box and written a stone tablet. I have deposited them for you in Cutha, in the cella of Nergal, in the Temple Islam. Behold this stone tablet. Give ear to what this stone tablet says.
The lesson for the future rulers who were the target of the text about Naram Sin is one of patience. Wait for the gods. Do nothing without their say-so. The message of the Gilgamesh epic is the vanity of the hero's quest. Pursuit of immortality is folly. The proper duty of man is to accept the mortal life that is his lot and enjoy it to the full. Do your duty in the embrace of your woman, enjoins the poet of Naram Sin's autobiography. Just as in the old Babylonian Gilgamesh, epic Shiduri famously tells the hero,
But you, Gilgamesh, let your belly be full. Enjoy yourself always by day and by night. Make merry each day, dance and play day and night. Let your clothes be clean, let your head be washed. May you bathe in water. Gaze on the child who holds your hand. Let your wife enjoy your repeated embrace.
So too advises the author of Ecclesiastes. Go thy way, eat thy bread with joy, and drink thy wine with a merry heart. Let thy garments be always white, and let not thy head lack ointment. Live joyfully with the wife whom thou lovest all the days of thy life. The themes of the vanity of human endeavour and of taking one's pleasure in one's family are typical of wisdom literature of the kind found elsewhere in the ancient Near East. In the ancient world, religion permeated intellectual activity in a way that it does not now. Read as wisdom, ultimately, the epic bears a message of serious religious content. Its views on the proper duties of men and kings are strictly in line with the gods' requirements and conform to the religious ideology of ancient Mesopotamia. Do the will of the gods, fulfill your function as they intended. So while the epic can be enjoyed for its own sake without further inquiry, some knowledge of the mythology which expressed the relationship between gods, kings and men, of how the Babylonians understood their universe, and of their religion and how their beliefs conditioned the Babylonians' approach to the divine, will give us greater insight into this masterpiece. We know from many ancient Mesopotamian sources, in Sumerian and in Akkadian, that the Babylonians believed the purpose of the human race to be the service of the gods. Before mankind's creation, the myth tells us the cities of Lower Mesopotamia were inhabited by the gods alone, and they had to feed and clothe themselves by their own efforts. Under the supervision of Enlil, the lord of the earth, the lesser deities grew and harvested the gods' food, tilled the soil, and most exhaustingly, dug the rivers and waterways that irrigated the fields. Even the rivers Tigris and Euphrates were their work. Eventually, the labour became too much for them and they mutinied. The resourceful god Ea called Enki in the poem of Atram. Hasis devised first the technology to produce a substitute worker from raw clay, and then the means by which this new being could reproduce itself. The first humans were duly born from the womb of the mother goddess and allotted their destiny: to carry the yoke, the task imposed by Enlil, to bear the soil basket of the gods. This act of creation could be repeated as necessary. So when, as related in Tablet 1 of the Gilgamesh epic, the need arises to make a match for Gilgamesh, which plainly could not be done by human reproduction.
The goddess Aruru, she washed her hands, took a pinch of clay, threw it down in the wild. In the wild she created Enkidu, the hero, offspring of silence, knit strong by Nurnura.
Enkidu is thus a replica of the first man, born without a mother's cries of pain. In the poem of Atram Hasis, the yoke and soil basket, the means of carrying earth from the diggings, symbolize the burden imposed on mankind by the god Enlil. This burden was much more than earth-moving, however. It was all the work that went into looking after the gods in their temples on earth, from irrigating their fields, raising their crops and pasturing their livestock to baking their bread, butchering their meat and clothing their statues. And so it was in reality. The principal deities of the Babylonian pantheon lived, embodied in anthropomorphic statues, in palatial houses, surrounded by their divine families, courtiers and servants. The ideology was that soon after the sundering of heaven from earth, the rulers of gods had divided up the land between the major deities of the pantheon, allocating to each a city and its surrounding territory. Though many cities possessed more than one temple, Babylon traditionally had 43. The notion remained that the city and its hinterland belonged in principle to its patron deity, the god to whom they had been given in the original partition of the land, and that they were his to exploit. Accordingly, the patron deity occupied a large complex in the centre of town. This, the chief temple of the city, functioned as his house, or better, his palace, for the domestic arrangements of the great gods were in all essentials modelled on those of the king. Here, in his palace, the god or goddess was looked after by means of elaborate rituals. He was seated on a throne, fed regular meals, clothed in expensive garments woven with gems, and entertained with music, dance, and song. In the case of a god, his wife occupied a suite of rooms close by his own, where a suitably outsized marriage bed was ready for their conjugal bliss. Other members of the family, especially the firstborn son, might also be provided with a suite of rooms. The god also needed on hand his court, especially his vizier or minister, the lesser deity who did his bidding, and his domestic servants, who likewise were minor gods and goddesses. All these deities, from the greatest to the smallest, were resident in the temple and received some kind of cult. Ritual offerings of meat, and incense, ritual worship with prayer and song. The larger Babylonian temples contained several different cult chambers and a large number of small shrines, more than 100 in the case of Marduk's temple at Babylon, which were settings for carefully prescribed ritual activity. The ideology was that the god was served by his divine court. The reality was that his needs were cared for by a body of human personnel specially inducted into temple service. We call these men priests, but not all of them are properly so described. For the great temples were centers of economic activity too, in line with the belief that the land was divided among the gods in remotest history. Many of these temples possessed huge holdings of arable land let out to tenant farmers. They also owned vast herds of cattle and flocks of sheep and goats. Some temples were also involved in manufacturing, scribal training and other social and commercial activities. Such temples employed a considerable workforce, comprising more or less independent persons, as it were subcontractors and dependent persons such as those dedicated to temple service. Among the latter were those who had no other means of support, widows, orphans and foundlings, who wore a symbol of some kind that disclosed their status. As Gilgamesh's mother declares when she adopts Enkidu for her son, orphans brought up by the temples were considered the latter-day counterparts of Enkidu, the foundling par excellence.
O mighty Enkidu, you are not sprung from my womb, but henceforth your brood will belong with the votaries of Gilgamesh, the priestesses, the hierodules, and the women of the temple. She put the symbols on Enkidu's neck.
The administration of the temple's estates, workshops and personnel was in the hands of the temple managers, just as they had responsibility for servicing the cult. This was right and proper, for the purpose of all mankind, as E created him, was to till the land, tend the flocks and engage in every other activity that was conducive to the comfort, satisfaction and best advantage of his divine lords. The long life of this ideology, from at least the 3rd millennium BC until the coming of Islam, long after the demise of Babylonian civilization, is confirmed by Surah 5 of one of the Quran, which makes a particular point of rejecting the old belief. I have not created genii and men for any other end than that they should serve me. I require not sustenance from them, neither will I that they feed me. There was a flaw built into EA's creation of man, a flaw that explains how it was that something made by the gods for their own purposes was nevertheless a very imperfect tool. The clay that he gave to the mother goddess as the raw material from which she bore mankind was animated, given spirit, by mixing it with the blood of a god.
Let one god be slaughtered, and the gods be thereby cleansed. With his flesh and his blood let the lady of the gods mix some clay, so that God and man are mixed together in the clay. In future time, let us hear the drumming of the heartbeat. From the flesh of a god, let the spirit be produced.
The divine element in mankind's creation explains why, in obvious distinction from the animals, the human race has self-consciousness and reason. It also explains why, in Babylonian belief, men live on after death as spirits or shades in the netherworld, as famously reported in Enkidu's dream of the netherworld in Tablet 7 and in the Sumerian poem of Gilgamesh and the netherworld. But the trouble was that the god who was executed to provide the blood was not the best material. In one tradition, at least, he was the leader of the rebels who had instigated a mutiny. Small wonder, then, that mankind could be wayward. Utanapishti tells his wife in Tablet 11, "Man is deceitful, he will deceive you," and Gilgamesh duly confirms this unpalatable aspect of human nature by lying to him. The innately rebellious and unruly nature of man encapsulated in this myth of his creation also informs one tradition about early human history, first found in several Sumerian literary compositions, that in the beginning the human race roamed the land like the beasts of the field, naked but hairy, and for sustenance grazing on grass. According to Berosus, a Babylonian scholar of the 4th century BC who wrote in Greek, at this stage men lived without laws just as wild animals, Without government, cities or social institutions, the creation of Enkidu in tablet, Eye of the Gilgamesh epic, also alludes to this tradition.
He knows not a people nor even a country, coated in hair like the god of the animals, with the gazelles he grazes on grasses.
The myth of man's early barbarism is at odds with the tradition in which the human race is created to take up the tools of the city-dwelling gods. But the mythology of many civilizations is oral and diverse in origin, so that different traditions of how things came to be tend to coexist without difficulty. As is well known, the first 2 chapters of Genesis preserve 2 quite different accounts of God's creation of man. The civilization of mankind, according to Babylonian mythology, was the work of the gods, who sent kingship from heaven, and especially of the god E, who dispatched the 7 sages to Eridu and other early cities, and with them all the arts and crafts of city life. These were the beings who, according to the epic's prologue, founded Uruk with its wall. Did the 7 sages not lay its foundations? Foremost among these sages was the fishman Oannes Adapa, who rose from the sea. Government, society and work were thus imposed on men. The tradition that the first men roamed free and lawless and were not subject to kings helped to give rise to a myth that kings were created as distinct beings, significantly different from other mortals in appearance, capabilities and duties. The text that tells us most in this regard is known from a single tablet from Babylon, written in the middle or late 1st millennium BC, but coronation prayers from 7th century Assyria quote part of it, and the text itself may be older. In it, the god E and the mother goddess between them create man from clay, as in the poem of Atram Hasis and other mythological texts. Then they create a superior being and give him the tools for ruling.
Ea opened his mouth to speak, saying a word to the Lady of the Gods. You are Belit E, the sister of the great gods. You have created man the human. Fashion now the king, the counselor man. Gird the whole of his figure sweet. Make perfect his countenance and well formed his body. The Lady of the Gods fashioned the king, the counselor man. They gave to the king the task of doing battle for the great gods. Anu gave him his crown, Enlil gave him his throne, Nergal gave him his weapons, Ninurta gave him his corona of splendor. The Lady of the Gods gave him his features of majesty. Nuska commissioned counselors stood them before him.
This image of the king as a man of perfect beauty, ready for battle but guided by divinely inspired counsel, is one that informs the Gilgamesh epic. The hero is shaped by the gods, of perfect looks and majestic stature.
It was the Lady of the Gods drew the form of his figure, while his build was perfected by divine nude mud. When he grew tall, his beauty was consummate. By earthly standards, he was most handsome.
Not only this, but as king he exhibits an instinctive longing for trustworthy counsel. And at the end of the same tablet he looks forward with enthusiasm to the predicted arrival of Enkidu.
Let me acquire a friend to counsel me. A friend to counsel me, I will acquire.
Aside from fighting the gods' battles for them, maintaining law and order in the land by repelling the advance of the enemy and subduing internal revolt, the principal duty of the Babylonian king was to oversee the repair and maintenance of the gods' cult centers and to ensure that they were stocked with foodstuffs and treasure. In another myth, which forms the prologue of a prayer to be said during the elaborate rituals that attended the building and rebuilding of Babylonian temples, the god E organizes the world to ensure the gods' comfort in their houses. In doing so, he created the king for the task of provisioning. He created men to be the workforce. It is with this in mind that one should understand the second part of Utanapishti's counsel to Gilgamesh in tablet. This passage is much broken, but the gist of it seems to be that, just as the moon and constellations, the gods of the night, mark out the regular progression of month and year, so the king must ensure the delivery of the regular offerings required by the gods' temples. In the epic, Utanapishti fills the role of the quintessential wise man who knows the secrets of the cosmos, as it were, the meaning of life. He and his knowledge ancient and unique among men, are the end of Gilgamesh's long and arduous quest. Utnapishti's counsel and story form the climax of the epic, and it is here, in tablets 10 and 11, that we should expect the poet's message to come through most strongly. Apart from the observation on the duties of kings regarding the provisioning of temples, what does the old sage say? First, Utnapishti contrasts the lot of kings with the lot of fools. By fools are meant simpletons, half-wits and village idiots, those who occupied the position in human society furthest from kings. Kings are enthroned in splendour, clad in finery, nourished with the best quality foodstuffs. Fools make do with the opposite. One implication seems to be that Gilgamesh, who has been wandering alone, clad in ragged skins and eating raw meat, is behaving not as a king but as a fool. His quest is the quest of an idiot. This is a matter of reproach, for one born to be king should act as one. Another implication is that it was the duty of kings to help those who could not help themselves. The second part of Utnapishti's counsel, as already explained, outlines the god's expectations of the king. This is what Gilgamesh should have been doing instead of wandering the wild. Looking after the gods, his masters, and the people, his subjects. The third part of Utnapishti's counsel, and certainly the most important, is his discourse on life and death and on the futility of Gilgamesh's search for immortality. In the old Babylonian epic, Gilgamesh received a similar, but much shorter, lecture from Shiduri.
The life that you seek you never will find when the gods created mankind. Death they dispensed to mankind. Life they kept for themselves.
These lines, and the advice that follows, do not appear in the episode of the late epic where Gilgamesh talks with Shiduri. It seems that the poet of the standard version wanted to keep the wisdom for the climax and intentionally held it in reserve for Utnapishti. The dispensing of death and life took place, as Utnapishti tells us, in an assembly of the gods. This is another reference to the mythology of early human history. Newly created man, as we have seen, was flawed by virtue of his innate rebelliousness. Being innate, this flaw could not be corrected. But the human race had another defect. It bred with great ease and rapidly became too numerous. As the poem of Atrahasis relates, 3 times, at intervals of 1200 years, the god Enlil tired of the relentless hubbub of the new creation, which kept him awake in his chamber. Each time he resolved to reduce the human population, first by plague, then by drought and finally by famine. Each time he was successful at first, so that the numbers of man were considerably diminished. But inevitably he was thwarted by the god E, who each time communicated the method of man's salvation to Atrahasis, other name for Utnapishti, king of the city Shirapik. Eventually the exasperated Enlil came up with the final solution which all the gods, including E, swore to keep secret. He would send the deluge to wipe out mankind. By subterfuge, however, Ea managed to warn Atrahasis in advance, and Atrahasis built his curious ark ostensibly so that he could sail down to E's cosmic domain, the ocean below. The deluge came but a tram. Hasis survived, safe aboard the ark with his family, his treasure and representatives of each craft and species of animal. But the gods were stricken with hunger and thirst. Their temples were flooded. The human servants who fed and watered them were dead. Enlil's final solution was exposed as fatally flawed. The gods were about to die of want. In the meantime, the flood had abated and the ark had grounded on a high mountain peak. Then, as incense rose from where Atrahasis offered thanks for his survival, the sweet smell of food wafted up to heaven, and the gods all rushed down to feed. Enlil remonstrated with the gods for the failure of his plan, and fingers were pointed at E. E, clever as always, responded by exposing the unwisdom of the deluge. In the story, as adapted for the Gilgamesh epic, E then asks the gods in assembly to determine what to do with the survivor. Enlil gives Utnapishti and his wife life like the gods. They will live forever, and removes them to the ends of the earth. In the poem of Tramhasis, a bigger task is undertaken, in line with the theme of that composition. The problem of human noise has not been resolved. EA's solution to it constitutes the climax of the poem. He has the mother goddess redesign man slightly so that the human race does not reproduce so effectively. Women are to be barren as well as fertile. Stillbirth and infant mortality are introduced. Certain classes of women are to be chaste as a religious requirement, like nuns. In this way, fewer babies will be conceived, not all will be born alive, and not all will survive to adulthood. But the biggest change, one that will have the greatest effect on the numbers of men, is that the gods establish an end to the natural lifespan. This development is not yet found in the text itself, which is broken at the crucial point, but it is suspected by force of argument. What must happen is that Enki commands the mother goddess to make death an inevitable fact of life.
Mother goddess, maker of destiny, assigned death to the people.
The implication is that before this reform men could die, as indeed gods could, from acts of violence, from disease and otherwise at the will of the gods, but not naturally from old age. From the time of the deluge onwards, death is to follow life, as a matter of course. This crucial moment in human history is the mythological background to the conclusion of Utanapishti's discourse on life and death in the Epic of Gilgamesh.
The Anunnaki, the great gods, held an assembly, Mammotum, maker of destiny, fixed fates with them. Both death and life they have established, but the day of death they do not disclose.
In fact, the context of this momentous change in man's destiny is now confirmed by the newly available text of the death of Gilgamesh, in the words of the god Enki to his partners, and Enlil.
After the assembly had made the deluge sweep over, Ziusudra, one of mankind, still lived. From that time, we swore that mankind should not have life eternal.
The sole exception to the new doom of mankind is the survivor of the flood who is made immortal. And how this came about, the story of the deluge, is the subject of the continuation of Utanapishti's teaching to Gilgamesh. But, as he himself explains, Utanapishti's elevation to immortal status was an isolated event born of a particular set of circumstances never to be repeated. Gilgamesh may acquire the secret of the gods, the knowledge of how Utanapishti found life in the company of the gods, but he cannot follow in his footsteps. To underline his message of the futility of Gilgamesh's quest, Utanapishti challenges his visitor to defeat sleep, the younger brother of death, knowing that he will fail. Then he arranges that Gilgamesh should find the plant of rejuvenation, knowing that he will lose it by his own hand. Only the snake is destined to benefit from it. Had I only turned back and left the boat by the shore. With these words, Gilgamesh laments that he would have been better off had he not made the journey to Utanapishti at all, when all it has brought him is the cruel realization of his own mortal inadequacy. And aware at last of his own capabilities, he becomes reconciled to his lot and wise. In the words of the prologue to which we return, he came a far road, was weary, found peace. The story of Gilgamesh's growing ups is, in fact, the story of a hero who grows wise, wise in the sense of learning his place in the divinely ordained scheme of things. In fact, it is the tale of one whose extraordinary experiences make him extraordinarily wise. The poet makes it clear right at the beginning that we should expect this.
He who saw the deep, the country's foundation, who knew, was wise in all matters, and learned of everything the sum of wisdom.
The change wrought in Gilgamesh occurs only after a long history of heroic misdemeanors. At first, he does everything wrong. He is king, but he does not behave like a king. In Babylonian ideology, as throughout the ancient Near East, the king should be to his people as a shepherd to his sheep, guiding them, protecting them and ruling them with a just and equitable hand. Far from that, Gilgamesh is a cruel tyrant whose brutality calls forth the complaint of his people. The contrast between the ideal and the actual is implicit in their lament.
Yet he is the shepherd of Uruk the sheepfold, Gilgamesh, the guide of the teeming people. He is their shepherd and their protector, powerful, preeminent, expert, and mighty.
The nature of Gilgamesh's tyranny is not explained by the poet, for it is not necessary to know more than that he is a tyrant. All that is certain is that his demands mean that filial and conjugal duties are displaced. Daughters have no time to help their mothers, nor sons their fathers, and wives are unable to tend the needs of their husbands. Some commentators have inferred that Gilgamesh's abuse is sexual. It is certainly true that in the old Babylonian version of the epic, the Babylonian audience, like Enkidu, would have reacted with horror to the rite of first night. Ius prime noctis, which the wedding guest reports as customary in Gilgamesh's Uruk.
Gilgamesh will couple with the wife-to-be, first of all, the bridegroom after.
Such things did not happen in Babylonia in the historical period. However, according to the text, this activity was divinely sanctioned, and therefore could not have been an abuse in the context.
By divine consent it is so ordained. When his navel cord was cut, for him she was destined.
Others suppose that Gilgamesh's tyranny is related to his reputation as the builder of Uruk's wall. Like new irrigation projects and other grand municipal building works, city walls in ancient Mesopotamia were constructed by public labor. The workforce was conscripted from the citizenry. From the references that we have to mutinies of labor gangs, as in the myth of the gods' revolt in the poem of Atrahasis, it seems that the regime of such organized labor could be harsh to the point of brutality. A third suggestion turns for inspiration to the Sumerian poem of Gilgamesh and the Netherworld, in which the young men of Uruk are required to share Gilgamesh's inexhaustible appetite for what appears to be a game of great physical demands, and the city's women spend all day attending to the needs of their exhausted menfolk. This is probably nearest the mark. In the Babylonian epic, the line, "He has no equal when his weapons are brandished," suggests that in the Akkadian tradition the games, if that is what they were, have become more martial than they are in the Sumerian. At all events, in contrast to his splendidly regal appearance, Gilgamesh's behaviour, here at the beginning of the epic, is far from the royal ideal. The arrival of Enkidu brings relief to the people of Uruk, but does nothing to make Gilgamesh wise. Full of youthful bravado, he turns down sage counsel and makes the perilous journey to the cedar forest. There he and Enkidu kill the ogre Humbaba, in the full knowledge that the god Enlil, the greatest power on earth, had given Humbaba the job of guarding the cedar. There, too, Gilgamesh does not hold back from desecrating the sacred groves of the gods. A similar disregard for the divine powers characterizes the next episode, in which Gilgamesh repudiates the goddess Ishtar with gratuitous insults, and then fights and kills the celestial bull she hopes will avenge her. The gods, driven to act by the repeated violation of their order, doom Enkidu to die young and without a family, in fulfillment of Humbaba's dying curse. At this point, Gilgamesh abandons all the responsibilities of his position for personal ends. He takes to the wild. Still unwise, he continues to reject sound advice wherever he meets it. Still he acts before he thinks. When, at the edge of the ocean that surrounds the world, he encounters the wise Shiduri in her tavern, he threatens her with violence so that she tells him how to continue on his road. Following her instructions to seek out Urshanabi, the ferryman of Utanapishti, he comes across Urshanabi's crew, the mysterious stone ones, and smashes them. In doing so, he only makes his journey more perilous. It is only when he reaches the realm of the flood hero, beyond the cosmic ocean, that Gilgamesh begins to lose his unthinking instinct for violence. Even then, he admits that his intention had been to win Utanapishti's secret by force of arms.
I was fully intent on making you fight, but now in your presence my hand is stayed.
Utanapishti's realm is in some ways an enchanted place, a kind of Prospero's Isle, for it seems that on arriving there, Gilgamesh begins to mend his ways. At the old man's feet he learns the lessons that make him wise. as a sign of the change wrought in Gilgamesh Utanapishti, sends him home in a magic garment that cannot become dirty. The new raiment symbolizes his new state of mind. Let your clothes be clean. Counseled Shiduri, let thy garments be always white, enjoins Ecclesiastes. In the epic, the explicit wisdom that Gilgamesh gained at the end of the world is knowledge of himself and the story of the deluge. In Babylonian tradition, he also gained another kind of wisdom. The prologue of the epic feats the hero as one
who reached through sheer force Utanapishti the distant, who restored the cult centers destroyed by the deluge and set in place for the people the rights of the cosmos.
There is mythology to be explained here too, relating to the post-Diluvian history of mankind. The ancient historical tradition, as reported in the king lists, is that after the deluge, human kingship had to be re-established by the gods. After the flood had swept over, then kingship being sent down from heaven, kingship was in the city of Kish. The dynasty of Kish was followed by that of Uruk, of which Gilgamesh was the fifth king. The implication is that when kings began to reign again, the antediluvian civilization was restored. That is, the order ordained by the gods came back into operation. This was important, for the traditional belief was that the gods had supplied all that was needed for human beings to flourish: cities, agriculture, the arts of civilization, at the outset of human history, in the antediluvian age. Nothing more was to be discovered. The antediluvian model was how human society should be run. According to one ancient view, most fully reported by Berosus in his Babyloniaca, civilization was restored by those who had accompanied Ziusudra, the Sumerian name of Utanapishti, on board the ark, and thus survived the deluge. This tradition is implicit in the flood story preserved in Tablet 11 of Gilgamesh and in the poem of Atrahasis, where the mention of the craftsmen and animals taken aboard the ark explains how it was that the skills of artisans and herdsmen and the animal kingdom in general survived the catastrophe. But there was also a tradition, local to the town of Lagash in the early 2nd millennium, that the gods withheld kingship for a time. During this time, they did not require mankind to look after their needs by irrigating and tilling the land, and no agriculture took place.
After the flood had swept over, when the gods and Enlil had not sent down from heaven, once more, kingship, crown, and even city, and for all the overthrown people had not established, once more mattock, spade, earth basket, and plow, the things which ensure the life of the land. Then a man spent 100 years as a boy, free of duties. Another 100 years he spent after he grew up, but still he performed no task of work.
In this feckless, idle state, the human race went hungry and failed to flourish. The tablet is broken at this point, but there must have followed a description of the re-establishment of kingship and ordered life, for when the text is again legible, the gods are reintroducing the people to the arts of agriculture. The implication of the prologue of the epic is that Gilgamesh played a key role in restoring the antediluvian order after the flood, particularly in restoring the cults of the gods to their proper glory. The new discovery of text of the Sumerian poem we know as the death of Gilgamesh confirms this inference. On his deathbed, Gilgamesh has a dream in which the gods relate to him his heroic achievements.
You reached Ziusudra in his abode, the rites of Sumer forgotten there since distant days of old. After the deluge it was you made known all the tasks of the land.
Here also is a connection between Gilgamesh's journey to the survivor of the flood and the restoration of cultic life. So the wisdom he brought back from his journey was more than personal knowledge. It did not suit the poet's needs to include more than allusions to it, but evidently Gilgamesh was responsible for re-civilizing his country. In this, he was the tool of the god E, like the 7 sages, for as Ninsun predicted in Tablet 3, Gilgamesh grew wise with Eo of the ocean below. His opening words make the same connection. He saw the deep, the country's foundation. The deep signifies E's cosmic domain, especially as the fount of wisdom, From this source, Gilgamesh learned the profound truths that underpinned human society and government. In a poem whose hero becomes obsessed with the avoidance of death, it is to be expected that the poet will be much interested in the netherworld. Conditions there are the subject of a large section of Tablet 7 in which Enkidu on his deathbed dreams of being dragged down to the netherworld by the Angel of Death. The funeral and wake of Enkidu, described in the latter part of Tablet 8, can be understood as the ideal model for the mortuary rites that preceded the burial of a Babylonian noble. The appended Tablet 12 tells more of the fate of the Shades. The relevance of this is more than a question of theme, however. The ultimate destiny of Gilgamesh would be known to every Babylonian. After death, he became the deified ruler and judge of the Shades of the dead. In the Sumerian poem of the death of Gilgamesh, this position is given to him by the gods on account of his mother's divinity.
Gilgamesh, in the form of his ghost dead in the underworld, shall be the governor of the netherworld, chief of the Shades. He will pass judgment. He will render verdicts. What he says will be as weighty as the word of Ninjashita and Dumuzi.
Gilgamesh's fate as one of the gods of the netherworld is a matter which is understood in the epic. His posthumous place in the pantheon is not revealed to him, but his mother has foreknowledge of it.
Will he not rule with Arnina, the black-headed people? Will he not dwell with Nindashita in the land of no return?
It is a neat irony, surely appreciated by every educated Babylonian, that the hero who failed to become a god in life became one in death.
Chapter 1. The standard version of the Babylonian Gilgamesh epic. Tablet 1. The coming of Enkidu.
Prologue and Paean. King Gilgamesh tyrannizes the people of Uruk, who complain to the gods. To divert his superhuman energies, the gods create his counterpart, the wild man Enkidu, who is brought up by the animals of the wild. Enkidu is spotted by a trapper, who lures him away from the herd with a prostitute. The prostitute shows him her arts and proposes to take him to Uruk, where Gilgamesh has been seeing him in dreams.
Who saw the deep, the country's foundation, who knew, was wise in all matters. The Gilgamesh, who saw the deep, the country's foundation, who knew, was wise in all matters. He everywhere, and learnt of everything the sum of wisdom. He saw what was secret, discovered what was hidden. He brought back a tale of before the deluge. He came a far road, was weary, found peace, and set all his labours on a tablet of stone. He built the rampart of Uruk the sheepfold, of holy Uyana, the sacred storehouse. See its wall like a strand of wool, view its parapet that none could copy. Take the stairway of a bygone era, draw near to Iena, seat of Ishtar the goddess, that no later king could ever copy. Climb Uruk's wall and walk back and forth. Survey its foundations, examine the brickwork. Were its bricks not fired in an oven? Did the 7 sages not lay its foundations? Din square mile is Eka city, a square mile date grove, a square mile is clay pot, half a square mile the temple of Ishtar. A 3 square mile and a half is Uruk's expanse. See the tablet box of cedar. Release its clasp of bronze. Vince of the lid of its secret. Up the tablet of lapis lazuli and read out the travails of Gilgamesh, all that he went through. Surpassing all other kings, heroic in stature, brave scion of Uruk, wild bull on the rampage. Going at the fore he was the vanguard. Going at the rear, one his comrades could trust. The mighty bank, protecting his warriors, a violent flood wave, smashing a stone wall. Wild bull of Lugalbanda, Gilgamesh, the perfect in strength, suckling of the august wild cow, the goddess Ninsun, Gilgamesh the tall, magnificent and terrible, who opened passes in the mountains, who dug wells on the slopes of the uplands, and crossed the ocean, the wide sea, to the sunrise, who scoured the world ever searching for life, and reached through sheer force Utanapisti, the distant, who restored the cult centres destroyed by the deluge and set in place for the people the rights of the cosmos. Who is there can rival his kingly standing and say, like Gilgamesh, "It is I am the king." Gilgamesh was his name from the day he was born, 2/3 of him God and 1/3 human. It was the lady of the gods drew the form of his figure, while his build was perfected by divine Nudimude. A triple cubit was his foot, half a rod his leg. 6 cubits was his stride. Cubits, the front part of his cheeks were bearded like those of dew. The hair of his head grew thickly as barley. When he grew tall, his beauty was consummate. By earthly standards, he was most handsome. In Uruk, the sheepfold, he walks back and forth, and like a wild bull lording it, head held aloft. He has no equal when his weapons are brandished. His companions are kept on their feet by his contests. The young men of Uruk he harries without warrant. Gilgamesh lets no son go free to his father. By day and by night his tyranny grows harsher. Gilgamesh, the guide of the teeming people. It is who is shepherd of Uruk. The sheepfold, but Gilgamesh lets no daughter go free to her mother. The women voiced their head troubles to the goddesses, that they brought the complaint before them. Though powerful, preeminent, expert and mighty, Gilgamesh lets no girl go free to her bridegroom. The warrior's daughter, the young man's bride, to their complaint the goddesses paid heed. The gods of heaven, the lords of initiative, to the god Anu they spoke. A savage wild bull, you have bred in Uruk the sheepfold. He has no equal when his weapons are brandished. His companions are kept on their feet by his contests. The young men of Uruk he harries without warrant. Gilgamesh lets no son go free to his father. By day and by night, his tyranny grows harsher. Yet he is the shepherd of Uruk the sheepfold. Gilgamesh, the guide of the teeming people, though he is their shepherd and their protector. Powerful, preeminent, expert and mighty, Gilgamesh lets no girl go free to her bridegroom. The warrior's daughter, the young man's bride. To their complaint the god Anu paid heed.
The stanza which gives Anu's reaction has been dropped in the late edition of the epic, but by good fortune it is preserved as a short extract from an older version of the text, which was written by a student scribe on an exercise tablet found in the city of Nippur.
Let them summon Aruru, the Great One. She it was created them, mankind so numerous. Let her create the equal of Gilgamesh, one mighty in strength, and let him vie with him, so Uruk may be rested.
They summoned Aruru, the Great One.
You, Aruru, created mankind. Now fashion what Anu has thought of. Let him be a match for the storm of his heart. Let them vie with each other, so Uruk may be rested.
The goddess Aruru heard these words. What Anu had thought of she fashioned within her. The goddess Aruru, she washed her hands, took a pinch of clay, threw it down in the wild. In the wild she created Enkidu, the hero, offspring of silence, knit strong by Ninurta. All his body is matted with hair. He bears long tresses like those of a woman. The hair of his head grows thickly as barley. He knows not a people, nor even a country. Coated in hair like the god of the animals, with the gazelles he grazes on grasses. Joining the throng with the game at the waterhole, his heart delighting with the beasts in the water. A hunter, a trapper man, did come upon him by the waterhole. One day, a second, and then a third, he came upon him by the waterhole. When the hunter saw him, his expression froze, but he with his herds, he went back to his lair. The hunter opened his mat to speak, saying to his father,
My father, there was a man came by the waterhole. Mightiest in the land, strength he possesses. His strength is as mighty as a rock from the sky. Over the hills he roams all day, always with the herd he grazes on grasses. Always his tracks are found by the waterhole. I am afraid and I dare not approach him. He fills in the pits that I myself dig. He pulls up the snares that I lay. He sets free from my grasp all the beasts of the field. He stops me doing the work of the wild.
His father opened his mouth to speak, saying to the hunter,
My son, in the city of Uruk go seek out Gilgamesh. In his presence, his strength is as mighty as a rock from the sky. Take the road, set your face toward Uruk. Do not rely on the strength of a man. Go, my son, and fetch Shamhat the harlot. Her allure is a match for even the mighty. When the herd comes down to the waterhole, she should strip off her raiment to reveal her charms. He will see her and will approach her. His herd will spurn him, though he grew up amongst it.
Paying heed to the advice of his father, the hunter went off and set out on the journey. He took the road, set his face toward Uruk. Before Gilgamesh the king he spoke these words.
There was a man came by the waterhole, mightiest in the land, strength he possesses. His strength is as mighty as a rock from the sky. Over the hills he roams all day. Always with the herd he grazes on grasses. Always his tracks are found by the waterhole. I am afraid and I dare not approach him. He fills in the pits that I myself dig. He pulls up the snares that I lay. He sets free from my grasp all the beasts of the field. He stops me doing the work of the wild.
Said Gilgamesh to him, to the hunter.
Go, hunter, take with you Shamhat the harlot. When the herd comes down to the waterhole, she should strip off her raiment to reveal her charms. He will see her, and will approach her. His herd will spurn him, though he grew up amongst it.
Off went the hunter, taking Shamhat the harlot. They set out on the road. They started the journey. On the third day they came to their destination. Hunter and harlot sat down there to wait. One day and a second they waited by the waterhole. Then the herd came down to drink the water. The game arrived, their hearts delighting in water, and Enkidu also, born in the uplands. With the gazelles he grazed on grasses, joining the throng with the game at the waterhole, his heart delighting with the beasts in the water. Then Shamhat saw him, the child of nature, the savage man from the midst of the wild.
This is he, Shamhat. Uncradle your bosom, bear your sex, let him take in your charms. Do not recoil, but take in his sense. He will see you and will approach you. Pat your clothing so he may lie on you. Do for the man the work of a woman. Let his passion caress and embrace you. His herd will spurn him, though he grew up amongst it.
Shamhat unfastened the cloth of her loins. She bared her sex, and he took in her charms. She did not recoil. She took in his sink. She spread her clothing, and he lay upon her. She did for the man the work of a woman. His passion caressed and embraced her. For 6 days and 7 nights Enkidu was erect as he coupled with Shamhat. When with her delights he was fully sated, he turned his gaze to his herd. The gazelles saw Enkidu. They started to run. The beasts of the field shied away from his presence. Enkidu had defiled his body so pure. His legs stood still, though his herd was in motion. Enkidu was weakened, could not run as before, but now he had reason and wide understanding. He came back and sat at the feet of the harlot, watching the harlot, observing her features. Then to the harlot's words he listened intently, as Shamhat talked to him, to Enkidu.
You are handsome, Enkidu. You are just like a god. Why with the beasts do you wander the wild? Come, I will take you to Uruk the sheepfold, to the sacred temple, home of Anu and Ishtar, where Gilgamesh is perfect in strength, like a wild bull lording it over the menfolk.
So she spoke to him, and her word found favour. He knew by instinct he should seek a friend. Said Enkidu to her, to the harlot.
Come, Shamhat, take me along to the sacred temple, holy home of Anu and Ishtar, where Gilgamesh is perfect in strength, like a wild bull lording it over the menfolk. I will challenge him, for my strength is mighty. I will vaunt myself in Uruk, saying, I am the mightiest. There I shall change the way things are ordered. One born in the wild is mighty, strength he possesses.
Shamhat.
Let the people see your face, that exists I know indeed. Go, Enkidu, to Uruk the sheepfold, where young men are girt with waistbands. Every day in Uruk there is a festival. The drums there rap out the beat. And there are harlots, most comely of figure, graced with charm and full of delights. And even the age they rouse from their beds. O Enkidu, as yet so ignorant of life, I will show you Gilgamesh, a man happy and carefree. Look at him, regard his features. He is fair in manhood, dignified in bearing, graced with charm is his whole person. He has a strength more mighty than yours. Unsleeping he is by day and by night. O Enkidu, cast aside your sinful thoughts. Gilgamesh, it is whom divine Shamash loves. The gods Anu, Enlil, and Ea have broadened his wisdom. Before you even came from the uplands, Gilgamesh in Uruk was seeing you in dreams.
Gilgamesh rose to relate a dream, saying to his mother,
Oh, mother, this is the dream I had in the night. The stars of the heavens appeared above me. Like a rock from the sky, one fell down before me. I lifted it up, but it weighed too much for me. I tried to roll it, but I could not dislodge it.
The land of Uruk was standing around it. The land was gathered about it. A crowd was milling about before it. The menfolk were thronging around it. Like a babe in arms, they were kissing its feet like a wife I loved it, caressed and embraced it. I lifted it up, set it down at your feet. And you, O mother, you made it my equal. The mother of Gilgamesh was clever and wise, well versed in everything. She said to her son, Wild cow Ninsun was clever and wise, well versed in everything. She said to Gilgamesh,
The stars of heaven appeared above you, like a rock from the sky one fell down before you. You lifted it up, but it weighed too much for you. You tried to roll it, but you could not dislodge it. Or you lifted it up, set it down at my feet, and I, Ninsun, I made it your equal. Like a wife you loved it, caressed and embraced it. A mighty comrade will come to you, and be his friend's savior. Mightiest in the land, strength he possesses, his strength is as mighty as a rock from the sky. Like a wife you'll love him, caress and embrace him. He will be mighty, and often will save you.
Having had a second dream, he rose and entered before the goddess. His mother. Said Gilgamesh to her, to his mother,
Once more, O mother, have I had a dream in a street of Uruk? The town square, an axe was lying with a crowd gathered round. The land of Uruk was standing around it, the country was gathered about it. A crowd was milling about before it, the menfolk were thronging around it. I lifted it up and set it down at your feet. Like a wife I loved it, caressed and embraced it. And you, O mother, you made it my equal.
The mother of Gilgamesh was clever and wise, well versed in everything. She said to her son, Wild cow Ninsun was clever and wise, well versed in everything. She said to Gilgamesh,
My son, the axe you saw is a friend. Like a wife you'll love him, caress and embrace him. And I, Ninsun, I shall make him your equal. A mighty comrade will come to you and be his friend's savior, mightiest in the land. Strength he possesses, his strength is as mighty as a rock from the sky.
Said Gilgamesh to her, to his mother,
May it befall me, O mother, by counselor Enlil's command. Let me acquire a friend to counsel me, a friend to counsel me, I will acquire.
So did Gilgamesh see his dreams. After Shemhat had told Enkidu the dreams of Gilgamesh, the two of them together began making love.
Tablet 2. The Taming of Enkidu.
The prostitute takes Enkidu to a shepherd's camp where he is instructed in the ways of men and becomes the shepherd's watchman. A passing stranger tells him how in Uruk Gilgamesh exercises droit de seigneur at wedding ceremony. Enkidu, shocked by this practice, enters Uruk and interrupts the proceedings. Gilgamesh and Enkidu fight until Enkidu accepts Gilgamesh's supremacy, whereupon the pair become firm friends. In search of fame and glory, Gilgamesh proposes an expedition to the forest of cedar, ignoring Enkidu's warning of the dangers. They kit themselves out with weapons. Gilgamesh announces his plans to the assembly of Uruk. The elders try to dissuade him.
Enkidu was sitting before her.
A lacuna follows the opening line of Tablet 2, and when the text resumes, the lines are still not fully recovered. The big old Babylonian Pennsylvania tablet supplies a better preserved account, though one that partly overlaps with Tablet 1.
While the two of them together were making love, he forgot the world where he was born. For 7 days and 7 nights Enkidu was erect and coupled with Shemhat. The harlot opened her mouth, saying to Enkidu,
As I look at you, Enkidu, you are like a god. Why with the beasts do you wander the wild? Come, I will lead you to Uruk, the town square, to the sacred temple, the home of Anu. Enkidu, arise. Let me take you to the temple Iana, the home of Anu, where men are engaged in labors of skill. You too, like a man, will find a place for yourself.
Her words he heard, her speech found favour. The counsel of a woman struck home in his heart. She stripped and clothed him in part of her garment, the other part she put on herself. By the hand she took him, like a god she led him, to the shepherd's camp, the site of the sheep pen. The band of shepherds was gathered around him, talking about him among themselves.
This fellow, how like in build he is to Gilgamesh, tall in stature, proud as a battlement. For sure it's Enkidu, born in the uplands. His strength is as mighty as a rock from the sky.
Bread they set before him, ale they set before him. Enkidu ate not the bread, but looked askance. How to eat bread Enkidu knew not. How to drink ale he had never been shown. The harlot opened her mouth, saying to Enkidu,
Eat the bread, Enkidu, essential to life. Drink the ale, the lot of the land.
Enkidu ate the bread until he was sated. He drank the ale, a full 7 goblets. His mood became free, he started to sing. His heart grew merry, his face lit up. The barber groomed his body so hairy, anointed with oil he turned into a man. He put on a garment, became like a warrior. He took up his weapon to do battle with lions. When at night the shepherds lay sleeping, he struck down wolves, he chased off lions. Sleeping lay the senior shepherds, their shepherd boy Enkidu, a man wide awake. A certain fellow had been invited to a wedding. To Uruk the sheepfold he was going for the banquet. Enkidu was having his pleasure with Shamhat. He lifted his eyes, caught sight of the man, and thus he spoke to the harlot.
Shamhat, bring the man An, her smai he came here. Let me learn his reason.
The harlot hailed the man, went up to him, spoke to him.
Where do you hurry to, fellow? What is your journey so toilsome?
The fellow opened his mouth, saying to Enkidu,
I was invited to a wedding banquet. It is the lot of the people to contract a marriage. I shall load the ceremonial table with tempting foods for the wedding feast. For the king of Uruk the town square, the veil will be parted for the one who picks first. For Gilgamesh, the king of Uruk the town square, the veil will be parted for the one who picks first. He will couple with the wife-to-be, he first of all, the bridegroom after, and by divine consent. It is so ordained.
When his navel cord was cut, for him she was destined. At the fellow's words his face paled in anger. Off goes Enkidu, with Shamhat following. He entered the city of Uruk the town square, and a crowd gathered around. He came to a halt in the street of Uruk the town square. All gathered about. The people discussed.
In build he is the image of Gilgamesh, but shorter in stature, and bigger of bone. For sure it's the one who was born in the uplands. Animal's milk is what he was suckled on.
In Uruk they held regular festivals of sacrifice. Young men made merry, set up a champion. For the fellow whose features were fair, for Gilgamesh, like a god, was set up a rival. For the goddess of weddings the bed was laid out. Gilgamesh met with the maiden by night. Forward came Enkidu. He stood in the street, blocking the path of Gilgamesh. The land of Uruk was standing around him. The land was gathered about him. A crowd was milling about before him. The menfolk were thronging around him. Like a babe in arms they were kissing his feet, already the fellow. For the goddess of weddings was ready the bed. For Gilgamesh, like a god, was set up a substitute. Enkidu, with his foot, blocked the door of the wedding house, not allowing Gilgamesh to enter. They seized each other at the door of the wedding house. In the street they joined combat, in the square of the land. The door jambs shook, the wall did shudder in the street. Gilgamesh and Enkidu joined combat, in the square of the land. The door jambs shook, the wall did shudder. Gilgamesh knelt, 1 foot on the ground. His anger subsided, he broke off from the fight. After he broke off from the fight, said Enkidu to him, to Gilgamesh,
As one unique your mother bore you, the wild cow of the fold, the goddess Nine's son. High over warriors you are exalted, to be king of the people Enlil made it your destiny.
At this point, the old Babylonian Pennsylvania tablet ends. Its sequel, the Yale tablet I, is less well preserved. In the first intelligible episode, Enkidu is speaking to Gilgamesh.
Why do you desire to do this thing? Anything do you want so much? Let me a feat that never was done in the land.
They kissed each other, and formed a friendship.
After another, Lacuna Tablet 2 resumes with an episode in which Gilgamesh introduces Enkidu to his mother.
The mightiest in the land, strength he possesses. His strength is as mighty as a rock from the sky. He is tall in stature, proud as a battlement.
The mother of Gilgamesh opened her mouth to speak, saying to her son, Wild cow. Ninzan opened her mouth to speak, saying to Gilgamesh,
My son in his gate, bitterly you hold in his gate, bitterly he. Enkidu possesses no kith or kin. Shaggy hair hanging loose he was born in the wild and has no brother.
Standing there, Enkidu heard what she said, and thinking it over, he sat down weeping. His eyes brimmed with tears, his arms fell limp, his strength ebbed away. They took hold of each other, and they linked their hands like Gilgamesh. To Enkidu, he spoke a word, saying,
Why, my friend, did your eyes brim with tears? Your arms fall limp, your strength ebb away?
Said Enkidu to him, to Gilgamesh,
My friend, my heart is aggrieved. Through sobbing my legs do tremble, terror has entered my heart.
The old Babylonian Yale tablet fills the gap in the standard version.
Gilgamesh opened his mouth, saying to Enkidu,
Ferocious Humbaba, let us slay him, so his power is no more. In the forest of cedar where Humbaba dwells, let us frighten him in his lair.
Enkidu opened his mouth, saying to Gilgamesh,
I knew him, my friend, in the uplands, when I roamed here and there with the herd. For 60 leagues the forest is a wilderness. Who is there would venture inside it? Humbaba, his voice is the deluge, his speech is fire, and his breath is death. Why do you desire to do this thing? An unwinnable battle is upon Baba's ambush.
Gilgamesh opened his mouth, saying to Enkidu,
I will climb, my friend, the forest slopes.
Enkidu opened his mouth to speak, saying to Gilgamesh,
My friend, how can we go to the home of Humbaba? So to keep safe the cedars, and Lil made it his lot to terrify men. That is a journey which must not be made. That is a man who must not be looked on. He who guards the forest of cedar, his reach is wide, Humbaba, his voice is the deluge. His speech is fire, his breath is death. He hears the forest murmur at 60 leagues distance. Who is there would venture into his forest? Adad ranks first, and Humbaba second. Who is there would oppose him among the Ijigi? So to keep safe the cedars, Enlil made it his lot to terrify men. If you penetrate his forest, you are seized by the tremors.
Gilgamesh opened his mouth to speak, saying to Enkidu,
Why, my friend, you speak like a weakling. With your spineless words you make me despondent. As for man, his days are numbered. Whatever he may do, it is but wind, exists not for me. You were born and grew up in the wilds. We're afraid of you. You experienced all. Grown men fled away from your presence. Your heart is tried and tested in combat. Come, my friend, let us hie to the forge!
A short lacuna follows. It can be filled from the old Babylonian Yale tablet.
Let them cast us hatchets in our presence.
They took each other by the hand and hied to the forge, where the smiths were sitting in consultation. Great hatchets they cast, and axes weighing 3 talents apiece. Great daggers they cast. 2 talents apiece were the blades, 1/2 of a talent the crests of their handles, 1/2 a talent apiece the daggers' gold mountings. Gilgamesh and Enkidu bore 10 talents each. He bolted the 7-fold gates of Uruk. He convened the assembly, the crowd gathered round. In the street of Uruk the town square, Gilgamesh seated himself on his throne. In the street of Uruk the town square, the crowd was sitting before him. Thus Gilgamesh spoke to the elders of Uruk the town square.
Hear me, O elders of Uruk the town square. I would tread the path to ferocious Humbaba. I would see the god of whom men talk, whose name the lands do constantly repeat. I will conquer him in the forest of cedar. Let the land learn Uruk's offshoot is mighty. Let me start out. I will cut down the cedar. I will establish forever a name eternal. Hear me, O young men of Uruk the sheepfold, O young men of Uruk, who understand combat. Bold as I am, I shall tread the distant path to the home of Humbaba. I shall face a battle I know not. I shall ride a road I know not. Give me your blessing as I go on my journey, so I may see again your faces in safety and return glad at heart through Uruk's gate. On my return I will celebrate New Year twice over. I will celebrate the festival twice in the year. Let the festival take place, the merriment begin. Let the drums resound before wild cow Ninsun.
Enkidu offered counsel to the elders and the young men of Uruk, who understood combat.
Tell him not to go to the forest of cedar. That is a journey which must not be made. That is a man who must not be looked on. He who guards the forest of cedar, his reach is wide. This Humbaba, his voice is the deluge. His speech is fire, his breath is death. Who is the worst murmur at 60 leagues distance? Who is there would venture into his forest? Adad ranks first, and Humbaba second. Who is there would oppose him among the Ijigi? So to keep safe the cedars, Enlil made it his lot to terrify men. If you penetrate his forest, you are seized by the tremors.
The senior advisors rose. Good counsel, they offered Gilgamesh.
You are young, Gilgamesh, borne along by emotion. All that you talk of you don't understand. This Humbaba, his voice is the deluge, his speech is fire, his breath is death. He hears the forest murmur at 60 leagues distance. Who is there would venture into his forest? Humbaba second, Humbaba second. Who is there would oppose him among the Agi? So to keep safe the cedars, Enlil made it his lot to terrify men.
Gilgamesh heard the words of the senior advisors. He looked with a laugh at Enkidu.
Now, my friend, how frightened I am. In fear of him shall I change my mind.
The rest of Tablet 2, perhaps 20 lines containing Gilgamesh's reply to his counselors, is lost.
Tablet 3. Preparations for the expedition to the Forest of Cedar.
The elders give Gilgamesh and Enkidu advice for their journey. The two heroes visit the goddess Ninsun, who enlists the help of the sun god, Shamash, and the aid of his wife, Aya. Ninsun adopts the orphan Enkidu. Gilgamesh gives instructions for the governing of Uruk in his absence. The heroes depart.
The elders of Uruk the sheepfold spoke to Gilgamesh.
To Uruk's quay come back in safety. Do not rely, O Gilgamesh, on your strength alone. Look long and hard. Land a blow you can count on. Who goes in front saves his companion. Who knows the road protects his friend. Let Enkidu go before you. He knows the journey to the Forest of Cedar. He is tested in battle and tried in combat. He shall guard his friend and keep safe his companion. Enkidu shall bring him safe home to his wives.
To Enkidu.
The assembly we place the king in your care. You bring him back and replace him in ours.
Gilgamesh opened his mouth to speak, saying to Enkidu,
Come, my friend, let us go to the palace sublime, into the presence of the great queen Ninsun. Ninsun is clever and wise, well versed in everything. She will set our feet in steps of good counsel.
Taking each other hand in hand, Gilgamesh and Enkidu went to the palace sublime. Into the presence of the great queen Ninsun, Gilgamesh rose and entered before her. Said Gilgamesh to her, to Ninsun,
I shall tread, O Ninsun, bold as I am, the distant path to the home of Humbaba. I shall face a battle I know not. I shall ride a road I know not. I beseech you, give me your blessing for my journey. Let me see your face again in safety and return glad at heart through Uruk's gate. On my return, I will celebrate New Year twice over. I will celebrate the festival twice in the year. Let the festival take place, the merriment begin. Let the drums resound in your presence.
Wild Cow Ninesun listened long and with sadness to the words of Gilgamesh, her son and Enkidu. Into the bathhouse she went 7 times. She bathed herself in water of tamarisk and soapwort. She donned a fine dress to adorn her body. She chose a jewel to adorn her breast. Having put on her cap, she donned her tyra. The harlots. The ground. She climbed the staircase and went up on the roof. On the roof she set up a censer to Shamash. Scattering incense, she lifted her arms in appeal to the sun god.
Why do you afflict my son Gilgamesh with so restless a spirit? For now you have touched him, and he will tread the distant path to the home of Humbaba. He will face a battle he knows not. He will ride a road he knows not. During the days of his journey there and back, until he reaches the Forest of Cedar, until he slays ferocious Humbaba, and annihilates from the land the evil thing you abhor. Each day when you travel the circuit of the earth, may Aya, the bride unfearing, remind you. Entrust him to the care of the watches of the night. At eventide, you opened, O Shamash, the gates for the herd to go out, for you came forth for the land. The uplands took shape, the heavens grew bright, the beasts of the wild your ruddy glow. At the coming forth of your light is gathered the crowd. The divine and Anunnaki await your brilliance. May Aya, the bride unfearing, remind you. Entrust him to the care of the watches of the night. Also, while Gilgamesh travels to the Forest of Cedar, let the days be long, let the nights be short, let his loins be girt, let his stride be short. Let him pitch at nightfall a camp for the night. Let nighttime be, high grad unfearing, remind you. The day Gilgamesh and Enkidu encounter Humbaba, W.O. Shamash, rouse against Humbaba the mighty gale winds. South wind, north wind, east wind and west wind, blast, counterblast, typhoon, hurricane, and tempest, devil wind, frost wind, gale and tornado. Let rise 13 winds and Humbaba's face darken. Let the weapons of Gilgamesh then reach Humbaba. After your very own fires are kindled, at that time, O Shamash, turn your face to the supplicant. Your fleet-footed mules shall bear you onwards. A restful seat, a bed for the night shall be what awaits you. The gods, your brothers, shall bring food to delight you. Aya, the bride, shall wipe your face dry with the fringe of her garment.
Again, wild cow Ninsun made her request before Shamash.
O Shamash, will not Gilgamesh the gods? Will he not share the heavens with you? Will he not share with the moon a scepter and crown? Will he not grow wise with Ea of the ocean below? Will he not rule with Arnina, the black-headed people? Will he not dwell with Ninja Shida in the land of no return? Let me make him, O Shamash, lest he in the forest of cedar.
After wild cow Ninsun had charged Shamash thus, wild cow Ninsun was clever and wise, well versed in everything, the mother on Gilgamesh. She smothered the censer and came down from the roof. She summoned Enkidu and declared her will.
My mighty Enkidu, you are not sprung from my womb, but henceforth your brood will belong with the votaries of Gilgamesh, the priestesses, the hierodeles, and the women of the temple. She put the symbols on Enkidu's neck. The priestesses took in the foundling, and the divine daughters brought up the foster child. Enkidu, whom I love, I take for my son, Enkidu, in brotherhood. Gilgamesh shall favor him. Also, while you travel together to the forest of cedar, let the days be long, let the nights be short, let your loins be girt, let your stride be sure. At nightfall pitch a camp for the night, let protect.
After another lacuna, there follows an episode in which Gilgamesh and Enkidu apparently perform rituals in aid of a safe journey, but it remains very badly damaged.
Gilgamesh, his to the gate of cedar, Enkidu in the chapel, and Gilgamesh in the chapel of juniper, incense, members of the weir present. By the command of Shamash you will attain your desire. In the gate of Marduk on the breast of the water, the back, in the gate of cedar knot. Gilgamesh and Enkidu, at 20 leagues you should break bread.
After a long lacuna, Gilgamesh gives instructions for the running of the city in his absence.
During the days of our journey there and back, until we reach the forest of cedar, until we slay ferocious Humbaba, and annihilate from the land the evil thing Shamash abhors, may you acquire no WD. The officers must not assemble young men in the street, judge the lawsuit of the weak, seek out while we attain our desire like babes in arms, and plant our weapons in Humbaba's gate. The officers stood there wishing him well. The young men of Uruk ran behind in a mob, and the officers kissed his feet. To Uruk's quay come back in safety. Do not rely, O Gilgamesh, on your strength alone. Look long and hard. Land a blow you can count on. Who goes in front will save his comrade. Who knows the road shall guard his friend. Let Enkidu go before you. He knows the journey to the forest of cedar. He is tested in battle and tried in combat. Through the mountain passes he often has journeyed. He shall guard his friend and keep safe his companion. Enkidu shall bring him safe home to his wives.
To Enkidu.
In our assembly we place the king in your care. You bring him back and replace him in ours.
Enkidu opened his mouth to speak, saying to Gilgamesh,
My friend, turn back. Do not pursue this journey.
The rest of tablet 3, perhaps 10 lines, is missing. The departure of the heroes is described in the old Babylonian Yale tablet, though the text becomes increasingly fragmentary.
Enkidu opened his mouth, saying to Gilgamesh,
Where you've set your mind, begin the journey. Let your heart have no fear. Keep your eyes on me. In the forest I knew his lair, and the ways too that El Humbaba wanders. Speak to the crowd and send them home. They should not go with me to you.
The crowd with happy heart. They heard what he'd said. The young men made a fervent prayer.
Go, Gilgamesh, may your God go before you. May Shamash let you attain your goal.
Gilgamesh and Enkidu went forth.
Tablet 4. The journey to the forest of cedar.
Every 3 days in the course of their journey, Gilgamesh and Enkidu pitch camp on a hillside and conduct a ritual to provoke a dream. Each time Gilgamesh wakes from a nightmare, but Enkidu reassures him that his dream is favourable after all. After at least 5 such dreams, the heroes draw near to the forest of cedar. Shamash advises a speedy attack in order to catch unawares the ogre Humbaba, who guards the cedar cloaked in his 7 auras. As the heroes anxiously try to allay each other's fears, they arrive at the forest.
20 leagues they broke bread. At 30 leagues they pitched camp. 50 leagues they travelled in the course of a day. By the 3rd day, a march of a month and a half. Nearer they drew to Mount Lebanon. Facing the sun they dug a well. They put fresh water in. Gilgamesh climbed to the top of the mountain. To the hill, he poured out an offering of flour.
Mountain, bring me a dream, so I see a good sign.
Enkidu made for Gilgamesh a house of the dream god. He fixed a door in its doorway to keep out the weather. In the circle he had drawn, he made him lie down, and falling flat like a net lay himself in the doorway. Gilgamesh rested his chin on his knees. Sleep fell upon him that spills over people. In the middle of the night he reached his sleep's end. He rose and spoke to his friend.
My friend, did you not call me? Why have I wakened? Did you not touch me? Why am I startled? Did a god not pass by? Why is my flesh frozen numb? My friend, I have had the first dream. The dream that I had was an utter confusion. In a mountain valley, the mountain fell down on top of. Then we, like the one born in the wild, knew how to give counsel.
Enkidu spoke to his friend, gave his dream meaning.
My friend, your dream is a good omen. The dream is precious and bodes us well. My friend, the mountain you saw could not be Humbaba. We shall capture Humbaba. Him we shall slay. We shall cast down his corpse on the field of battle. And next morning we shall see a good sign from the sun god.
At 20 leagues they broke bread. At 30 leagues they pitched camp. 50 leagues they travelled in the course of a day. By the third day a march of a month and a half. Nearer they drew to Mount Lebanon. Facing the sun they dug a well. They put fresh water in. Gilgamesh climbed to the top of the mountain. To the hill he poured out an offering of flour.
Mountain, bring me a dream, so I see a good sign.
Enkidu made for Gilgamesh a house of the dream god. He fixed a door in its doorway to keep out the weather. In the circle he had drawn, he made him lie down, and falling flat like a net lay himself in the doorway. Gilgamesh rested his chin on his knees. Sleep fell upon him that spills over people. In the middle of the night he reached his sleep's end. He rose and spoke to his friend.
My friend, did you not call me? Why have I wakened? Did you not touch me? Why am I startled? Did a god not pass by? Why is my flesh frozen numb? My friend, I have had the second dream.
Gilgamesh's relation of his second dream has not survived in Tablet 4, but the gap can be filled by a paraphrase of an earlier version of the epic, which comes from the Hittite capital, Hattusa, and dates to the Middle Babylonian period.
My second dream surpasses the first. In my dream, my friend, a mountain, it threw me down. It held me by my feet. The brightness grew more intense. A man appeared, the comeliest in the land, his beauty from beneath the mountain. He pulled me out and he gave me water to drink, and my heart grew calm. On the ground he set my feet.
Enkidu spoke to him, saying to Gilgamesh,
My friend, he is different altogether. Humbaba is not the mountain, he is different altogether. Come, cast aside your fear.
20 leagues they broke bread. At 30 leagues they pitched camp. 50 leagues they travelled in the course of a day. By the third day a march of a month and a half. Nearer they drew to Mount Lebanon. Facing the sun they dug a well. They put fresh water in, and Gilgamesh climbed to the top of the mountain. To the hill he poured out an offering of flour.
O mountain, bring me a dream, so I see a good sign.
Enkidu made for Gilgamesh a house of the dream god. He fixed a door in its doorway to keep out the weather. In the circle he had drawn he made him lie down, and falling flat like a net lay himself in the doorway. Gilgamesh rested his chin on his knees. Sleep fell upon him that spills over people. In the middle of the night he reached his sleep's end. He rose and spoke to his friend.
My friend, did you not call me? Why have I wakened? Did you not touch me? Why am I startled? Did a god not pass by? Why is my flesh frozen numb? My friend, I have had the third dream. The dream that I had was an utter confusion. Heaven cried aloud while earth did rumble. The day grew still. Darkness came forth. There was a flash of lightning. Fire broke out. The flames flared up. Death rained down, and the flashes of fire went out. Where it had fallen turned into cinders. You were born in the wild. Can we take counsel?
Having heard the words of his friend, Enkidu gave the dream meaning, saying to Gilgamesh,
My friend, your dream is a good omen. Fine is its message.
The rest of Enkidu's explanation of the third dream is lost, but this lacuna in Tablet 4 can be filled in part from the old Babylonian school tablet from Nippur.
We draw, my friend, ever nearer the forest. The dreams are close, the battle soon. You will see the radiant auras of the god Humbaba, whom in your thoughts you fear so much. Locking horns like a bull, you will batter him and force his head down with your strength. The old man you saw is your powerful god, the one who begot you, divine Lugalbanda. The text of Tablet 4 becomes available again.
20 leagues they broke bread. At 30 leagues they pitched camp. 50 leagues they travelled in the course of a day. By the third day, a march of a month and a half. Nearer they drew to Mount Lebanon. Facing the sun, they dug a well. They put fresh water in, and Gilgamesh climbed to the top of the mountain. To the hill, he poured out an offering of flour.
Mountain, bring me a dream, so I see a good sign.
Enkidu made for Gilgamesh a house of the dream god. He fixed a door in its doorway to keep out the weather. In the circle he had drawn, he made him lie down, and falling flat like a net lay himself in the doorway. Gilgamesh rested his chin on his knees. Sleep fell upon him that spills over people. In the middle of the night he reached his sleep's end. He rose and spoke to his friend.
My friend, did you not call me? Why have I wakened? Did you not touch me? Why am I startled? Did a god not pass by? Why is my flesh frozen numb? My friend, I have had my fourth dream.
The details of the fourth dream and its explanation are not well preserved in Tablet IV, but the old Babylonian tablet from Nippur supplies a more complete version of the text.
My friend, I have had the fourth. It surpasses my other three dreams. I saw a thunderbird in the sky. Up it rose like a cloud, soaring above us. Its visage distorted, its mouth was fire, its breath was death. There was also a man. He was strange of form. He stood there in my dream. He bound its wings and took hold of my arm. He cast it down before me upon it.
After a short lacuna, Enkidu explains the dream.
You saw a thunderbird in the sky. Up it rose like a cloud, soaring above us. Its visage distorted, its mouth was fire, its breath was death. You will fear its awesome splendor. I shall its foot and let you arise. And then you saw was mighty Shamash.
The text of Tablet 4 resumes, though badly broken.
My friend, favorable is your dream. This Himbaba-like will be kindled upon him. We shall bring about we shall bind his wings, we shall ease, we shall stand upon him. And next morning we shall see a good sign from the sun god.
At 20 leagues they broke bread. At 30 leagues they pitched camp. 50 leagues they travelled in the course of a day. Facing the sun, they dug a well. They put fresh water in. Gilgamesh climbed to the top of the mountain. To the hill, he poured out an offering of flour.
Ah, mountain, bring me a dream, so I see a good sign.
Enkidu made for Gilgamesh a house of the dream god. He fixed a door in its doorway to keep out the weather. In the circle he had drawn, he made him lie down, and falling flat like a net lay himself in the doorway. Gilgamesh rested his chin on his knees. Sleep fell upon him that spills over people. In the middle of the night he reached his sleep's end. He rose and spoke to his friend.
My friend, did you not call me? Why have I wakened? Did you not touch me? Why am I startled? Did a god not pass by? Why is my flesh frozen numb? My friend, I have had my fifth
Lacuna, another account of one of the dreams and Enkidu's explanation of it, survives in an old Babylonian tablet from Tel Harmel, ancient Shadupam.
My friend, I had a dream. How ominous it was, how desolate, how unclear. I had taken me hold of a bull from the wild. As it clove the ground with its bellows, the clouds of dust it raised thrust deep in the sky, and I, in front of it, leaned myself forward, taking hold of and closed my arms. He extricated me by force. My cheek, he gave me water to drink from his water skin. The god, my friend, we are going against. He's not the wild bull, he's different altogether. The wild bull you saw was Shining Shamash. He will grasp our hands in time of peril. The one who gave you water to drink from his skin was your god who respects you, divine Lugubanda. We shall join forces and do something unique, a feat that never has been in the land.
When the text of Tablet 4 resumes, the heroes have almost reached the forest of cedar, and Enkidu is giving Gilgamesh courage.
Why, my friend, do your tears flow, O offshoot sprung from Uruk's midst. Now stand, and Gilgamesh the king, offshoot sprung from Uruk's midst.
Shamash heard what he had spoken. Straight away from the sky, there cried out a voice.
Hurry, stand against him. Humbaba must not enter his forest. He must not go down to the grove. He must not wrap himself in his 7 cloaks.
1 he is wrapped in, 6 he has shed. They, like a fierce wild bull, horns locked he bellowed once, a bellow full of terror, the guardian of the forests was bellowing, Humbaba was thundering like the god of the storm.
A long lacuna intervenes.
Enkidu opened his mouth to speak, saying to Gilgamesh.
I've come down and my arms grow stiff.
Gilgamesh opened his mouth to speak, saying to Enkidu.
Why, my friend, do we speak like weaklings? Was it not we crossed all of the mountains? Did not before us? Before we withdraw, my friend, experienced in combat, who battle you, and you fear not. Like a dervish and change, but let your shout resound like a kettle drum. Let the stiffness leave your arms, the tremors your knees. Take my hand, friend, and we shall go on together. Let your thoughts dwell on combat. Forget and seek life. The careful man. Let him who goes first be on guard for himself and bring his comrade to safety. It is they made a name for days long in the future. At the distant the 2 of them arrived. They ceased their talking and came to a halt.
Tablet 5. The combat with Humbaba.
After admiring the mountain dense grown with cedar, the heroes draw their weapons and creep into the forest. Humbaba confronts them and accuses Enkidu of treachery. Enkidu urges swift action. Gilgamesh and Humbaba fight, and Shamash sends the 13 winds to blind Humbaba and win victory for his protege. Humbaba pleads for his life. Enkidu again urges haste, telling Gilgamesh to kill Humbaba before the gods find out. Humbaba curses the heroes, who promptly kill him and begin felling cedar in the sacred groves. From one especially magnificent cedar Enkidu vows to make a great door to adorn the temple of the god Enlil.
They stood there marvelling at the forest, gazing at the lofty cedars, gazing at forest's entrance. Where Humbaba came and went there was a track. The path was straight and the way well trodden. They saw the mountain of cedar, seat of gods and goddesses' throne. On the face of the mountain the cedar proffered its abundance. Its shade was sweet and full of delight. Thick tangled was the thorn, the forest a shrouding canopy, cedar, baluk trees.
After a lacuna intervenes, the text continues, though it is not completely recovered.
At once the dirks, and from the scabbards. The axes were smeared. Hatchet and dirk in one, they stole in 2. Humbaba, Gilgamesh opened his mouth to speak, saying to Enkidu.
What, my friend?
For Enlil, Enkidu opened his mouth to speak, saying to Gilgamesh.
My friend Humbaba 1 to 1. 2 garments, however even a glacis slope, 2 climbing can conquer. 2 a 3-ply rope is not easily broken. Even a mighty lion 2 cubs can overcome.
A fragment of this conversation is also preserved on a second old Babylonian tablet from Tel Harmel.
We have come to a place where a man shouldn't go. Let us set our weapons in the gate of our Humbaba.
Enkidu declared to his friend.
Tempest's onslaught is ferocious. Humbaba, like the god of the storm, he will trample us down.
When the text of Tablet 5 resumes, the heroes are face to face with the forest's guardian.
Humbaba opened his mouth to speak, saying to Gilgamesh.
Let fools take counsel, Gilgamesh, with the rude and brutish. Why have you come here into my presence? Come, Enkidu, you spawn of a fish who knew no father, hatchling of terrapin and turtle, who sucked no mother's milk. In your youth I watched you, but near you I went not. Would you have filled my belly? Now in treachery you bring before me Gilgamesh and stand there, Enkidu, like a warlike stranger. I will slit the throat and gullet of Gilgamesh. I will feed his flesh to the locust bird, ravening eagle and vulture.
Gilgamesh opened his mouth to speak, saying to Enkidu.
My friend, Humbaba's features have changed. Though boldly we came up to his lair to defeat him, yet my heart will not quickly.
Enkidu opened his mouth to speak, saying to Gilgamesh.
Why, my friend, do you speak like a weakling? With your spineless words you make me despondent. Now, my friend, but one is our task. The copper is already pouring into the mold. To stoke the furnace for an hour. To the coals for an hour. To send the deluge is to crack the whip. Don't draw back. Don't make a retreat. Make your blow mighty.
He smote the ground and faced him head on. At the heels of their feet, The earth burst asunder, they shattered, as they whirled, Mount Syrian and Lebanon. Black became the clouds of white, raining down on them death like a mist. Roused against Humbe the mighty gale winds, is south wind, north wind, east wind and west wind, blast, counterblast, typhoon, hurricane and tempest, devil wind, frost wind, gale and tornado. There rose 13 winds, and the face of Humbaba darkened. He could not charge forwards, he could not kick backwards. The weapons of Gilgamesh then reached Humbaba. In a plea for his life, said Humbaba to Gilgamesh,
You are so young, Gilgamesh. Your mother just bore you, but indeed you are the offspring of wild cow Ninsun. By Shamash's command the mountains you flattened, O offshoot sprung from Uruk's midst, Gilgamesh the king. Gilgamesh, a dead man cannot alive for his lord. Spare my life, O Gilgamesh. Let me dwell here for you in the forest of cedar. Trees as many as you command, I will guard you, myrtle. And timber to be the pride of your palace.
Enkidu opened his mouth to speak, saying to Gilgamesh,
Do not listen, my friend, to Humbaba's words. Ignore his supplications.
Humbaba opened his mouth to speak, saying to Enkidu,
You are experienced in the ways of my forest. The ways also you know all the arts of speech. I should have picked you up and hanged you from a sapling at the way into the forest. I should have fed your flesh to the locust bird, ravening eagle and vulture. Now, Enkidu, my release lies with you. Tell Gilgamesh to spare me my life.
Enkidu opened his mouth to speak, saying to Gilgamesh,
My friend Humbaba, who guards the forest of cedar, finish him, slay him, do away with his power. Humbaba, who guards the forest of cedar, finish him, slay him, do away with his power. Before Enlil the foremost hears what we do, the great gods will take against us in anger. Enlil in Nippur, Shamash in Larsa establish forever a fame that endures. How Gilgamesh slew ferocious Humbaba.
Humbaba heard what Enkidu was saying. He lifted his head, and Humbaba opened his mouth to speak, saying to Enkidu,
You sit before him like a shepherd, like his hireling doing his bidding. Now, Enkidu, my release lies with you. Tell Gilgamesh to spare me my life.
Enkidu opened his mouth to speak, saying to Gilgamesh,
My friend Humbaba, who guards the forest of cedar, finish him, slay him, do away with his power. Before Enlil the foremost hears what we do, the great gods will take against us in anger. Enlil in Nippur, Shamash and Larsa establish forever a fame that endures. How Gilgamesh slew ferocious Humbaba.
Humbaba heard and bitterly cursed them.
May the pair of them not grow old. Besides Gilgamesh his friend, none shall bury Enkidu.
Enkidu opened his mouth to speak, saying to Gilgamesh,
My friend, I speak to you, but you do not hear me. What the curses, let those curses return to his mouth.
Gilgamesh heard the words of his friend. He drew forth the dirk at his side. Gilgamesh smote him in the neck, Enkidu, while he pulled out the lungs. Springing up from the head, he took the tusks as booty. Rain in plenty fell on the mountain. In plenty fell on the mountain.
A different version of the slaying of Humbaba and his minions, but better preserved, is given in an old Babylonian tablet from Ishshali.
Said Gilgamesh to Enkidu,
Now, my friend, we must impose our victory. The Aras slip away in the thicket. The Aras slip away. Their radiance grows dim.
Said Enkidu to Gilgamesh,
Now, my friend, we must impose our victory. The Aras slip away in the thicket. The Aras slip away. Their radiance grows dim.
Said Enkidu to Gilgamesh,
My friend, catch a bird, and where go its chicks? Let us look for the arrays later, as the chicks run here and there in the thicket. Smite him again, slay his servant alongside him.
Gilgamesh heard the word of his companion. He took up his axe in his hand. He drew forth the dirk from his belt. Gilgamesh smote him in the neck. His friend Enkidu gave encouragement. He fell, the ravines did run with his blood. Humbaba the guardian he smote to the ground, for 2 leagues afar. With him he slew the woods he. He slew the ogre, the forest's guardian, at whose yell were sundered the peaks of Syrian and Lebanon. The mountains did quake, all the hillsides did tremble. He slew the ogre, the cedar's guardian, the broken as soon as he had slain all 7 of the Uras, the war net of 2 talents weight, and the dirk of 8, a load of 10 talents he took up. He went down to trample the forest. He discovered the secret abode of the gods. Gilgamesh felling the trees, Enkidu choosing the...
After a gap, the text of Tablet 5 resumes.
Enkidu opened his mouth to speak to Gilgamesh.
My friend, we have felled a lofty cedar whose top thrust up to the sky. I will make a door 6 rods in height, 2 rods in breadth, 1 cubit in thickness, whose pole and pivots, top and bottom, will be all of a piece.
At this point, Tablet 5 is badly damaged. A better preserved version of the episode is known from an old Babylonian tablet of unknown provenance, now in Baghdad.
He went trampling through the forest of cedar. He discovered the secret abode of the gods. The wild-born knew how to give counsel, he said to his friend.
By your strength alone you slew the guardian. What can bring you dishonor? Lay low the forest of cedar. Seek out for me a lofty cedar whose crown is high as the heavens. I will make a door of a reed length's breadth. Let it not have a pivot. Let it travel in the door jamb. Its side will be a cubit, a reed length its breadth. Let no stranger draw near it. Let a god have love for it. To the house of Enlil the Euphrates shall bear it. Let the folk of Nippur rejoice over it. Let the god Enlil delight in it.
The text of Tablet 5 resumes for the final 3 lines.
They bound together a raft. They laid the cedar on it. Enkidu was helmsman and Gilgamesh carried the head of Humbaba.
Tablet 7. Ishtar and the Bull of Heaven.
Back in Uruk, Gilgamesh's beauty provokes the desire of the goddess Ishtar, and she proposes to him. Gilgamesh scorns her, reminding her of the fate suffered by her many former conquests. Ishtar is enraged and rushes up to heaven. She persuades Anu, her father, to give her the fiery bull of heaven constellation Taurus, so that she can punish Gilgamesh with death. The bull of heaven causes havoc in Uruk, but Gilgamesh and Enkidu discover its weak spot and kill it. They insult Ishtar further and return to the palace, in triumph to celebrate their victory.
He washed his matted hair, he cleaned his equipment, he shook his hair down over his back. Casting aside his dirty gear, he clad himself in clean, wrapped cloaks round him, tied with a sash. Then did Gilgamesh put on his crown. On the beauty of Gilgamesh Lady Ishtar looked with longing.
Come, Gilgamesh, be you my bridegroom. Grant me your fruits, O grant me. Be you my husband and I your wife. Let me harness you a chariot of lapis lazuli and gold. Its wheels shall be gold and its horns shall be amber. Driving lions and a team and mules of great size, enter our house amid the sweet scent of cedar. As you enter our house doorway and footstools shall kiss your feet. Kings, courtiers, and nobles shall kneel before you. Produce of mountain and lowland they shall bring you as tribute. Your goats shall bear triplets. Your ewes shall bear twins. Your donkey, when laden, shall outpace any mule. Your horse shall gallop at the chariot in glory. No ox shall match yours at the yoke.
Gilgamesh opened his mouth to speak, saying to the lady Ishtar,
And if indeed I take you in marriage, body and clothing, whence would come my food and my sustenance? Would you feed me bread that is fit for a god and pour me ale that is fit for a king? Who is there would take you in marriage? You, a frost that congeals no ice, a low verdure that stays not breeze nor draught, a palace that massacres warriors, an elephant which its hoods, bitumen that stains the hands of its bearer, a waterskin that cuts the hands of its bearer, limestone that weakens a wall of ashlar, bobbing from Nan that destroys the walls of the enemy, a shoe that bites the foot of its owner. What bridegroom of yours did endure forever? What brave warrior of yours went up to the heavens? Come, let me tell you the tale of your lovers of his arm. To Muzi, the lover of your youth, year upon year, to lamenting you doomed him. You loved the speckled alaloo bird, but struck him down and broke his wing. Now he stands in the woods crying my wing. You loved the lion, perfect in strength, but for him you dug 7 pits and 7. You loved the horse, so famed in battle, but you made his destiny whip, spur, and lash. You made his destiny a 7-league gallop. You made his destiny to drink muddy water, and doomed Salili, his mother, to perpetual weeping. You loved the shepherd, the grazier, the herdsman, who gave you piles of loaves baked in embers and slaughtered kids for you day after day. For you struck him and turned him into a wolf. Now his very own shepherd boys chase him away, and his dogs take bites at his haunches. You loved Ishalano, your father's gardener, who used to bring you dates in a basket. daily making your table gleam. You eyed him up and went to meet him. Ooh, my Ishalanu, let us taste your vigor. Put out your hand and stroke my quim. But Ishalanu said to you, Aksi, what do you want of me? Did my mother not bake? Have I not eaten? That now I should eat the bread of slander and insults? Should I let only rushes cover me in winter? When you heard what he said, you struck him and turned him into a dwarf. You sat him down in the midst of his labors. He cannot go up, he cannot go down. Must you love me also and deal with me likewise?
The goddess Ishtar heard these words. She went up to heaven in a furious rage. Weeping, she went to Anu, her father, before Antu, her mother. Her tears did flow.
Father, again and again does Gilgamesh scorn me, telling a tale of foulest slander about me and insults too.
Anu opened his mouth to speak, saying to the lady Ishtar, Ah, but was it not you who provoked King Gilgamesh? So he told a tale of foulest slander about you and insults too. Ishtar opened her mouth to speak, saying to her father, Anu,
Father, give me, please, the bull of heaven, so in his dwelling I may slay Gilgamesh. If you do not give me the bull of heaven, I shall smash the gates of the netherworld, right down to its dwelling. To the world below I shall grant man a mission. I shall bring up the dead to consume the living. I shall make the dead outnumber the living.
Anu opened his mouth to speak, saying to the lady Ishtar,
If you want from me the bull of heaven, let the widow of Uruk gather 7 years' chaff, and the farmer of Uruk grow 7 years' hay.
Ishtar opened her mouth to speak, saying to her father, Anu,
Already I stored, already I grew. The widow of Uruk has gathered 7 years' chaff, the farmer of Uruk has grown 7 years' hay. With the wrath of the bull I shall have vengeance.
Anu heard this speech of Ishtar, the bull of heaven's nose rope he placed in her hands. Down came Ishtar, leading it onward. When it reached the land of Uruk, it dried up the woods, the reed beds and marshes. Down it went to the river, lowered the level by 7 full cubits. As the bull of heaven snorted, a pit opened up. 100 men of Uruk fell down it. The second time it snorted, a pit opened up. 200 men of Uruk fell down it. The third time it snorted, a pit opened up, and Enkidu fell in as far as his waist. Enkidu sprang up and seized the bull by the horns. In his face the bull spat slaver with the tuft of its tail. Enkidu opened his mouth to speak, saying to Gilgamesh, his friend,
My friend, we vaunted ourselves in our sea. How shall we answer the thronging people? My friend, I have tested the might of the bull, so learning its strength and knowing its purpose, let me test again the might of the bull. I shall get myself behind the bull of heaven. I will seize it by the tuft of the tail. I will set my foot on the back of its leg, and then you, like a butcher, brave and skillful, between the yoke of the horns and the slaughter spot, thrust in your knife.
Enkidu rushed round to the rear of the bull. He seized it by the tuft of the tail. He set his foot on the back of its leg, in it. Then Gilgamesh, like a butcher, brave and skillful, between the yoke of the horns and the slaughter spot he thrust in his knife. After they had slain the bull of heaven, they bore its heart aloft and set it before Shamash. Stepping back, they fell prostrate in the presence of the sun god. Then both of them together sat down. Ishtar went up on the wall of Uruk the sheepfold, hopping and stamping. She wailed in woe.
Alas, Gilgamesh, who mocked me, has killed the bull of heaven.
Enkidu heard these words of Ishtar, and tearing a haunch off the bull, he hurled it towards her.
Had I caught you too, I'd have treated you likewise. I'd have draped your arms in its guts.
Ishtar assembled the courtesans, prostitutes and harlots over the bull of heaven's haunch. She began rites of mourning. Gilgamesh summoned all the smiths and the craftsmen. The size of the horns the craftsmen admired. 30 minas of lapis, lazuli in a solid block, 2 minas each their rims, 6 core of oil, the capacity of both. He gave them to his god Lugubanda, to hold oil for anointment. He took them in to hang in his chamber. They washed their hands in the river Euphrates, took each other by the hand, and in they came. As they drove along the streets of Uruk, the people were gathered to gaze on them. Gilgamesh spoke a word to the serving girls of his palace.
Who is the finest among men? Who the most glorious of fellows? Gilgamesh is the finest among men. Gilgamesh, the most glorious of fellows.
Gilgamesh made merry in his palace. At night the men lay asleep on their beds, and Enkidu, as he slept, was having a dream. Enkidu rose to relate the dream, saying to his friend,
For Tablet 7, the death of Enkidu.
In a dream, Enkidu sees the gods in assembly decree his doom. In anguished delirium, he pictures before him the great door of cedar he made for Enlil's temple, and he curses it because it has failed to secure for him the gods' favour. He then turns his thoughts to the trapper and the prostitute, the instruments of his introduction to civilization, whom he also blames for his plight. Shamash persuades him to relent, and he returns to bless the prostitute. He has a second dream, in which he is dragged down to the netherworld by the angel of death and granted a vision of hell. After describing the dream to Gilgamesh, he falls sick. Languishing on his deathbed, he complains to Gilgamesh of the ignominy of his fate. Compared with death in battle, he dies.
My friend, why were the great gods in council?
What followed the opening line of Tablet 7 is still not recovered. The missing episode is known from a fragmentary prose paraphrase written in Hittite, which was based on an older version of the Epic and Dawn broke.
Enkidu began to speak to Gilgamesh.
My brother, this night what a dream I dreamed. The gods Anu, Enlil, Ea, and celestial Shamash held assembly.
And Anu spoke unto Enlil.
These because they slew the bull of heaven, and slew Humbaba that guarded the mountains dense wooded with cedar.
So said Anu.
Between these two let one of them die.
And Enlil said,
Let Enkidu die, but let not Gilgamesh die.
The celestial Shamash began to reply to the hero Enlil.
Was it not at your word that they slew him, the bull of heaven, and also Humbaba? Now shall innocent Enkidu die?
Enlil was wroth at celestial Shamash.
How like a comrade you marched with them daily.
Enkidu lay down before Gilgamesh. His tears flowed down like streams.
My brother, dear to me is my brother. They will never raise me up again for my brother. Among the dead I shall sit, the threshold of the dead I shall cross. Never again shall I set eyes on my dear brother.
The text of Tablet 7 resumes with Enkidu's delirium.
Enkidu lifted his eyes as though to the door. He talked with the door as if with a man.
The door of the woodland, that has no sense. I have understanding that you have not. For 20 leagues I sought for you the fine fir, until in the forest I found a tall cedar. Your tree had no rival in the forest of cedar. 6 rods is your height, 2 rods your breadth, 1 cubit your thickness. Your pole and your pivots, top and bottom, are all of a piece. I fashioned you, I lifted you, I hung you in Nippur. Had I but known, O door, that so you would repay me, had I but known, O door, that so you would reward me, I would have lifted my axe, I would have cut you down, I would have floated you down as a raft to Ebabara, to Ibabra, the temple of Shamash. I would have brought you, I would have set up the cedar in the gate of Ibabara. In its doorway I would have stood Thunderbird and Bull Colossus. Your entrance I would have placed. I would have the city Shamash, and in Uruk because Shamash heard what I said, and in time of peril he gave me a weapon. Now, O door, it was I who fashioned you, who lifted you up. Can I now break you up? Can I now tear you down? May a king who comes after me bear for you hatred, or hang you where you cannot be seen. May he remove my name and write upon you his own.
He tore out, he cast it as he listened to his words. All of a sudden, his tears were flowing as Gilgamesh listened to the words of Enkidu, his friend. All of a sudden, his tears were flowing. Gilgamesh opened his mouth to speak, saying to Enkidu,
My friend and preeminent, do you, who had understanding and reason, now speak profanity? Why, my friend, does your heart talk profanity? The dream was special, great the anxiety. Your feverish lips were buzzing like flies. The misgivings were great, the dream was rare. To the one who survives, the gods leave grieving, the dream leaves sorrow to the one who survives. The great gods I'll beseech in supplication, let me seek out Shamash. I'll appeal to your God, in your presence I will pray to Anu, Father of the gods. May great counselor Enlil hear my prayer in your presence. May my entreaty find favor with Ea. I will fashion your statue in gold without limit. My friend, give no silver, give no gold, give no. The word Enlil spoke is not like the gods. What he commands, he doesn't erase. What he sets down, he doesn't erase. My friend, fixed is my destiny. People go to their doom before their time.
At the very first glimmer of brightening dawn, Enkidu lifted his head, lamenting to Shamash. Under the rays of the sun, his tears were flowing.
I appeal to you, Shamash, for my life so precious. As for the hunter, the trapper man, who let me be not as great as my friend, may the hunter be not as great as his friend. Destroy his profit, diminish his income, his share be cut in your presence. The house where he enters, may its God leave by the window.
After he had cursed the hunter to his heart's content, he decided also to curse Shamhat the harlot.
Come, Shamhat, I will fix your destiny, a doom to endure for all eternity. I will curse you with a mighty curse. My curse shall afflict you now and forthwith. A household to delight in you shall not acquire, never to reside in the midst of a family. In the young women's chamber you shall not sit. Your finest garment the ground shall defile. Your festive gown the drunkard shall stain in the dirt. Things of beauty you shall never acquire. Of the potter, no shell you have, no table for a banquet. The people's abundance shall be laid in your house. The bed you delight in shall be a miserable bench. The junction of highways shall be where you sit. A field of ruins shall be where you sleep. The shadow of the rampart shall be where you stand. Thorn and briar shall skin your feet. Drunk and sober shall strike your cheek, shall be plaintiff and claim against you. The roof of your house no builder shall plaster. In your bedroom the owl shall roost. At your table never shall banquet take place. Because you made me weak, who was undefiled. Yes, in the wild you weakened me, who was undefiled.
Shamash heard what he had spoken. Straight away from the sky there cried out a voice.
Enkidu, why curse Shamhat the harlot, who fed you bread that was fit for a god, and poured you meal that was fit for a king, who clothed you in a splendid garment, and gave you as companion the handsome Gilgamesh? And now Gilgamesh, your friend and your brother, will lay you out on a magnificent bed. On a bed of honor he will lay you out. He will place you on his left. On a seat of repose the rulers of the underworld will all kiss your feet. The people of Uruk he will have mourn and lament you. The thriving people he will fill full of woe for you. After you are gone his hair will be matted in mourning. Clad in the skin of a lion, he will wander the wild.
Enkidu heard the words of Shamash the hero. His heart so angry grew calm. His heart so furious grew calm.
Come, Shamhat, I will fix your destiny. My mouth that cursed you shall bless you as well. Governor shall love you, and nobleman too. At 1 league off men shall slap their thighs. At 2 leagues off they shall shake out their hair. No soldier shall be slow to drop his belt for you, obsidian. He shall give you lapis lazuli and gold. Earrings and jewelry shall be what he gives you. Ishtar, the ablest of gods, shall gain you entrance to the man whose home is established and wealth heaped high. For you his wife shall be deserted, though mother of 7.
As for Enkidu, his mind was troubled. He lay on his own and began to ponder. What was on his mind he told to his friend.
My friend, in the course of the night I had such a dream.
The heavens thundered, the earth gave echo, and there was I, standing between them. A man there was, grim his expression, just like a thunderbird his features were frightening. His hands were a lion's paws, his claws an eagle's talons. He seized me by the hair, he overpowered me, I struck him, but back he sprang like a skipping rope. He struck me, and like a raft capsized me. Underfoot he crushed me, like a mighty wild bull, drenching my body with poisonous slaver.
Save me, my friend. You were afraid of him, but you...
He struck me and turned me into a dove. He bound my arms like the wings of a bird, to lead me captive to the house of darkness, seat of Irkalla, to the house which none who enters ever leaves, on the path that allows no journey back, to the house whose residents are deprived of light, where soil is their sustenance and clay their food, where they are clad like birds in coats of feathers, and see no light, but dwell in darkness. On door and bolt the dust lay thick. On the house of dust was poured a deathly quiet. In the house of dust that I entered, I looked around me, saw the crowns in a throng. There were the crowned heads who'd ruled the land since days of yore, who'd served the roast at the tables of Anu and Enlil, who'd proffered baked bread, and poured them cool water from skins. In the house of dust that I entered, there were the En priests and Laga priests. There were lustration priests and Lumahu priests. There were the great gods Gudapsu priests. There was Atana. There was Shakan. There was the queen of the netherworld, the god. Before her sat Eleuterai, the scribe of the netherworld, holding a tablet, reading aloud in her presence. She raised her head, and she saw me.
Who was it fetched this man here? Who was it brought here, this fellow?
The remainder of Enkidu's vision of hell is lost. At the end of his speech, he commends himself to Gilgamesh.
He who endured all hardships with you. I remember me, my friend. Don't forget all I went through.
Gilgamesh.
My friend saw a vision which will never be equaled.
The day he had the dream, his strength was exhausted. Enkidu was cast down. He lay one day sick and then a second. Enkidu lay on his bed, his sickness worsened. A third day and a fourth day, the sickness of Enkidu worsened. A fifth day, a sixth and a seventh, an eighth, a ninth and a tenth. The sickness of Enkidu worsened. An 11th day and a 12th, Enkidu lay on the bed. He called for Gilgamesh and spoke to his friend.
My God has taken against me, my friend. I do not die like one who falls in the midst of battle. I was afraid of combat, and, my friend, one who falls in combat makes his name, but I do not fall in combat and shall make not my name.
The description of Enkidu's final death throes, which no doubt filled the remaining 30 or so lines of Tablet 7, is still to be recovered.
Tablet 8. The Funeral of Enkidu.
Gilgamesh offers up a great lament for Enkidu. He summons his craftsmen and makes a funerary statue of his friend, and from his treasury he selects the grave goods that Enkidu will take to the netherworld to win the goodwill of the deities who dwell. As part of the wake, a great banquet is held, and then treasures are offered to the gods of the netherworld and ritually displayed in public.
At the very first glimmer of brightening dawn, Gilgamesh began mourning his friend.
O Enkidu, whom your mother, a gazelle, and your father, a wild donkey, did raise, whom the wild asses did rear with their milk, whom the beasts of the wild did teach all the pastures, O Enkidu, may the paths of the forest of cedar mourn you without pause, by day and by night. May the elders of teeming Uruk the sheepfold mourn you. May the crowd who gave us their blessings mourn you. May the high peaks of hills and mountains mourn you pure. May the pastures lament like your mother. May boxwood, cypress, and cedar mourn you, through whose midst we crept in our fury. May the bear mourn you, the hyena, the panther, the cheetah, the stag and the jackal, the lion, the wild bull, the deer, the ibex, all the beasts of the wild. May the sacred river Ole mourn you, along whose banks we walked in our vigor. May the pure Euphrates mourn you, whose water we poured in libation from skins. The young men of Uruk the sheepfold mourn you, who witnessed our battle when we slew the bull of heaven. May the plowman mourn you in his furrow, when he extols your name with his sweet yodel. May the of teeming Uruk sheepfold mourn you, who sends forth your name with the first. May the shepherd mourn you in his sheepfold, who made sweet for your mouth the milk and butter. May the shepherd boy mourn you, who provided the ghee for your lips. May the brewer mourn you, who provided the ale for your mouth. May the harlot mourn you, who anointed you with sweet-smelling oil. Ere in the house of the wedding ceremony mourn you, who a wife may mourn you like brothers. May their tresses be loosed down their backs like sisters. For Enkidu, your mother and father, on this very day I myself shall mourn you. Hear me, O young men, hear me, O elders of teeming Uruk, hear me. I shall weep for Enkidu, my friend, like a hired mourner woman I shall bitterly wail. The axe at my side, in which my arm trusted, the dirk at my belt, the shield at my face, my festive garment, my girdle of delight, a wicked wind rose up and robbed me. O my friend, wild ass on the run, donkey of the uplands, panther of the wild, my friend Enkidu, wild ass on the run, donkey of the uplands, panther of the wild. Having joined forces we climbed the mountains, seized and slew the bull of heaven, destroyed Humbaba, who dwelt in the forest of cedar. Now, what is this sleep that has seized you? You've become unconscious. You do not hear me.
But he lifted not his head. He felt his heart, but it beat no longer. He covered, like a bride, the face of his friend, like an eagle he circled around him. Like a lioness deprived of her cubs, he paced to and from, this way and that. His curly hair he tore out in clumps. He ripped off his finery, like something taboo, he cast it away. At the very first glimmer of brightening dawn, Gilgamesh sent forth a call to the land.
O for G-master, lapidary, coppersmith, goldsmith, jeweler, fashion my friend. He made a statue of his friend. The limbs of my friend shall be of. Your eyebrows shall be of lapis lazuli, your chest of gold, your body shall. I shall lay you out on a magnificent bed. I shall lay you out on a bed of honor. I shall place you on my left, on a seat of repose. The rulers of the underworld will all kiss your feet. The people of Uruk I shall have mourn and lament you. The thriving people I shall fill full of woe for you. After you are gone my hair will be matted in mourning. Clad in the skin of a lion I shall wander the wild.
At the very first glimmer of brightening dawn, Gilgamesh arose and entered his treasury. He undid its ceilings, inspected the gems obsidian, carnelian, lapis lazuli, alabaster. Skillfully worked, he provided for his friend. He provided for his friend. Of gold, 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 he provided for his friend. Between them, mounted in 30 minas of gold, was there he provided for his friend. Was there thickness, was there he provided for his friend. Large, he provided for his friend. Of his waist, he provided for his friend. 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 Of his feet, he provided for his friend talents of ivory, of which the handle was X minas of gold. He provided for his friend. Mighty of its arm, he provided for his friend, of which the quiver was, and the handle a talent of gold. He provided for his friend. Of his arm was ivory, of which the handle was 40 minas of gold. He provided for his friend. 3 cubits was its length, was its thickness. He provided for his friend, of fine gold, of carnelian, rod of iron, holder a wild bull. For his friend, he butchered fattened oxen and sheep, piled them high for his friend. Shamash. They carried all the meat to the rulers of the underworld, the great Queen Ishtar. A throw stick of the gleaming wood, for the great Queen Ishtar he displayed to the sun god.
May the great Queen Ishtar accept this. May she welcome my friend and walk at his side.
For the god Namra he displayed to the sun god, and may Namra accept this. May he welcome my friend and walk at his side. A flask of lapis lazuli. For Ereshkigal, the queen of the netherworld, he displayed to the sun god.
May Ereshkigal, the queen of the teeming netherworld, accept this. May she welcome my friend and walk at his side.
A flute of carnelian. For Dumuzi, the shepherd beloved of Ishtar, he displayed to the sun god.
May Dumuzi, the shepherd beloved of Ishtar, accept this. May he welcome my friend and walk at his side.
A chair of lapis lazuli. A staff of lapis lazuli. For Namtar, the vizier of the netherworld, he displayed to the sun god.
May Namtar, the vizier of the teeming netherworld, accept this. May he welcome my friend and walk at his side.
For Hushbasha, the stewardess of the netherworld, he displayed to the sun god.
May Hushbisha, the stewardess of the teeming netherworld, accept this. May she welcome my friend and walk at his side.
He had made a clasp of silver, a bracelet of. For Kosu Tabat, the sweeper of Ereshkigal, he displayed to the sun god.
May Kosu Tabat, the sweeper of Ereshkigal, accept this. May he welcome my friend and walk at his side. May my friend not, nor become sick at heart.
Of alabaster, the inside inlaid with lapis lazuli and carnelian, depicting an image of the cedar forest, inlaid with carnelian for Ninshaluha, the cleaner of the house, he displayed to the sun god.
May Ninshaluha, the cleaner of the house, accept this. May she welcome my friend and walk at his side. May she be for my friend. May my friend not, nor become sick at heart.
A double-edged dagger with a haft of lapis lazuli, adorned with an image of the pure Euphrates, for Bibu, the butcher of the netherworld, he displayed to the sun god.
May Bibu, the butcher of the teeming netherworld, accept this. May he welcome my friend and walk at his side.
With a back of alabaster for Dumuzi Abzu, the scapegoat of the netherworld, he displayed to the sun god.
May Dumuzi Abzu, the scapegoat of the teeming netherworld, accept this. May he welcome my friend and walk at his side.
The top of which was lapis lazuli, inlaid with carnelian, for he displayed to the sun god.
May accept this. May he welcome my friend and walk at his side.
When the text resumes after a lacuna, the speaker is someone other than Gilgamesh.
which we their names judge of the Anunnaki.
Gilgamesh heard these words. He conceived the idea of damming the river. At the very first glimmer of brightening dawn, Gilgamesh opened his gate. He brought out a great table of ilamaku wood. He filled with honey a dish of carnelian. He filled with ghee a dish of lapis lazuli. He decorated and displayed it to the sun god. He displayed to the sun god.
The rest of the description of Enkidu's funeral, which would have occupied the remaining 30 or so lines of Tablet 8, is yet to come to light.
Tablet 9, The Wanderings of Gilgamesh.
In mourning for Enkidu, whose death has brought home to him his own mortality, Gilgamesh leaves Uruk to wander the earth in search of the immortal Utar-Napishti, whose secret he covets. Pressing on to the end of the world, he comes to the mountains where the sun sets and rises and asks the help of the Scorpion Man, who guards the way under the mountains. Unable to convince Gilgamesh of the danger, he courts the Scorpion Man, allows him to pass, and Gilgamesh races against time to complete the path of the sun before the sun can catch up with him. He reaches the far end of the tunnel just in time and finds himself in a garden of jewels.
For his friend Enkidu, Gilgamesh did bitterly weep as he wandered the wild.
I shall die, and shall I not then be as Enkidu? Sorrow has entered my heart. I am afraid of death, so I wander the wild to find Utar-Napishti, son of Ubartu. On the road, traveling swiftly, I came one night to a mountain. I saw some lions and grew afraid. I lifted my head to the moon in prayer, to lamp of the gods. Went my supplications. Keep me safe.
That night he lay down, then woke from a dream. In the presence of the moon he grew glad of life. He took up his axe in his hand. He drew forth the dirk from his belt. Like an arrow among them he fell. He smote the lions. He killed them and scattered them.
The lacuna that intervenes here can be filled in part with text from an old Babylonian tablet reportedly from Sippar.
He clad himself in their skins. He ate their flesh. Gilgamesh dug wells that never existed before. He drank the water as he chased the winds. Shamash grew worried, and bending down, he spoke to Gilgamesh.
O Gilgamesh, where are you wandering? The life that you seek you never will find.
Said Gilgamesh to him, to the hero Shamash.
After roaming, wandering all through the wild, when I enter the netherworld will rest be scarce. I shall lie there sleeping all down the years. Let my eyes see the sun and be sated with light. The darkness is hidden, how much light is there left? When may the dead see the rays of the sun?
The text of Tablet 9 resumes.
To Meshu's twin mountains he came, which daily guard the rising sun, whose tops support the fabric of heaven, whose base reaches down to the netherworld. There were scorpion men guarding its gate, whose terror was dread, whose glance was death, whose radiance was fearful. Overwhelming the mountains at sunrise and sunset they guarded the sun. Gilgamesh saw them. In fear and dread he covered his face. Then he collected his wits, and drew nearer their presence. The Scorpion Man called to his mate.
He who has come to us, flesh of the gods is his body.
The Scorpion Man's mate answered him.
2/3 of him is God, and 1/3 human.
The Scorpion Man called out, saying a word to King Gilgamesh, flesh of the gods.
How did you come here, such a far road? How did you get here, to be in my presence? How did you cross the seas, whose passage is perilous? Let me learn of your journey, where your face is turned. Let me learn of your journey.
When the text resumes after a lacuna, Gilgamesh is explaining his quest.
I am seeking the road of my forefather, Utar-Napishti, who attended the gods' assembly, and found life eternal of death and life. He shall tell me this secret.
The Scorpion Man opened his mouth to speak, saying to Gilgamesh,
Never before, O Gilgamesh, was there one like you. Never did anyone travel the path of the mountain. For 12 double hours its interior extends. The darkness is dense, and light is there none. For the rising of the sun, for the setting of they send forth, and you, how will you? Will you go in?
After a long lacuna, the text resumes with the end of Gilgamesh's reply.
Through sorrow, by frost and by sunshine my face is burnt. Through exhaustion, now you.
The Scorpion Man opened his mouth to speak, saying a word to King Gilgamesh, flesh of the gods.
Go, Gilgamesh! May the mountains of Mashu allow you to pass. May the mountains and hills watch over your going. Let them help you in safety to continue your journey. May the gate of the mountains open before you.
Gilgamesh heard these words. What the scorpion man told him he took to heart. He took the path of the sun god. At 1 double hour, the darkness was dense, and light was there none. It did not allow him to see behind him. At 2 double hours, the darkness was dense, and light was there none. It did not allow him to see behind him. At 3 double hours, the darkness was dense, and light was there none. It did not allow him to see behind him. At 4 double hours, the darkness was dense, and light was there none. It did not allow him to see behind him. At 5 double hours, the darkness was dense, and light was there none. It did not allow him to see behind him. On reaching 6 double hours, the darkness was dense, and light was there none. It did not allow him to see behind him. On reaching 7 double hours, the darkness was dense, and light was there none. It did not allow him to see behind him. At 8 double hours he was hurrying. The darkness was dense, and light was there none. It did not allow him to see behind him. At 9 double hours, the north wind, his face. The darkness was dense, and light was there none. It did not allow him to see behind him. On reaching 10 double hours, was very near. On reaching 11 double hours, a journey remained of 1 double hour. At 12 double hours, Gilgamesh came out in advance of the sun. There was brilliance, he went straight, as soon as he saw them, to the trees of the gods. A carnelian tree was in fruit, hung with bunches of grapes, lovely to look on. A lapis lazuli tree bore foliage, in full fruit and gorgeous to gaze on. Cypress cedar, its leaf stems were of papadi stone and sea coral sazu stone. Instead of thorns and briars, there grew stone vials. He touched a carob. It was a bashmu stone, agate and hematite. As Gilgamesh walked about, she lifted her head in order to watch him.
Tablet 10. At the edge of the world,
Beyond the garden by the seashore lives a wise old goddess. She spies a forbidding figure in the distance and, taking him to be a hunter, bars the door of her tavern. Gilgamesh hears her and threatens to break in. She asks who he is. He tells her how his friend has died and how much he now fears death, and he asks her aid in crossing the sea to find Uta-Nepishti. She warns him of the futility of his quest and the dangers of the waters of death, but at length tells him where to find Uta-Nepishti's ferryman, Ur-Shanabi, with his crew of stone ones. Gilgamesh rushes down on the ferryman and his strange companions. When the fighting is over, he explains his quest to Ur-Shanabi and asks his aid in finding Uta-Nepishti. Ur-Shanabi reveals that Gilgamesh has hindered his own progress by smashing the stone ones, but he instructs Gilgamesh to make punting poles of immense length as an alternative means of propulsion. They embark on the boat with the poles. When the poles are all gone, Gilgamesh uses the ferryman's garment to make a sail, and they cross the waters of death. Having landed, Gilgamesh tells his story to Uta-Nepishti. Uta-Nepishti reminds him of the duties of kings and discourses on the inevitability of death and the fleeting nature of life.
Shiduri was a tavern keeper who lived by the seashore. There she dwelt, in an inn by the seashore. Pot stands she had, and vats all of gold. She was swathed in hoods and veiled with veils. Gilgamesh came wandering. He was clad in a pelt, and fearful to look on. Also in the flesh of the gods he had in his body, but in his heart there was sorrow. His face resembled one come from afar. As the tavern keeper watched him in the distance, talking to herself, she spoke a word, taking counsel in her own mind.
For sure this man is a hunter of wild bulls, but where does he come from, making straight for my gate?
Thus the tavern keeper saw him, and barred her gate, and went up on the roof. But Gilgamesh gave ear to, he lifted his chin and turned towards her. Said Gilgamesh to her, to the tavern keeper,
Tavern keeper, why did you bar your gate as soon as you saw me? You barred your gate and went up on the roof. I shall smash down the door. I shall shatter the bolt.
Said the tavern keeper to him, to Gilgamesh.
I bared my gate. I went up on the roof. Let me learn of your journey.
Said Gilgamesh to her, to the tavern keeper.
My friend Enkidu and I, having joined forces, we climbed the mountains, seized and slew the bull of heaven, destroyed Humbaba, who dwelt in the forest of cedar, killed lions in the mountain passes.
Said the tavern keeper to him, to Gilgamesh.
If you and Enkidu were the ones who slew the guardian, destroyed Humbaba, who dwelt in the forest of cedar, killed lions in the mountain passes, seized and slew the bull come down from heaven, why are your cheeks so hollow, your face so sunken, your mood so wretched, your visage so wasted? Why in your heart does sorrow reside, and your face resemble one come from afar? Why are your features burnt by frost and by sunshine, and why do you wander the wild in lion's garb?
Said Gilgamesh to her, to the tavern keeper.
Why should my cheeks not be hollow, my face not sunken, my mood not wretched, my visage not wasted? Should not sorrow reside in my heart, and my face not resemble one come from afar? Should not my features be burnt by frost and by sunshine? And should I not wander the wild in lion's garb? My friend, a wild ass on the run, donkey of the uplands, panther of the wild, my friend Enkidu, a wild ass on the run, donkey of the uplands, panther of the wild, my friend whom I loved so dear, who with me went through every danger, my friend Enkidu whom I loved so dear, who with me went through every danger. Is the doom of mortals overtook him. 6 days I wept for him, and 7 nights. I did not surrender his body for burial until a maggot dropped from his nostril. Then I was afraid that I too would die. I grew fearful of death, and so wandered the wild. What became of my friend was too much to bear, so on a far road I wandered the wild. What became of my friend Enkidu was too much to bear, so on a far path I wander the wild. How can I keep silent? How can I stay quiet? My friend whom I loved has turned to clay. My friend Enkidu whom I loved has turned to clay. Shall I not be like him and also lie down, never to rise again, through all eternity?
Said Gilgamesh to her, to the tavern keeper.
Now, O tavern keeper, where is the road to Utnapishtim? What is its landmark? Tell me. Give me its landmark. If it may be done, I will cross the ocean. If it may not be done, I will wander the wild.
Said the tavern keeper to him, to Gilgamesh.
O Gilgamesh, there never has been a way across, nor since olden days can anyone cross the ocean. Only Shamash the hero crosses the ocean apart from the sun god, who crosses the ocean. Crossing is perilous, its way full of hazard, and midway lie the waters of death, blocking the passage forward. So besides, Gilgamesh, once you have crossed the ocean, when you reach the waters of death, what then will you do? Gilgamesh, there is Urshanabi, the boatman of Utnapishtim, and the stone ones are with him, as he picks a pine clean in the midst of the forest. Go then, let him see your face. If it may be done, go across with him. If it may not be done, turn around and go back.
Gilgamesh heard these words. He took up his axe in his hand, he drew forth the dirk from his belt. Forward he crept, and on them rushed down. Like an arrow he fell among them. In the midst of the forest his shout resounded. Shanabi saw the bright. He took up an axe, and him. But he, Gilgamesh, struck his head. He seized his arm and pinned him down. They took fright, the stone ones, who crewed the boat, who were not harmed by the waters of death. The wide ocean, at the waters. He stayed not his hand, he smashed them in his fury. He threw them in the river.
What happens next is best preserved in the old Babylonian tablet reportedly from Sippar.
He came back to stand over him. As Urshanabi looked him in the eye, said Urshanabi to him, to Gilgamesh.
Tell me, what is your name? I am Shanabi of Utnapishtim, the distant.
Said Gilgamesh to him, to Urshanabi.
Gilgamesh is my name, who came from Uruk-yana, who wound away around the mountains, the hidden road where rises the sun.
The text of Tablet 10 resumes,
said Urshanabi to him, to Gilgamesh.
Why are your cheeks so hollow, your face so sunken, your mood so wretched, your visage so wasted? Why in your heart does sorrow reside, and your face resemble one come from afar? Why are your features burnt by frost and by sunshine? And why do you wander the wild in lion's garb?
Said Gilgamesh to him, to the boatman Urshanabi.
Why should my cheeks not be hollow, my face not sunken, my mood not wretched, my visage not wasted? Should not sorrow reside in my heart, and my face not resemble one come from afar? Should not my features be burnt by frost and by sunshine? And should I not wander the wild in lion's garb? My friend, a wild ass on the run, donkey of the uplands, panther of the wild, my friend Enkidu, a wild ass on the run, donkey of the uplands, panther of the wild. Having joined forces, we climbed the mountains, seized and slew the bull of heaven, destroyed Humbaba, who dwelt in the forest of sea, killed lions in the mountain passes. My friend whom I loved so dear, who with me went through every danger, my friend Enkidu, whom I loved so dear, who with me went through every danger. The doom of mortals overtook him. 6 days I wept for him, and 7 nights I did not surrender his body for burial until a maggot dropped from his nostril. Then I was afraid that I too would die. I grew fearful of death, so wander the wild. What became of my friend was too much to bear, so on a far road I wander the wild. What became of my friend Enkidu was too much to bear, so on a far path I wander the wild. How can I keep silent? How can I stay quiet? My friend whom I loved has turned to clay. My friend Enkidu, who I loved, has turned to clay. Shall I not be like him, and also lie down, never to rise again, through all eternity?
Said Gilgamesh to him, to Urshanabi, the boatman.
Now, Shanabi, where is the road to Utanapishti? What is its landmark? Tell me. Give me its landmark. If it may be done, I will cross the ocean. If it may not be done, I will wander the wild.
Said Urshanabi to him, to Gilgamesh.
Your own hands, O Gilgamesh, have prevented your crossing. You smashed the stone ones. Threw them in the river. The stone ones are smashed, and the pine is not stripped. Take up, O Gilgamesh, your axe in your hand. Go down to the forest and cut 300 punting poles, each 5 rods in length. Trim them and furnish them each with a boss. Then bring them here into my presence.
Gilgamesh heard these words. He took up his axe in his hand. He drew forth the dirk from his belt. He went down to the forest and cut 300 punting poles, each 5 rods in length. He trimmed them and furnished them each with a boss. Then he brought them to Urshanabi. The boatmen, Gilgamesh and Urshanabi, crewed the boat. They launched the craft and crewed it themselves. In 3 days they made a journey of a month and a half, and Urshanabi came to the waters of death. Said Urshanabi to him, to Gilgamesh.
Set to, O Gilgamesh, take the first punting pole. Let your hand not touch the waters of death, lest you wither it. Take a second punting pole, Gilgamesh, a third and a fourth. Take a 5th punting pole, Gilgamesh, a 6th and a 7th. Take an 8th punting pole, Gilgamesh, a 9th and a 10th. Take an 11th punting pole, Gilgamesh, and a 12th.
At 120 double furlongs, Gilgamesh had used all the punting poles. So he, Urshanabi, undid his clothing. Gilgamesh stripped off his garment. With arms held aloft he made a yard arm. Utanapishti was watching Gilgamesh in the distance. Talking to himself, he spoke a word, taking counsel in his own mind.
Why are the boat stone ones all broken and aboard it one who is not its master? He who comes is no man of mine, but on the right. I am looking, but he is no man of mine. He is not mine, the boatman, the man who...
Gilgamesh drew near to the quayside. Said Gilgamesh to him, to Utanapishti.
Utanapishti, who after the deluge, what?
Said Utanapishti to him, to Gilgamesh.
Why are your cheeks so hollow, your face so sunken, your mood so wretched, your visage so wasted? Why in your heart does sorrow reside, and your face resemble one come from afar? Why are your features burnt by frost and by sunshine? And why do you wander the wild in lion's garb?
Said Gilgamesh to him, to Utanapishti.
Why should my cheeks not be hollow, my face not sunken, my mood not wretched, my visage not wasted? Should not sorrow reside in my heart, and my face not resemble one come from afar? Should not my features be burnt by frost and by sunshine? And should I not wander the wild in lion's garb? My friend, a wild ass on the run, donkey of the uplands, panther of the wild, my friend Enkidu, a wild ass on the run, donkey of the uplands, panther of the wild. Having joined forces, we climbed the mountains, seized and slew the bull of heaven, destroyed Humbaba, who dwelt in the forest of cedar, killed lions in the mountain passes, my friend, who I loved so dear, who with me went through every danger. My friend Enkidu, who I loved so dear, who with me went through every danger. The doom of mortals overtook him. 6 days I wept for him and 7 nights. I did not surrender his body for burial until a maggot dropped from his nostril. Then I was afraid that I too would die, fearful of death, and so wander the wild. What became of my friend was too much to bear, so on a far road I wander the wild. What became of my friend Enkidu was too much to bear, so on a far path I wander the wild. How can I keep silent? How can I stay quiet? My friend, whom I loved, has turned to clay. My friend Enkidu, whom I loved, has turned to clay. Shall I not be like him and also lie down, never to rise again through all eternity?
Said Gilgamesh to him, to Utanapishti.
I thought, I will find Utanapishti the distant, of whom men tell. And I wandered, journeying through every land. Many times I passed through terrible mountains. Many times I crossed and recrossed all the oceans. Of slumber sweet my face had too little. I scourged myself by going sleepless. I have filled my sinews with sorrow. And what have I achieved by my toil? I had yet to reach the tavern keeper. My clothing was worn out. I killed bear, hyena, lion, panther, cheetah, deer, ibex, the beasts and game of the wild. I ate their flesh. Their pelts I flayed. Now let the gate of sorrow be barred. Let its door be sealed with tar and pitch. For my sake they shall interrupt the dancing no more. For me, happy and carefree,
Said Utanapishti to him, to Gilgamesh.
Why, Gilgamesh, do you ever chase sorrow, you who are built from God's flesh and human, whom the gods did fashion like your father and mother? Did you ever, Gilgamesh, compare your lot with the fool? They placed a throne in the assembly and told you, sit. The fool gets leftover yeast instead of fresh ghee, bran and grist instead of best flour. He is clad in a rag instead of fine garments, instead of a belt. He is girt with old rope, because he has no advisors to guide him. His affairs lack counsel have thought for him, Gilgamesh, who is their master as many as the moon and the gods of the night. At night the moon travels, the gods stay awake, and wakeful, unsleeping from olden times is set. Now consider your support. If, Gilgamesh, the temples of the gods have no provisioner, they, the gods, for he made for a gift, he they will cast down. Enkidu indeed they took to his doom, but you toiled away, and what did you achieve? You exhaust yourself with ceaseless toil, you fill your sinews with sorrow, bringing forward the end of your days. The end is snapped off like a reed in a canebrake. The comely young man, the pretty young woman, all too soon in their prime death abducts them. No one at all sees death, no one at all sees the face of death, no one at all hears the voice of death, death so savage, who hacks men down. Ever do we build our households, ever do we make our nests, ever do brothers divide their inheritance, ever do feuds arise in the land. Ever the river has risen and brought us the flood, the mayfly floating on the water. In the face of the sun its countenance gazes, then all of a sudden nothing is there. The abducted and the dead. How alike is their lot, but never was drawn the likeness of death. Never in the land did the dead greet a man. The Anunnaki, the great gods, held an assembly, Mamita, maker of destiny, fixed fates with them, both death and life they have established, but the day of death they do not disclose.
Tablet 11. Immortality denied.
Gilgamesh asks Utanapishti how he gained eternal life. And here's how Utanapishti survived the deluge and was given immortality by the gods as a result. Utanapishti suggests Gilgamesh go without sleep for a week. Gilgamesh fails the test and realizes in despair that if he cannot beat sleep, he has no hope of conquering death. Utanapishti commands his ferrymen to have Gilgamesh bathe and dress himself in more kingly garments and to escort him back to Uruk. Utanapishti's wife counsels him to give the departing hero the customary present for his journey. Utanapishti tells Gilgamesh how, deep under the sea, a plant-like coral grows that has the property of rejuvenation. Gilgamesh dives to the seabed and retrieves it. He and Ur-Shanabi leave for Uruk. Stopping at a welcoming pool, Gilgamesh bathes in its water, and a snake seizes on his inattention to steal the precious plant. Knowing that he will never rediscover the exact spot where he dived, Gilgamesh realizes at last that all his labors have been in vain. It would have been better not to have met Utanapishti at all. He and Shanabi arrive in Uruk, where, with words that echo the prologue, Gilgamesh shows the ferryman the walls that will be his enduring monument.
Said Gilgamesh to him, to Utanapishti the distant.
I look at you, Utanapishti. Your form is no different. You are just like me. You are not any different. You are just like me. I was fully intent on making you fight, but now in your presence my hand is stayed. How was it you stood with the gods in assembly? How did you find the life eternal?
Said Utanapishti to him, to Gilgamesh.
Let me disclose, O Gilgamesh, a matter most secret. To you I will tell a mystery of gods. The town of Shurapak, a city well known to you, which stands on the banks of the river Euphrates. This city was old. The gods once were in it, when the great gods decided to send down the deluge.
Their father and you swore on oath, and their counsellor, the hero Enlil, their chamberlain, the god Ninurta, and their sheriff, the god Enugi. Princely E swore with them also, repeating their words to a fence made of reed.
O fence of reed, O wall of brick, hear this, O fence, pay heed, O wall. O man of Shurapak, son of Ubartutu, demolish the house and build a boat, abandon wealth and seek survival, spurn property, save life, take on board the boat all living things seed, bursting the boat you will build, her dimensions all shall be equal, her length and breadth shall be the same, cover her with a roof like the ocean below. I understood and spoke to Ea, my master, what thus you told me. I understood, and I shall do it, but how do I answer my city, the crowd and the elders?
Eke opened his mouth to speak, saying to me, his servant.
Also you will say to them this, for sure the god Enlil feels for me hatred. In your city I can live no longer, I can tread no more on Enlil's ground. I must go to the ocean below to live with Ea, my master, and he will send you a rain of plenty. An abundance of birds, a profusion of fishes. He will provide a harvest of riches. In the morning he will send you a shower of bread cakes, and in the evening a torrent of wheat. At the very first glimmer of brightening dawn, at the gate of Atrahasis assembled the line, the carpenter carrying his hatchet, the reed worker carrying his stone, the shipwright bearing heavyweight axe. The young men were the old men bearing ropes of palm fiber. The rich man was carrying the pitch. The poor man brought the tackle. By the 5th day I had set her hall in position. 1 acre was her area, 10 rods the height of her sides. At 10 rods also the sides of her roof were each the same length. I set in place her body. I drew up her design. 6 decks I gave her, dividing her thus into 7. Into 9 compartments I divided her interior. I struck the bilge plugs into her middle. I saw to the punting poles and put in the tackle. Erase about 3 myriad measures of pitch I poured in a furnace. 3 myriad of tar I within. 3 myriad of oil fetched the workforce of porters. Aside from the myriad of oil consumed in libations, there were 2 myriad of oil stowed away by the boatmen. For my workmen I butchered oxen, and lambs I slaughtered daily. Beer and ale, oil and wine like water from a river, I gave my workforce, so they enjoyed a feast like the days of New Year. At sunrise I set my hand to the oiling. Before the sun set the boat was complete, were very arduous. From back to front we moved poles for the slipway, until 2/3 of the boat had entered the water. All the silver I owned I loaded aboard, all the gold I owned I loaded aboard, all the living creatures I had I loaded aboard. I sent on board all my kith and kin, the beasts of the field, the creatures of the wild, and members of every skill and craft. It's the time which the sun god appointed. In the morning he will send you a shower of bread cakes, and in the evening a torrent of wheat. Go into the boat and seal your hatch. That time had now come. In the morning he will send you a shower of bread cakes, and in the evening a torrent of wheat. I examined the look of the weather. Herself from the weather to look at was full of foreboding. I went into the boat and sealed my hatch. To the one who sealed the boat, Puzur Enlil the shipwright, I gave my palace with all its goods. At the very first glimmer of brightening dawn there rose on the horizon a dark cloud of black, and bellowing within it was Adid the storm god. The gods Shalat and Hanish were going before him, bearing his throne over mountain and land. The god Erika was uprooting the mooring poles Ninurta, passing by, made the weirs overflow. The Anunnaki gods carried torches of fire, scorching the country with brilliant flashes. The stillness of the storm god passed over the sky, and all that was bright then turned into darkness. He charged the land like a bull on the rampage. He smashed it in pieces like a vessel of clay. For a day the gale winds flattened the country, quickly they blew, and then came the deluge. Like a battle, the cataclysm passed over the people. One man could not discern another, nor could people be recognized amid the destruction. Even the gods took fright at the deluge. They left and went up to the heaven of Anu, lying like dogs curled up in the open. The goddess cried out like a woman in childbirth. Belit Eli wailed, whose voice is so sweet. The olden times have turned to clay because I spoke evil in the gods' assembly. How could I speak evil in the gods' assembly and declare a war to destroy my people? It is I who give birth. These people are mine, and now, like fish, they fill the ocean.
The Anunnaki gods were weeping with her, wet-faced with sorrow. They were weeping with her. Their lips were parched and stricken with fever. For 6 days and 7 nights, there blew the wind, the downpour, the gale, the deluge. It flattened the land. But the 7th day when it came, the gale relented, the deluge ended. The ocean grew calm, that had thrashed like a woman in labour. The tempest grew still, the deluge ended. I looked at the weather. It was quiet and still, but all the people had turned to clay. The floodplain was flat like the roof of a house. I opened a vent, on my cheeks fell the sunlight. Down sat I, knelt and I wept. Down my cheeks the tears were coursing. I scanned the horizons. The edge of the ocean, in 14 places there, rose an island. On the mountain of Nimush the boat ran aground. Mount Nimush held the boat fast, allowed it no motion. One day and a second, Mount Nimush held the boat fast, allowed it no motion. A third day and a fourth, Mount Nimush held the boat fast, allowed it no motion. A 5th day and a 6th, Mount Nimush held the boat fast, allowed it no motion. The 7th day when it came, I brought out a dove, I let it loose. Off went the dove, but then it returned. There was no place to land, so back it came to me. I brought out a swallow, I let it loose, off went the swallow, but then it returned. There was no place to land, so back it came to me. I brought out a raven, I let it loose. Off went the raven, it saw the waters receding, finding food, bowing and bobbing. It did not come back to me. I brought out an offering, to the 4 winds made sacrifice. Incense I placed on the peak of the mountain. 7 flasks and 7 I set in position. Reed, cedar and myrtle I piled beneath them. The gods did smell the savour. The gods did smell the savour sweet. The gods gathered like flies around a man making sacrifice. Then at once Belet Eli arrived. She lifted the flies of lapis lazuli that Anu had made for their courtship.
O gods, let these great beads in this necklace of mine make me remember these days and never forget them. All the gods shall come to the incense, but to the incense let Enlil not come, because he lacked counsel and brought on the deluge and delivered my people into destruction.
Then at once Enlil arrived. He saw the boat. He was seized with anger, filled with rage at the divine Igigi, from where escaped this living being. No man was meant to survive the destruction. Ninurta opened his mouth to speak, saying to the hero Enlil,
Who, if not Ea, could cause such a thing? Ea alone knows how all things are done.
Esse opened his mouth to speak, saying to the hero Enlil,
You, the sage of the gods, the hero, how could you lack counsel and bring on the deluge? On him who transgresses, inflict his crime. On him who does wrong, inflict his wrongdoing. Slack off, lest it snap. Pull tight, lest it slacken. Instead of your causing the deluge, a lion could have risen and diminished the people. Instead you're causing the deluge, a wolf could have risen and diminished the people. Instead of your causing the deluge, a famine could have happened and slaughtered the land. Instead of your causing the deluge, the plague god could have risen and slaughtered the land. It was not I disclosed the great god's secret. Atrahasis I let see a vision, and thus he learned our secret. And now decide what to do with him." Enlil came up inside the boat. He took hold of my hand and brought me on board. He brought aboard my wife and made her kneel at my side. He touched our foreheads, standing between us to bless us. In the past, Uta-Napishti was a mortal man, but now he and his wife shall become like us gods. Uta-Napishti shall dwell far away where the rivers flow forth. So far away they took me and settled me where the rivers flow forth. But you now who convene for you the gods' assembly so you can find the life you search for 6 days and 7 nights, come, do without slumber.
As soon as Gilgamesh squatted down on his haunches, sleep like a fog already breathed over him. Said Uta-Napishti to her, to his wife.
I see the fellow who so desired life, sleep like a fog already breathes over him.
Said his wife to him, to Uta-Napishti the distant.
Touch the man and make him awake. The way he came he shall go back in well-being. By the gate he came forth he shall return to his land.
Said Uta-Napishti to her, to his wife.
Man is deceitful. He will deceive you. Go, bake for him his daily bread loaf and line them up by his head, and mark on the wall the days that he sleeps.
So she baked for him his daily bread loaf. She lined them up by his head, noting on the wall the days that he slept. His first bread loaf was all dried up. The second was leathery, soggy the third. The fourth flour cake had turned to white. The fifth had cast a mould of grey. Fresh baked was the sixth, the seventh still on the coals. Then he touched him, and the man awoke. Said Gilgamesh to him, to Uta-Napishti the distant.
No sooner had sleep spilled itself over me, than forthwith you touched me, and made me awake.
Said Uta-Napishti to him, to Gilgamesh.
Come, Gilgamesh, count me your bread loaves, then you will learn the days that you slept. Your first bread loaf was all dried up, the second was leathery, soggy the third. The fourth flour cake had turned to white, the fifth had cast a mould of grey, fresh baked was the sixth, the seventh still on the coals. And only then did I touch you.
Said Gilgamesh to him, to Uta-Napishti the distant.
You Uta-Napishti, what should I do and where should I go? A thief has taken hold of my flesh. For there in my bedchamber death does abide, and wherever I turn, there too will be death.
Said Uta-Napishti to him, to the boatman Urshanabi.
May the quay reject you, Urshanabi, and the ferry scorn you. You who used to walk this shore, be banished from it now. As for the man that you led here, his body is tousled with matted hair. The pelts have ruined his body's beauty. Take him, Urshanabi, lead him to the washtub. Have him wash his matted locks as clean as can be. Let him cast off his pelts, and the sea bear them off. Let his body be soaked till fair. Let a new kerchief be made for his head. Let him wear royal robes, the dress fitting his dignity, until he goes home to his city, until he reaches the end of his road. Let the robes show no mark, but stay fresh and new.
Shishanabai took him, and led him to the washtub. He washed his matted locks as clean as could be. He cast off his pelts, and the sea bore them off. His body was soaked till fair. He made a new kerchief for his head. He wore royal robes, the dress fitting his dignity. Until he goes home to his city, until he reaches the end of his road, let the robes show no mark, but stay fresh and new. Gilgamesh and Urshanabi crewed the boat. They launched the craft and crewed it themselves. Said his wife to him, to Uta-Napishti the distant.
Gilgamesh came here by toil and by travail. What have you given for his homeward journey? And Gilgamesh, he picked up a punting pole. He brought the boat back near to the shore.
Said Uta-Napishti to him, to Gilgamesh.
You came here, O Gilgamesh, by toil and by travail. What do I give for your homeward journey? Let me disclose, O Gilgamesh, a matter most secret to you. I will tell a mystery of gods. There is a plant that looks like a box thorn. It has prickles like a dog rose and will prick one who plucks it. But if you can possess this plant, you'll be again as you were in your youth.
Just as soon as Gilgamesh heard what he said, he opened a channel. Heavy stones he tied to his feet, and they pulled him down to the ocean below. He took the plant and pulled it up and lifted it. The heavy stones he cut loose from his feet, and the sea cast him up on its shore. Said Gilgamesh to him, to Urshanabi the boatman.
This plant, Urshanabi, is the plant of heartbeat. With it a man can regain his vigor. To Uruk the sheepfold I will take it. To an ancient I will feed some and put the plant to the test. Its name shall be Old Man Grown Young. I will eat it myself and be again as I was in my youth.
At 20 leagues they broke bread, at 30 leagues they stopped for the night. Gilgamesh found a pool whose water was cool. Down he went into it to bathe in the water. Of the plant's fragrance a snake caught scent, came up in silence, and bore the plant off. As it turned away, it sludded skin. Then Gilgamesh sat down and wept. Down his cheeks the tears were coursing. He spoke to Urshanabi the boatman.
For whom, Urshanabi, toiled my arms so hard, for whom ran dry the blood of my heart. Not for myself did I find a bounty, for the lion of the earth I have done a favor. Now far and wide the tide is rising. A thing would I find that served as my landmark, had I only turned back and left the boat on the shore.
At 20 leagues they broke bread, at 30 leagues they stopped for the night. When they arrived in Uruk the sheepfold, said Gilgamesh to him, to Urshanabi the boatman,
Ooh, Urshanabi, climb Uruk's wall and walk back and forth. Survey its foundations, examine the brickwork. Were its bricks not fired in an oven? Did the 7 sages not lay its foundations? A square mile is city, a square mile date grove. A square mile is clay pit, half a square mile the temple of Ishtar. 3 square miles and a half is Uruk's expanse.
Chapter 2. Babylonian texts of the early 2nd millennium BC. The Pennsylvania Tablet, surpassing all other kings' tablet too.
The Pennsylvania tablet, often known as Gilgamesh P, comes from southern Babylonia and probably dates to the late 18th century BC. It was bought by the University Museum, Philadelphia, in 1914 and is now CBS 77771. It is tablet 2 of an old Babylonian edition of the epic known in antiquity as a passing all other kings. The text it contains runs parallel, though with some differences in language and in the order of the episodes, with tablets 1 to 11 of the standard version of the epic, and much of it has already been used in chapter I to restore tablet 11. Gilgamesh relates his dreams to his mother, the goddess Ninsun, who interprets them for him. Enkidu and the prostitute, who is here known as Shumkatum, make love, and she suggests that he leave the wild and come to Uruk. They arrive at the shepherd's camp, where Enkidu is introduced to bread and beer. He is washed, groomed and dressed, and becomes the shepherd's night watchman, learning from a passerby how Gilgamesh at weddings has the privilege of droit de seigneur. Enkidu leaves for Uru. There he arrives at the very moment when, as it seems, the young men choose one of their number to challenge the king. Presumably, we are to understand that Enkidu then fills this role, for he interrupts the wedding procession and wrestles with Gilgamesh. The tablet ends with his acceptance that Gilgamesh's kingship is legitimate.
Gilgamesh rose to relate the dream, saying to his mother,
O mother, during the course of my night, I walked hale and hearty among the young men. Then the stars of the sky hid from me. A piece of the sky fell down to me. I picked it up, but it was too heavy for me. I pushed at it, but I could not dislodge it. The land of Uruk was gathered about it. The young men were kissing its feet. I braced my forehead, and they helped me push. I picked it up and carried it off to you.
The mother of Gilgamesh, well versed in everything, said to Gilgamesh,
For sure, Gilgamesh. Someone like yourself was born in the wild, and the upland has reared him. You will see him, and you will rejoice. The young men will kiss his feet. You will embrace him and bring him to me.
He lay down, and he had another dream. He rose and spoke to his mother.
You, mother, I have had another dream. In the street of Uruk, the town square, an axe was lying with a crowd gathered around. The axe itself, it was strange of shape. I saw it and I grew glad. Like a wife, I loved it, caressed and embraced it. I took it up and set it at my side.
The mother of Gilgamesh, well versed in everything, said to Gilgamesh,
Because of a lacuna, only the end of Ninsun's reply is preserved.
So that I shall make him your equal.
As Gilgamesh related the dream, Enkidu was sitting before the harlot. While the two of them together were making love, he forgot the world where he was born. For 7 days and 7 nights Enkidu was erect and coupled with Shumkatum. The harlot opened her mouth, saying to Enkidu,
As I look at you, Enkidu, you are like a god. Why, with the beasts, do you wander the wild? Come, I will lead you to Uruk the town square, to the sacred temple, the home of Anu. Enkidu, arise, let me take you to the temple Iana, the home of Anu, where men are engaged in labors of skill. You, too, like a man, will find a place for yourself. You have been enough in the shepherd's domain.
Her words he heard, her speech found favour, the counsel of a woman struck home in his heart. She stripped and clad him in part of her garment, the other part she put on herself. By the hand she took him, like a god she led him, to the shepherd's camp, the site of the sheep pen. The shepherds gathered about him. Like in build, he is the image of Gilgamesh, but shorter in stature and bigger of bone. For sure it's the one who was born in the uplands, the milk of the beasts is what he was suckled on. Bread they put before him. He peered at it, gazing and staring. How to eat bread Enkidu knew not. How to drink ale he had never been shown. The harlot opened her mouth, saying to Enkidu,
Eat the bread, Enkidu, essential to life, drink the ale, the lot of the land.
Enkidu ate the bread until he was sated. He drank the ale, a full 7 goblets. His mood became free, he started to sing, his heart grew merry, his face lit up. The barber groomed his body so hairy, anointed with oil, he turned into a man. He put on a garment, became like a warrior. He took up his weapon to do battle with lions. When at night, asleep, the shepherds lay down, he struck down wolves. He chased off lions. Sleeping lay the senior herdsman, their watchman Enkidu, a man wide awake. A certain fellow had been invited to a wedding in...
A lacuna intervenes, then the narrative continues.
Enkidu was having his pleasure with Shamkatum. He lifted his eyes, he caught sight of the man, and he said to the harlot, Shamkatum, bring the man over. Why he came here, let me learn his reason. The harlot hailed the man, went up to him, spoke to him.
Where do you hurry to, fellow? What is your journey so toilsome?
The fellow opened his mouth, saying to Enkidu,
I was invited to a wedding banquet. It is the lot of the people to contract a marriage. I shall load the ceremonial table with tempting foods for the wedding feast. For the king of Uruk the town square, the veil will be parted for the one who picks first. For Gilgamesh, the king of Uruk the town square, the veil will be parted for the one who picks first. He will couple with the wife-to-be, he first of all, the bridegroom after. By divine consent it is so ordained. When his navel cord was cut, for him, she was destined. At the fellow's words his face paled in anger.
The rest of Enkidu's reaction is lost in a lacuna, after which the text resumes.
There goes Enkidu, with Shamkatum following. He entered the city of Uruk the town square, and a crowd gathered around. He came to a halt in the street of Uruk the town square. All gathered about. The people discussed him.
In build he is the image of Gilgamesh, but shorter in stature and bigger of bone. For sure it's the one who was born in the uplands. Animal's milk is what he was suckled on.
In Uruk they held regular festivals of sacrifice. Young men made merry, set up a champion. For the fellow whose features were fair, for Gilgamesh, like a god, was set up a rival. For the goddess of weddings the bed was laid out. Gilgamesh met with the maiden by night. Forward came Enkidu. He stood in the street, blocking the path of Gilgamesh. They discussed him. Gilgamesh the doorway. In front of him, he was growing angry. Enkidu moved towards him, as they confronted each other in the square of the land. Enkidu blocked the door with his foot. He did not allow Gilgamesh to enter. They took hold of each other, backs bent like a bull. They smashed the door jamb. The wall did shake. Gilgamesh and Enkidu took hold of each other, backs bent like a bull. They smashed the door jamb. The wall did shake. Gilgamesh knelt, 1 foot on the ground. His anger subsided. He broke off from the fight. After he broke off from the fight, said Enkidu to him, to Gilgamesh,
As one unique your mother bore you, the wild cow of the fold, the goddess Ninsun. High over warriors you are exalted, to be king of the people, and Lil made it your destiny.
The Yale Tablet, surpassing all other King's Tablet 3.
The Yale Tablet, often known as Gilgamesh I. Tablet 3 of the same old Babylonian edition of the Epic as the Pennsylvania Tablet. It shares its handwriting and other physical characteristics with the Pennsylvania tablet and must have come from the same site. The tablet was purchased by the Yale Babylonian Collection, New Haven, Connecticut, where it is registered as EBC 2178. The text runs parallel with tablets 11 to 111 of the standard version of the Epic, though with many differences. Parts of it have been used to restore the text in Chapter 1. Gilgamesh and Enkidu become close friends, as Ninsun predicted. For reasons that are not clear, because of the broken state of the tablet, Enkidu is overcome with misery. Gilgamesh cheers him with a proposal to mount an expedition to the Forest of Cedar. There they will kill the monstrous Huwawa, as Humbaba is known in this and other old Babylonian tablets. Enkidu advises Gilgamesh that Huwawa was appointed to guard the cedar by the gods. Chiding him with being afraid to die, Gilgamesh extols the glory of death in battle and the immortal name that it would bring. They have their weapons cast at the forge and Gilgamesh convenes the assembly of Uruk. He announces his proposed expedition and the elders advise caution. Gilgamesh laughs off their counsel. After a break in the text, someone, perhaps his mother Ninsun, is wishing him well for the journey. Gilgamesh prays to the sun god for protection on the road and also to his deified father, Lugalbanda. The heroes shoulder their equipment and the elders offer Gilgamesh blessings and advice for the journey. As the pair depart, Enkidu tells Gilgamesh to send the young men back inside the city. They leave alone, beginning broken.
Why do you desire to do this thing? Anything do you want so much? Let me a feat that never was done in the land.
They kissed each other and formed a friendship.
After a long lacuna, the text resumes.
His eyes were brimming with tears. His mood grew sad, heavily. He sighed. Enkidu's eyes were brimming with tears. His mood grew sad, heavily he sighed. Gilgamesh bent his face to him, saying to Enkidu,
Why, my friend, do your eyes brim with tears, your mood grow sad, with such heavy sighs?
Enkidu opened his mouth, saying to Gilgamesh,
Bobs, my friend, have knotted the sinews in my neck, my arms go limp, my strength ebbs away.
Gilgamesh opened his mouth, saying to Enkidu,
Precious Huwawa, let us slay him so his power is no more. In the forest of cedar where Huwawa dwells, let us frighten him in his lair.
Enkidu opened his mouth, saying to Gilgamesh,
I knew him, my friend, in the uplands when I roamed here and there with the herd. For 60 leagues the forest is a wilderness. Who is there would venture inside it? Huwawa, his voice is the deluge, his speech is fire, and his breath is death. Why do you desire to do this thing? An unwinnable battle is Huwawa's ambush.
Gilgamesh opened his mouth, saying to Enkidu,
I will climb, my friend, the forest slopes.
Enkidu opened his mouth, saying to Gilgamesh,
How can we go, my friend, to the forest of cedar? The god who guards it is Weir, mighty and noon sleeping. Huwawa was appointed by Weir, Adad ranks first, and Humbaba is second. So to keep safe the cedars, Enlil assigned him the 7 terrors.
Gilgamesh opened his mouth, saying to Enkidu,
Who is there, my friend, can climb to the sky? Only the gods dwell forever in sunlight. As for man, his days are numbered. Whatever he may do, it is but wind. Here are you, afraid of death. What has become of your mighty valor? Let me walk in front of you, and you can call to me. Go on without fear. If I should fall, let me make my nay. Gilgamesh joined battle with ferocious Huwawa. You were born and grew up in the wild. A lion attacked you. You experienced all. Grown men fled away from your presence, you in the evening. Why now do you speak like a weakling? With your spineless words you make me despondent. Let me start out. I will chop down the cedar. A name that is eternal I will establish forever. Come, my friend, let us hide the forge. Let them cast us hatchets in our presence.
They took each other by the hand and hied to the forge, where the smiths were sitting in consultation. Great hatchets they cast, and axes weighing 3 talents apiece. Great daggers they cast, 2 talents apiece were the blades. 1/2 of a talent the crests of their handles. 1/2 a talent apiece the daggers' gold mountings. Gilgamesh and Enkidu bore 10 talents each. He bolted the sevenfold gates of Uruk. He convened the assembly. The crowd gathered round. In the street of Uruk, the town square, Gilgamesh seated himself on his throne. In the street of Uruk, the town square, the crowd was sitting before him. Thus Gilgamesh spoke to the elders of Uruk, the town square.
Hear me, O elders of Uruk, the town square. I would tread the path to ferocious Huwawa. I would see the god of whom men talk, whose name the lands do constantly repeat. I will conquer him in the forest of cedar. Let the land learn Uruk's offshoot is mighty. Let me start out. I will cut down the cedar. I will establish forever a name eternal.
The elders of Uruk, the town square, gave answer to Gilgamesh.
You are young Gilgamesh, borne along by emotion. All that you do, you don't understand. We hear Huwawa is strange of aspect. Who is there can counter his weapons? For 60 leagues the forest is wilderness. Who is there would venture inside it? Humbaba, his voice is the deluge, his speech is fire, and his breath is death. Why do you desire to do this thing? An unwinnable battle is Huwawa's ambush.
Gilgamesh heard the speech of his advisors. He looked with a laugh at his friend.
Now, my friend, how frightened I am. In fear of him shall I change my mind.
The text resumes with the counselor's blessing.
May your God plant your feet on the straightest path. May he let your steps complete the journey, safely back to the quay of Uruk, the town square.
Gilgamesh knelt down in the presence of the sun god. The words which he spoke.
I am going, O Shamash, to the home of Huwawa. Let me leave there in safety. Please keep me alive. Bring me back to the quay of Uruk, the town square. Place your protection over me.
Gilgamesh summoned his instruction.
After a further lacuna, the text continues with Gilgamesh's prayer to his god, Lugalbanda.
Down his cheeks the tears were coursing.
I would go, my God, on a journey I never have taken. It's, my God, I do not know. Let me come home in safety. With happy heart let me look on your face. I will build you a house to delight you. I will set you on many a throne.
His equipment, the great daggers, bow and quiver, these were placed in their hands. Gilgamesh picked up the hatchets, accepting his quiver with the bow of Anshan. In his belt he placed his dagger, thus equipped to begin the journey. The young men came up to Gilgamesh.
You sent back to the city.
The elders blessed Gilgamesh, offering advice for the road.
Do not rely, Gilgamesh, on your strength alone. Let your eyes be sharp, guard yourself well. Let Enkidu walk before you. He is versed in the path, well traveled on the road. He knows the ways into the forest and all the tricks of Huwawa. The one who goes in front keeps safe his comrade. The one whose eyes are sharp will protect his person. May Shamash permit you to win your victory. May your eyes be witness to the deeds you have talked of. May he open for you the paths that are shut. May he ready the road for your footsteps. For your feet may he ready the mountain. May the night bring you something to cheer you. May Lugalbanda assist in your victory. Win your victory like a little child. In Huwawa's river, that which you strive for, wash your feet. When you camp for the night, dig a well. In your bottle shall be fresh water always. You must offer chilled water to Shamash, and remember your god, Lugalbanda.
Enkidu opened his mouth, saying to Gilgamesh,
Where you've set your mind, begin the journey. Let your heart have no fear. Keep your eyes on me. In the forest I knew his lair and the ways too. The Huwawa wanders. Speak to the crowd and send them back home. They should not go with me to you.
The crowd with happy heart. They heard what he had said. The young men made a fervent prayer.
Go, Gilgamesh, may your god go before you. May Shamash permit you to win your victory.
Gilgamesh and Enkidu went forth.
A few more fragmentary lines follow. Shortly afterwards, the tablet would have concluded.
Another fragment in Philadelphia.
A second piece of old Babylonian Gilgamesh, Epic, is kept at the University Museum in Philadelphia. It was most likely found at Nippur, now Nuffa in central Babylonia, in the 1890s. It probably dates to the early 18th century BC. The obverse of the fragment treats the misery of Enkidu and the solicitude that this awakes in Gilgamesh, providing a close parallel to the lines 79 to 90 of the Yale tablet. What remains of the reverse seems to deal with a conversation of Enkidu and Gilgamesh, probably from the episode of the Elder's Warning and Gilgamesh's subsequent speech to Enkidu. Beginning broken of verse.
Why, my friend, do your eyes brim with tears, your mood grow sad? Let your
said Enkidu to him, to Gilgamesh.
sobs, my friend, racked my being. In the heart my strength ebbed away. My eyes are brimming with tears. My mood grows sad. Let not my
Gilgamesh opened his mouth, saying to Enkidu,
Reverse.
What do you cause to? In battle the lair of Huwawa.
Gilgamesh opened his mouth, saying to Enkidu,
Remainder lost.
The Nippur School tablet.
The old Babylonian Nippur tablet was excavated on Tablet Hill at Nippur in the season 1951-2. More exactly in the back room of a private house which also served as a scribal school. It dates to the middle of the 18th century BC, specifically to the years immediately before the economic crisis that devastated southern Babylonia towards the end of that century and led to the closure of the school and the abandonment of the house. The tablet is now stored in the Iraq Museum, Baghdad. It was an apprentice's exercise and holds text of the episode of Gilgamesh's dreams on his approach to the forest of cedar, split into 2 separate passages. The piece has already been used in Chapter I to restore the standard version of the epic at tablet, EV 109, where Enkidu interprets Gilgamesh's 3rd dream, and 142, where the 4th dream is related and explained.
We draw, my friend, ever nearer the forest. The dreams are close, the battle soon. You will see the radiant auras of the god of Huwawa, whom in your thoughts you fear so much. Locking horns like a bull, you will batter him and force his head down with your strength. The old man you saw is your powerful god, the one who begot you, divine Lugalbanda. My friend, I have had the 4th. It surpasses my other 3 dreams. I saw a thunderbird in the sky. Up it rose like a cloud soaring above us. It was its visage distorted, its mouth was fire, its breath was death. There was also a Pianlan. He was strange of form. He stood there in my dream. He bound its wings and took hold of my arm. He cast it down before me upon it. You saw a thunderbird in the sky. Up it rose like a cloud soaring above us. It was its visage distorted, its mouth was fire, its breath was death. You will fear its awesome splendor. I shall its foot, and let you arise. The man you saw was mighty Shamash.
The Telharmal tablets.
2 tablets of old Babylonian Gilgamesh have been excavated in a private house at Tel Harmal, the site of ancient Shadapam on the eastern outskirts of Baghdad, and are now in the Iraq Museum. They were both recovered during the 3rd season of excavations in August 1947 and date from the early 18th century BC. They appear to be scribal exercises like the Nippur tablet. The more legible of the 2 holds the text of one of Gilgamesh's dreams on the way to the forest of cedar and Enkidu's explanation of it. Most of it has already been used in Chapter I to fill the lacuna in the standard version of the epic at tablet, I-183. The 2nd tablet relates a conversation between Gilgamesh and Enkidu on their arrival at the forest, but for the most part it defies a connected translation. Some lines from it have been used in Chapter I at tablet 577.
Telharmal. Tablet head.
Go up onto the mountain crag and look at I have been robbed of the sleep of the gods. My friend, I had a dream. How ominous it was, how desolate, how unclear. I had taken me hold of a bull from the wild. As it clove the ground with its bellows, the clouds of dust it raised thrust deep in the sky, and I, in front of it, leaned myself forward. Taking hold of and closed my arms, he extricated me, by force my cheek, he gave me water to drink from his water skin. The god, my friend, we are going against, he's not the wild bull. He's different altogether. The wild bull you saw was Shining Shamash. He will grasp our hands in time of peril. The one who gave you water to drink from his skin was your god who respects you, divine Lugalbanda. We shall join forces and do something unique, a feat that never has been in the land.
The Ishtali tablet.
The Ishtali tablet is often known as the Bewa tablet after its first editor. or as the Chicago tablet after its present location in the tablet collections of the Oriental Institute, University of Chicago, a 2007. It is a school exercise tablet excavated in 1935 at Ishshali, ancient Nereptum, a town on the Diale River just east of Baghdad, and dates to the early 18th century BC. The text that it contains runs roughly parallel with the end of Tablet 5 of the standard version of the Epic, though with considerable differences. Some of it has already been used in Chapter 1 to fill out the story at Tablet 5269. Gilgamesh has just overcome the forest's guardian, Hiwawa. Enkidu urges him not to spare their foe. Gilgamesh wants instead to hunt down Hiwawa's auras, which are the radiant numinous powers that Hiwawa wears as protection. Enkidu suggests that they can easily do that later. The heroes kill Hiwawa, apparently also his servant, and probably then the 7 auras. Then they desecrate the sacred groves and fell the cedar. Beginning broken,
said Enkidu to him, to Gilgamesh.
Smite Hiwawa the ogre, whom your gods abhor. Why, my friend, do you show him mercy?
Said Gilgamesh to him, to Enkidu.
Now, my friend, we must impose our victory. The auras slip away in the thicket, the auras slip away. Their radiance grows dim.
Said Enkidu to him, to Gilgamesh.
My friend, catch a bird, and where go its chicks? Let us look for the auras later, as the chicks run here and there in the thicket. Smite him again, slay his servant alongside him.
Gilgamesh heard the word of his companion. He took up his axe in his hand, he drew forth the dirk from his belt. Gilgamesh smote him in the neck. His friend Enkidu gave encouragement. He fell, the ravines did run with his blood. Hiwawa the guardian he smote to the ground, for 2 leagues afar. With him he slew the wood, he slew the ogre, the forest's guardian, at whose yell were sundered the peaks of Sirion and Lebanon. The mountains did quake. All the hillsides did tremble. He slew the ogre, the cedar's guardian, the broken. As soon as he had slain all 7 of the Uras, the war net of 2 talents weight, the dirk of 8, a load of 10 talents he took up. He went down to trample the forest. He discovered the secret abode of the gods, Gilgamesh felling the trees, Enkidu choosing the timber. Said Enkidu to him, to Gilgamesh.
O Gilgamesh, smite the cedar.
After a few more badly damaged lines, the tablet breaks off.
A tablet in Baghdad of unknown provenance.
A 4th old Babylonian tablet of Gilgamesh is housed in the Arak Museum. It was acquired by donation or confiscation, and nothing is known of its provenance except that it is from somewhere in Iraq. The piece is badly damaged. What text is legible deals with the episode of the felling of the cedar, overlapping slightly with the Ishshali tablet?
A tablet reportedly from Sippar.
This tablet comprises 2 joining fragments, one of which is now in the British Museum in London, the other in the Vorderasiatisches Museum in Berlin. The fragments were purchased in Baghdad in 1902 and were reported to come from the city of Sippar, on the Euphrates upstream of Babylon. The date of the tablet is 18th or 17th century BC. The piece is not a school exercise, but a library tablet with 2 columns of text on each side, and is thus most probably part of an edition of the whole epic rather than a text in isolation. However, the recension to which the Sippar fragment bears witness is probably not the same as that represented by the Pennsylvania and Yale tablets. The text it holds runs parallel to parts of tablets 9, 10 of the standard version of the epic, again with considerable differences. Some lines have been used in Chapter 1 to supplement the standard version of the epic, is inserted at Tablet 9. Distraught at the death of Enkidu, Gilgamesh is wandering the wild in search of the secret of eternal life. The sun god speaks to him from the sky and advises him of the futility of his quest. Gilgamesh rejects a life of easeful rest, in the knowledge that death all too soon brings permanent repose. He must extend his life if he can. After a break, Gilgamesh is explaining to Shiduri how his friend died and how thus he learnt the fear of death. The tavern keeper explains that only the gods can live forever. The task of a man is to enjoy life while he has it and to nurture the family that will bring him descendants. Gilgamesh is not persuaded and insists on pursuing his quest. As the text resumes following a second break, Gilgamesh is smashing the stone crew of the ferryman Susunabu. This is the name given here to the later Shanabi. Susunabu introduces himself, and Gilgamesh relates his journey and asks help in finding the immortal Utanapishti, here called Ute-Nashtim. Susunabu tells him that the stone ones were his means of crossing the ocean, but asks him to prepare punting poles for the voyage. Beginning lost.
He clad himself in their skins. He ate their flesh. Gilgamesh dug wells that never existed before. He drank the water as he chased the winds. Shamash grew worried, and bending down, he spoke to Gilgamesh.
O Gilgamesh, where are you wandering? The life that you seek you never will find, said Gilgamesh to him, to the hero Shamash. After roaming, wandering all through the wild, when I enter the netherworld will rest be scarce. I shall lie there sleeping all down the years. Let my eyes see the sun and be sated with light. The darkness is hidden. How much light is there left? When may the dead see the rays of the sun?
After a long lacuna, the text resumes with Gilgamesh addressing the tavern keeper.
My friend, who I love so deeply, who with me went through every danger, Enkidu, whom I loved so deeply, who with me went through every danger.
He went to the doom of mortal men, weeping over him day and night. I did not surrender his body for burial.
Maybe my friend will rise at my cry.
To 7 days and 7 nights, until a maggot dropped from his nostril. After he was gone, I did not find life, wandering like a trapper in the midst of the wild.
Oi, tavern keeper, I have looked on your face, but I would not meet death, but I fear so much,
said the tavern keeper to him, to Gilgamesh.
O Gilgamesh, where are you wandering? Well, the life that you seek you never will find. And when the gods created mankind, death they dispensed to mankind. Life they kept for themselves. But you, Gilgamesh, let your belly be full. Enjoy yourself always by day and by night. Make merry each day, dance and play day and night. Let your clothes be clean. Let your head be washed. May you bathe in water. Gaze on the child who holds your hand. Let your wife enjoy your repeated embrace. For such is the destiny of mortal men, that the one who lives,
said Gilgamesh to her, to the alewife.
Tavern keeper, why do you talk this way? My heart is still very sick for my friend. O tavern keeper, why do you talk this way? My heart is still very sick for Enkidu. But you dwell, O tavern keeper, on the shore of the ocean. You are familiar with all the ways across it. Or show me the way. Oh, show me. If it may be done, I will cross the ocean, said the tavern keeper to him, to Gilgamesh. O Gilgamesh, never before was there one like you, who but Shamash can travel that journey.
After a further lacuna, the narrative has moved on to Gilgamesh's encounter with the Stone Ones and the ferryman.
And the Stone Ones he smashed in his fury. Gilgamesh came back to stand over him, as Susunabu looked him in the eye. Said Susunabu to him, to Gilgamesh.
Tell me, what is your name? I am Susunabu of Uta-Nashtim the Distant,
said Gilgamesh to him, to Susunabu.
Gilgamesh is my name, who came from Uruk-Ayana, who wound away around the mountains, the hidden road where rises the sun. O Susunabu, now I have met you. Show me Uta-Nashtim the Distant,
said Susunabi to him, to Gilgamesh.
You reach Uta-Nashtim the Distant, you must crew the boat, and I will take you to him.
They sat down, talking it over between them, and again he said a word to him, said Susunabu to him, to Gilgamesh.
The Stone Ones, O Gilgamesh, enabled my crossing, for I must not touch the waters of death. In your fury you have smashed them. The Stone Ones were with me to take me across. Take up, O Gilgamesh, the axe in your hand. Cut me 300 punting poles, each 60 cubits. Equip them with bosses.
Remainder lost.
Chapter 3. Babylonian texts of the late 2nd millennium BC from sites in Babylonia. The Nippur Exercise Tablet.
This piece was excavated in 1949 on Tablet Hill at Nippur and is now part of the collections of the Oriental Institute, University of Chicago. It is a school exercise tablet written by an apprentice scribe as part of his training. probably at some time between the early 14th and the late 13th centuries BC, when the city was enjoying a period of prosperity and revival. The very short extract is from the episode of the creation of Enkidu.
Let them summon Aruru, the Great One. It was created them, mankind so numerous. Let her create his equal, one mighty in strength, and let him vie with him so Uruk may be rested. They summoned Aruru, the sister.
The god Anu said to her,
It was Aruru, created man. Create now his equal, one mighty in strength. Let him vie with him, so Uruk may be rested.
The Ure tablet.
This tablet was found in the course of Selenid Wuli's excavations at the site of Er of the Chaldees, in southern Babylonia, just west of modern Nasiriyah, which ran from 1922 to 1934. It is now in the British Museum. The date of the tablet is probably the 12th century BC. The text it holds appears to be an extract from an edition of the epic very similar to the standard version. The episode is that of Enkidu on his deathbed, in which he curses the trapper and the prostitute, blesses the prostitute, and begins to relate his dream of the netherworld. The text thus runs parallel with Tablet 790, 171, which it helps to restore.
At the very first glimmer of brightening dawn, Enkidu raised his head, weeping to Shamash. Under the rays of the sun his tears were flowing.
I appeal to you, Shamash, on account of the hunter, the trapper man. As for the shackler, who let me be not as great as my friend, may the hunter be not as great as his friend. May his profit be cut. Diminish his income. May his share be cut in your presence.
After he had cursed the hunter to his heart's content, he decided to curse the harlot also.
Come, Shamhat, I will fix your destiny. I will curse you with a mighty curse. My curses shall afflict you now and forthwith. A household to delight in you shall not acquire. In the young women's chamber you shall not sit. Your finest garment the ground shall defile. Your festive gown the drunkard shall stain in the dirt. A house with utensils and pots you shall never acquire. The of the potter, Shamhat, you shall not acquire a pure. No table for a banquet, the people's abundance and pride, shall be laid in your house. The bench of a shall be the bed you delight in. The crossroads of the potter shall be where you sit. The field of ruins shall be where you bed down. Arsation to the ewers, etc. The city wall shall be where you stand. Briar and thorn shall skin your feet. Drunk and sober shall strike your cheek. The rabble of the street shall throng to your brothel. In your tavern brawls shall break out. There shall be plaintiff and claim against you. The roof of your house no builder shall plaster. In your chamber shall lie wild dogs. At your table no banquet shall ever take place. Because you made me weak, who was undefiled. Yes, in the wild you weakened me, who was undefiled.
Shamash heard what he had spoken. Straight away from the sky there cried out a voice.
When the text resumes after a short lacuna, Enkidu is speaking.
Come, Shamhat, I will fix your destiny. My mouth that cursed you shall bless you as well. Governors shall love you and noblemen too. At 1 league off men shall slap their thighs. At 2 leagues off they shall shake out their hair. No soldier shall be slow to drop his belt for you. He shall give you nail and necklace. With earrings of he shall deck your ears. Ishtar, the ablest of gods, shall gain you entrance to the man whose home is established and wealth heaped high. Where you, his wife, shall be deserted, though mother of 7.
Gilgamesh was sitting before him. As he pondered what was on his mind, Enkidu spoke to him.
There was something, my friend, in my dream of last night. The heavens thundered, the earth gave echo, and there was I standing between them. A man there was, grim his expression, just like a roaring thunderbird were his features. His hands were a lioness' paws, his claws an eagle's talons. He seized me by the hair, he overpowered me.
Babylonian texts of the late 2nd millennium BC from outside Babylonia. The fragments from Hadisei.
There have been 3 different discoveries of pieces of the Babylonian Gilgamesh at the Hittite capital Hattusa, now Bogazkoy to Boghazköy in central Anatolia. The first, in 1906-1907, was of a tablet of 13th century date, which is now in the Vorderasiatisches Museum in Berlin. The obverse of this tablet relates the second dream of Gilgamesh on the journey to the forest of cedar, and part of the text of this passage has already been interpolated into the standard version of the epic at tablet 455. The reverse holds a badly corrupted version of the episode of Ishtar and the Bull of Heaven, which is not given here. The second discovery in 1934 was of a tiny fragment from the Dreams of Gilgamesh, now in the Museum of Anatolian Civilizations at Ankara Bo 284. It is too small to warrant translation. Then in 1983 there came to light several fragments of a library tablet that contained a version of the text similar to the old Babylonian edition represented by the Pennsylvania and Yale tablets, though 80 thick. 114 it set. Here, the text of two of these pieces, which date to about 1400 BC, is given here. Fragment runs parallel with lines 51 to 102 of the Pennsylvania tablet, fragment with lines 183-95 of the Yale tablet.
Pieces found in 1983. One bow fragment.
Enkidu has been seduced by the prostitute, who now urges him to leave the wild and take his place among men. She dresses him in part of her garment. They enter the shepherd's camp, where the shepherds admire him. Enkidu learns to eat and drink like a man.
The harlot opened her mouth, saying to Enkidu,
You are handsome, Enkidu. You are like a god. Why do you wander with the beasts of the wild? You are like a god who among men is as splendid as you.
The harlot opened her mouth, saying to Enkidu,
Come, Enkidu, let me lead you to the shepherd's camp, the site of the sheep pen.
One garment she stripped and he dressed himself. The other garment she put on herself. She took him by the hand and like a god walked before him, to the shepherd's camp, the site of the sheep pen. The shepherds gathered about him. The crowd was talking among themselves. In build he is the image of Gilgamesh, but shorter in stature and bigger of bone. For sure it's he who was born in the uplands. The milk of the beasts is what he was suckled on. They put bread before him. He looked at the bread. He was perturbed. They put ale before him. He looked at the ale. He was perturbed. The harlot opened her mouth, saying to Enkidu,
Eat the bread, Enkidu, fit for a god, drink the ale, fit for a king. Enkidu ate the bread until he was sated. He drank the ale, 7 goblets full.
Gilgamesh announces his expedition to the elders of Uruk, who counsel him of the danger he caught.
I would see the god of whom men talk, whose name the earth does constantly repeat. I will conquer him in the forest of cedar. I will have the land to learn Uruk's offshoot is mighty. Let me start out. I will chop down the cedar. A name of eternity I will establish forever.
The elders of Uruk gave answer to Gilgamesh.
Why do you desire to do this thing? An unwinnable battle is Huwawa's ambush. Who is there can oppose his weapons? For 60 leagues the forest is wilderness.
Tablet found in 1906-1907. Bow.
On the way to the forest of cedar, Gilgamesh has his second dream. Enkidu interprets it for him and reassures him of its good portent. Beginning missing.
They took each other by the hand and travelled on. They made camp for the night sleep, which spills forth at night, overcame Gilgamesh. In the middle of the night his sleep abandoned him. He rose and related the dream to Enkidu.
My friend, I have had a dream. If you did not rouse me, why am I awake? Enkidu, my friend, I have had a dream. If you did not rouse me, why am I awake? My second dream surpasses the first. In my dream, my friend, a mountain. It threw me down. It held me by my feet. The brightness grew more intense. A man appeared, the comeliest in the land, his beauty. From beneath the mountain he pulled me out, and he gave me water to drink, and my heart grew calm. On the ground he set my feet.
Enkidu spoke to him, saying to Gilgamesh,
My friend, he is different altogether. Huwawa is not the mountain. He is different altogether. Come, cast aside your fear.
The fragments from Emar.
Fragments of 2 tablets of Gilgamesh were found in 1974 at Tel Meskin on the Middle Euphrates in Syria, the ancient city of Emar, and are now in the museum at Aleppo West, 74,104, etc. They come from a scriptorium that flourished in the 13th and early 12th centuries BC. The piece here, translated as Fragment IL, is from a small tablet carrying material parallel with tablet V of the standard version of the epic. The other pieces are from a tablet, which relates the story of Ishtar and the bull of heaven, and thus runs parallel with tablet Vi of the standard version.
Fragment 1.
As the heroes approach, the forest of cedar Gilgamesh emboldens Enkidu. To fail would shame them in front of the people of Uruk, and two together can conquer all.
Gilgamesh took his hand and opened his mouth to speak, saying,
What, my friend, how shall we answer the thronging people? Shamash indeed may be lord of the heavens, Shad twofold, even a glacis slope too.
Enkidu opened his mouth to speak, saying,
Tablet 2.
The goddess Ishtar has proposed to Gilgamesh and describes the life of power and plenty that she has in store for him. Gilgamesh scorns her and relates the fates suffered by her former lovers. Infuriated by his insults, Ishtar asks her father for the bull of heaven. He gives it to her, and she takes it down to Uruk.
As you enter our house doorway, and footstools shall kiss your hands. Kings shall kneel before you. Lords will come up to you, produce of mountain and lowland. They shall bring you as tribute. Your nanny goats shall bear triplets. Your ewes shall bear twins. No ox shall match yours at the yoke.
Gilgamesh opened his mouth to speak, saying to the lady Ishtar,
And if indeed I take you in marriage, body and clothing, sustenance and food, rings to decorate your hands. You of frost that congeals no ice, a louverdor that stays not breeze nor draught, an elephant that its hoods, bitumen that stains the hands of its bearer, a water skin that cuts the hands of its bearer, a battering ram that destroys a wall of stone, a shoe that bites the foot when walking the street. What bridegroom of yours did ever grow old? Dumuzi, the lover of your youth, year upon year, to lamenting you doomed him. You loved the speckled Allelu bird. Very soon you were sated with his delights. You struck him down and broke his wing. Now he stands in the woods, crying my wing. You loved the Sutiyen, your houseur. You in a tent you made him spend every night. In battle you did not. You loved when you dwelt in the fold. The shepherd, the herdsman, who always killed a sheep for you, who every day gave you piles of loaves baked in embers. You struck him and turned him into a wolf.
Anu opened his mouth to speak, saying to the lady Ishtar,
But did you not provoke King Gilgamesh? So he told slanders about you and insults too.
Ishtar opened her mouth to speak, saying to her father Anu,
Father, give me, please, the bull of heaven, so I may slay Gilgamesh.
Anu heard what she had to say. He placed in her hands the nose rope of the bull of heaven. In Uruk it did not. And a reed, it went down to the river, dropped a full 7 cubits. The Megiddo tablet.
The Megiddo tablet is a fragment found by chance in the 1950s at the site of the ancient Palestinian town of Megiddo, Tel al-Mutasalim, near the dump of the pre-war excavations. It is now in the Israel Museum in Jerusalem, accession number 55. The piece dates to about the 14th century BC and preserves 2 passages of text similar to the latter part of tablet V of the standard version of the epic. The verse of the tablet deals with the doomed Enkidu's second dream, in which he is taken captive by death and led to the netherworld. The reverse describes his final decline and death and the grief of Gilgamesh. Beginning missing. Obverse.
Enkidu lifted his head. He was speaking to Gilgamesh.
I cut down you when we, to the cedar forest, we went up its mountains, and we destroyed Humbaba, who in the cedar forest dwelt. We seized the bull of heaven, and we slew it. At the shout of this, the dream was fine and favorable. It was precious. It was fine, and it was difficult. In my dream, there was a man short of stature, large of like a roaring thunderbird was the set of his face. His hands were a lion's paws, his claws an eagle's talons. Grim was his face, all of an eagle, his hand.
Reverse.
He seized me by my hair. He overpowered me to my friend.
Take hold, Gilgamesh. My friend had no fear. He did not desert me. You enabled me to roam. May they offer pure water to commemorate my name. my friend who rescued me.
Enkidu lay sick for 1 day and a second day. On his bed, a third and a fourth day on his bed. On him. The sickness worsened his flesh. Enkidu was lying on his bed. He called for Gilgamesh. With his cry he roused. Gilgamesh sobbed like a dove. His was darkened. In the night, the foremost of men, Gilgamesh sobbed for his friend.
I will mourn at his side, I myself.
Remainder lost.
The Ugarit tablet.
A complete tablet of a Gilgamesh text, reportedly very fine, was excavated in 1994 at Ras Shamra on the Syrian coast, the site of ancient Ugarit, in a building identified as the House of Urtenu. It dates to the 12th century at latest and is likely to derive from the hand of a student scribe or his teacher. The tablet is yet to be published, and no details of it are available beyond the fact that the text it holds is an original composition utilizing selected episodes from the story of Gilgamesh. That being so, it would appear not to be a primary source for the Babylonian epic, but instead a derivative text of locale Syrian origin.
Chapter 5.
In the earliest texts from Mesopotamia, Gilgamesh's name appears in a slightly different form as Bilgames. The 5 Sumerian poems about Bilgames that were copied out, with varying degrees of popularity, by would-be scribes in 18th century Babylonian schools, are now much better known than formerly, and of 2 in particular, it is possible to give much fuller translations than ever before. They are collected here as individual compositions that can be enjoyed for their own sake, but also to facilitate comparison with the standard Babylonian epic, and with the other material written in Akkadian that has been presented in the preceding chapter. Like the Babylonian epic, the Sumerian poems of Gilgamesh are still in the process of reconstruction from hundreds of fragments of clay tablets stored in museums in many different countries. The more text that is recovered, the more one can observe the stark differences between the Sumerian poems and the Babylonian epic, and the more also one can appreciate how skillfully the old Babylonian poet of the latter worked into a seamless whole the traditional themes and stories that were his raw material. This is not to say that the poet of the Babylonian epic must have had the Sumerian poems before him, but he knew them, or something very similar, at least in outline. We cannot yet determine whether this knowledge derived from his own experience of the written tradition in a scribal school, or from a knowledge of whatever Sumerian oral tradition, if any, was still current in his lifetime, or from a similar oral tradition in Akkadian. The obvious borrowings are the adaptation of the Sumerian story of Bilgames and Huwawa, to furnish the much more elaborate narrative of the expedition to the Forest of Cedar in tablets. 3 to 5 of the Babylonian epic, and the simple reworking of the Sumerian tale of Bilgames, and the Bull of Heaven to Yield, the episode of Ishtar, and the Bull of Heaven in Tablet 6. The most recent discoveries of text also reveal that the Akkadian narrative of Enkidu's funeral in Tablet 8 is reminiscent of Bilgames's funeral in the Sumerian death of Bilgames, and that the tradition whereby Gilgamesh learnt the secrets of the flood hero and thereby restored the cultic life of the land, long disrupted by the deluge, informs the death of Bilgames as well as the Babylonian epic. They are written in poetry. That is clear, but we know even less of Sumerian poetics than we do of Babylonian. Literary Sumerian is a language that used more figurative expressions than Akkadian, and these sometimes make the immediate sense of a line or passage opaque. The present translation aims to be as faithful to the original as possible, but in order to produce a readable text, small liberties have on occasion been taken with phrasing. Several of these 5 poems survive in different recensions, some shorter, some longer. Where the text is repetitious, especially, some tablets dispense with the repeated passages, while others might offer an abbreviated version, and yet others the full text. This is probably because the written text is, to a degree, only an aide-memoire, and some scribes expected the tablet's user to supply the full text of a repetitious passage by recalling earlier parts of the poem. The policy adopted here is to give a translation that reproduces the text in the fullest possible form, even where no one manuscript provides it, since only then do the poems emerge in the shape intended by the poets, where there is a traditional modern line numbering that is based on a shorter version of the text, lines and passages of interpolated text that are not counted in that line numbering are marked apart by indentation. As yet there exists no published scholarly edition that collects together the Sumerian poems about Gilgamesh in the original language. And this is the first occasion on which English translations of all 5 poems, as they are currently extant, have been published in one place. All 5 tales together have recently been translated into Italian by Giovanni Pettinato, Poemi Sumerici su Gilgamesh, in La Saga di Gilgamesh, in Losconi, 1992. pp. 305-47, but the newest discoveries of text have rendered even this out of date in place. Samuel Noah Kramer's pioneering English translations of Bilgames and Akka, Bilgames and Huwawa, known to him as Gilgamesh and the Land of the Living, and the Death of Bilgames, reproduced in James B. Pritchard's anthology of ancient Near Eastern texts relating to the Old Testament and elsewhere, are now very largely superseded. Modern French translations of the 3 best preserved poems, Bilgames and Ake, Bilgames and Huwawa, and Bilgames and the Netherworld, can be found in Raymond Jacques Tournay and Aaron Schuffer, L'Épopée de Gilgamesh, Editions du Cerf, 1994.
Bilgames and Ake, the envoys of Ake.
This poem was known in antiquity by its incipit, the Envoys of Akka. It is the shortest of the Sumerian tales of Bilgames and also the best preserved. It must have been a favourite copy text in old Babylonian schools. It differs from the other 4 Sumerian poems in having no obvious counterpart in the Akkadian material, though the consultation of the elders and the young men in assembly is a motif also found. In different context, in Tablet 2 of the standard version of the Babylonian epic, the story tells how the city-state of Uruk achieved hegemony over the city-state of Kish. Ake, king of Kish, sends emissaries to Uruk, evidently to demand the submission of that city. Bilgames convenes the assembly and seeks the counsel of the elders, putting it to them that Uruk should not submit but should go to war. Preface to this proposal is the first of 3 occurrences of 3 enigmatic lines.
To empty the wells of the land, to empty the shallow wells of the land, to empty the deep wells furnished with hoisting ropes.
These lines are usually taken to represent the literal demands of Ake, that the men of Uruk become drawers of water for Kish. I assume instead that in describing a menial task for which there can be no end, the poet conveys figuratively the endless and impossible toil that will follow a surrender of independence. However that may be, the elders' counsel submission. Bilgames ignores their advice and puts the same proposal to the young men of the city. They agree with Bilgames. Their iteration of his proposal is prefaced by a traditional saying, the gist of which is that to submit to the whims of a royal master is a painful and unpredictable experience, akin to standing behind a donkey. They laud Bilgames' prowess and predict the route of Kish. Bilgames orders Enkidu, who in this tradition is his servant, to prepare for war. Very soon Akka arrives and lays siege to Uruk. Bilgames asks for a volunteer to go to Ake and confound his plans. One of Bilgames' personal guard, the valiant Behetura, the reading of the name is uncertain, duly volunteers. As soon as he leaves the city he is captured, beaten and brought before Akka. At that moment the steward of Uruk is seen in the distance on the city wall, and Akka asks Behetura if this is Bilgames. Behetura replies that it is not, and that if it were battle would surely commence, and in an inevitable sequence of events, Akka would be defeated and captured. For his impudence he receives a second beating. Bilgames himself then climbs onto the city wall. As the weak cower under the spell of his glory, the young men prepare for battle and, led by Enkidu, go forth from the gate. Meanwhile, Ake has spotted Bilgames on the rampart and asks Behetura again whether it is his king who stands there. As Behutura replies in the affirmative, the sequence of events takes place just as he had predicted on the previous occasion. Battle commences, and in due course Akka is defeated and captured. In the denouement, Gilgamesh addresses Akka as his superior, recalling how Akka had once given him safe refuge. Akka asks Gilgamesh to repay his favour, and Gilgamesh accordingly lets him go free to Kish.
The envoys of Akka. Inbabarajesi's son came from Kish to Gilgamesh in Uruk. Before his city's elders, Gilgamesh laid the matter, seeking a solution.
For empty the wells, to empty the wells of the land, to empty the shallow wells of the land, to empty the deep wells furnished with hoisting ropes. Let us not submit to the house of Kish, let us wage war.
The convened assembly of his city's elders gave answer to Gilgamesh.
To empty the wells, to empty the wells of the land, to empty the shallow wells of the land, to empty the deep wells furnished with hoisting ropes. Let us submit to the house of Kish. Let us not wage war.
Gilgamesh, the lord of Kalab, placing his trust in the goddess Inanna, took no notice of what his city's elders said. Before his city's young men, Gilgamesh laid the matter a second time, seeking a solution.
And empty the wells, to empty the wells of the land, to empty the shallow wells of the land, to empty the deep wells furnished with hoisting ropes. Let us not submit to the house of Kish. Let us wage war.
The convened assembly of his city's young men gave answer to Gilgamesh.
To stand on duty, to sit in attendance, to escort the king's son, to hold a donkey by the hindquarters. As they say, who is there has breath for that? Let us not submit to the house of Kish. Let us wage war.
Uruk, the smithy of the gods. Enna, house come down from heaven. The great gods, it was who gave them shape their great rampart, a cloud bank resting on the earth. Their lofty residence, founded by the god En.
They are given into your charge. You are their king and their warrior. O crusher of heads, prince beloved of An, when he arrives, why be afraid? That army is small and a rabble at the rear. Its men will not withstand us.
Then Gilgamesh, the lord of Kalab, his heart rejoiced in what his city's young men said. His mood turned bright. He spoke to his servant Enkidu.
Now make ready the equipment and arms of battle. Let weapons of war return to your grasp. Let them create terror and a dread aura, so when he arrives fear of me overwhelms him, so his good sense is confounded and his judgment undone.
It was not 5 days, it was not 10 days, Ennabarajesi's son Akka laid siege to Uruk, and Uruk's good sense was confounded. Gilgamesh, the lord of Kalab, addressed the city's warriors.
O my warriors, whose eyes stare wide in alarm, let one stout of heart volunteer.
I will go to Akka!
Behutura, his royal bodyguard, did homage to his king.
My lord, I will go to Akka, so his good sense is confounded and his judgment undone.
Behutura went forth from the city gate. As Behutura passed through the city gate, in the city's gateway he was taken captive. They battered Behutura from head to toe. He came into the presence of Akka. He addressed Akka. He had not finished speaking when the steward of Uruk climbed up on the wall and raised his head on the rampart. Akka caught sight of him and addressed Behutura.
Slave, is that man your king? That man is not my king. Were that man my king, were that his fearsome brow, were those his bison eyes, were that his beard of lapis lazuli, were those his fingers fine, would a myriad not fall, a myriad not rise, would a myriad thereby not roll in the dust, would all the nations thereby not be overwhelmed? Would the mouths of the land thereby not be filled with dust? Would he not cut down the horns of the boat? Would he not make Akka, king of Kish, a prisoner in the heart of his army?
They hit him, and they beat him. They battered Behutura from head to toe. After the steward of Uruk, Gilgamesh climbed up on the wall. His dread aura overwhelmed the old and the young of Kalab, but put weapons of war in the hands of Uruk's young men. At the door of the city gate, he or they stood in the roadway, Enkidu went forth from the city gate. Gilgamesh raised his head on the rampart. Looking up, Akka caught sight of him.
Slave, is that man your king? That man is indeed my king.
And it was just as he had said, a myriad did fall. A myriad did rise. A myriad did thereby roll in the dust. All the nations were thereby overwhelmed. The mouths of the land were thereby filled with dust. He cut down the horns of the boat. In the midst of his army he took prisoner Akka, king of Kish. The lord of Uruk, that army, Gilgamesh, the lord of Kalab, addressed Akka.
O Akka, my lieutenant Akkai, my captain O Akka, my commander Akka, my general O Akka, my field marshal O Akka, you gave me breath Akka, you gave me life O Ak, you took to your bosom a man on the run O Akka, a runaway bird you sated with grain.
Acta.
Uruk, the smithy of the gods, its great rampart, a cloud bank resting on the earth, its lofty residence, founded by the god An, are given into your charge. Repay me my favor.
Gilgamesh.
Before the sun god I hereby repay you the favor of old. He let Akka go free to Kish. O Gilgamesh, lord of Kalab, sweet is your praise.
Gilgamesh and Huwawa, the lord to the living one's mountain in Ho, Hurrah.
The poem of Gilgamesh and Huwawa was another favourite copy text in old Babylonian schools. It tells the story of the expedition to the forest of cedar, the killing of Huwawa and the felling of the cedar, and it is thus a kind of precursor of tablets 3 to 5 of the Babylonian epic, though the details of the story are very different. Most significantly, Huwawa is taken captive not by force of arms, but by trickery, using a ruse divulged to Gilgamesh by the god Enki. The Sumerian poem exists as 2 distinct compositions, the Law to the Living One's Mountain, usually called version A, and Ho, Hurrah. Usually known as version B, other translations are possible of both titles. The 2 poems are closely related and have many lines in common. To judge from the number of extant manuscripts, version A was more popular than version B, and its text can be restored almost entirely. Version B is less complete. In fear of death, Gilgamesh turns his thoughts to deeds of glory and proposes an expedition to the fabled Cedar Mountain where dwelt the Living One. This epithet apparently refers to its guardian spirit, the demigod Huwawa. In early tradition, the Cedar Mountain was far in the east, where the sun rose. Gilgamesh's servant Enkidu tells him that he should seek the approval of the sun god, Utu Sumerian Shamash. This Gilgamesh does, giving as the reason for the expedition that he has seen the impermanence of the human condition and wishes to establish his fame. Utu grants him the help of 7 constellations, which will guide him on his journey. Gilgamesh mobilizes the young men of Uruk, arms them and sets out. The constellations guide him to the mountains where cedars grow. After crossing 7 mountain ranges in search of a suitable tree, finally he finds one to his liking. Without further ado, he fells the chosen cedar and his companions cut it into logs. Thereupon Huwawa, the cedar's guardian, awakes and launches at Gilgamesh one of his auras, the radiant numinous powers that protect him. Gilgamesh and Enkidu are stunned and fall unconscious. Enkidu wakes and eventually rouses Gilgamesh too. Gilgamesh swears to learn more of their assailant. Enkidu describes to him the terrible being that is Huwawa, but Gilgamesh is confident that the 2 of them will succeed where one would fail. As they approach Huwawa's dwelling, Gilgamesh is stopped in his tracks, and the voice of Huwawa calls to him, telling him not to be afraid, but to kneel on the ground. Gilgamesh then pretends to wish to form a marital alliance with Huwawa and offers him his sisters, Enmebaragesi and Peshtu, to be his wives. He promises Huwawa other pleasures of life that are evidently unknown in his remote mountain lair. Fine flour and water in leathern bottles, sandals large and small, choice gemstones and other presents. For the betrothal of the sisters and the promise of each further gift, Huwawa surrenders one of his protective auras. These are conceptualized as great cedars, which Gilgamesh's men duly cut into logs for the journey home. When Huwawa has no auras left and is helpless to attack, Gilgamesh shows his true colors. He strikes him and takes him prisoner. Huwawa then pleads for his life, complaining to Utu of Gilgamesh's treachery. Gilgamesh shows him princely mercy, but Enkidu warns that this is too dangerous. If they let Huwawa go, they will never see home again. As Huwawa turns on Enkidu in anger, Enkidu cuts his throat. The heroes take his head to the god Enlil. Enlil angrily asks them why they have killed Huawa and tells them they should instead have treated him with every courtesy. In conclusion, Enlil distributes Huawa's auras.
Version A, the Lord to the Living One's mountain.
The Lord to the Living One's mountain did turn his mind. The Lord Gilgamesh to the Living One's mountain did turn his mind. He called to his servant, Enkidu.
O Enkidu, since no man can escape life's end, I will enter the mountain and set up my name. Where names are set up, I will set up my name. Where names are not yet set up, I will set up God's names.
Enkidu his servant answered him,
My lord, if you are to enter the mountain, the god you two should be informed. You two, young hero, you two should be informed. Things to do with the mountain are you two's concern. Things to do with Cut Cedar Mountain are young hero you two's concern. You two should be informed.
Gilgamesh took a white kid in hand. As an animal offering, he held a brown kid to his breast. The pure staff in his hand he held at his nose. He addressed you two of heaven.
O you two, I am to enter the mountain. Be you my helper. I am to enter Cut Cedar Mountain. Be you my helper.
You two answered him from heaven.
Young man, in your own place you are a nobleman, but there in the mountain what would you be? O you two, let me speak a word to you. Give ear to what I say. Let me tell you something. May you give thought to it. In my city a man dies and the heart is stricken. A man perishes and the heart feels pain. I raised my head on the rampart. My gaze fell on a corpse drifting down the river, afloat on the water. I too shall become like that. Just so shall I be. No man can stretch to the sky, no matter how tall. No man can compass a mountain, no matter how broad. Since no man can escape life's end, I will enter the mountain and set up my name. Where names are set up, I will set up my name. Where names are not yet set up, I will set up God's names.
You two accepted his tears as he would a gift. Like a man of compassion he showed him pity. 7 warriors they were, sons of one mother. The first, their eldest, had paws of a lion, talons of an eagle. The second was an open-mouthed cobra. The third, a dragon serpent hurling. The fourth, spat fire. The fifth, a serpent whose tongue the uplands. The sixth, a torrent in spate that batters the mountains. The seventh blasted like lightning none could deflect. These 7 the warrior. Young hero you two gave Gilgamesh.
The goddess Nisaba has given you an addition. In the heavens they shine. On earth they know the paths. On earth let them reveal the path to the east. Through the mountain passes let them lead you.
Thus he put the cedar smiter in happy mood. He put the Lord Gilgamesh in happy mood. In his city he sounded the horn like a man alone. He blew it as one like 2 men together.
He who has a family to his family, he who has a mother to his mother, let men who are unattached like me, 50 of them, be at my side.
He who had a family to his family. He who had a mother to his mother. Men who were unattached like him, 50 of them, were at his side. He made his way to the forge. He had them cast a dirk and battle axe of bronze, his weapons of valour. He made his way to the dark grove outside the city. He had them fell ebony, willow, apricot, and box. He set them in the hands of the sons of his city who were going with him. 7 warriors they were, sons of one mother. The first, their eldest, had paws of a lion, talons of an eagle. The second was an open-mouthed cobra. The third a dragon serpent hurling. The fourth spat fire. The fifth a serpent whose tongue the uplands. The sixth a torrent in spate that batters the mountains. The seventh blasted like lightning none could deflect. In the heavens they shone. On earth they knew the paths. On earth they revealed the path to the east. Through the mountain passes it did lead him. He crossed the first mountain range. He did not find the cedar he wanted. He crossed the second mountain range. He did not find the cedar he wanted. He crossed the third mountain range. He did not find the cedar he wanted. He crossed the fourth mountain range. He did not find the cedar he wanted. He crossed the fifth mountain range. He did not find the cedar he wanted. He crossed the sixth mountain range. He did not find the cedar he wanted, but crossing the seventh mountain range, he found the cedar he wanted. He asked no question. He looked no further. Gilgamesh smote the cedar. Enkidu lopped off its branches. For Gilgamesh, the sons of his city who had come with him stacked them in a pile. With all the commotion Gilgamesh disturbed Huawa in his lair. He launched against him his arrows of terror. Gilgamesh was overcome with a stupor. As if in a sleep, Enkidu was beset with torpor, as if in a daze. The sons of his city who had gone with him like little puppies lay shivering at his feet. Enkidu arose. It had been a dream. He shuddered. It had been a deep sleep. He rubbed his eyes with his hands. There was desolate silence. He touched him with his hand, but he could not rouse him. He spoke to him, but he received no reply.
You who lie, O Gilgamesh, young lord of Kulab, how long will you lie?
The mountain is dark. The shadows cast over it. All the sunbeams of Eventide are gone. With head held high, the sun has gone to the bosom of Ningal, his mother.
O Gilgamesh, how long will you lie? The sons of your city who came with you, do not keep them waiting for you at the foot of the mountain. Do not reduce the mothers who bore them to spinning yarn in the square of your city.
This message he placed in his right ear. His warrior's word covered him like a cloth. He Gilgamesh took in his hands 30 shekels of oil and rubbed his chest. He stood on the great earth like an ox on all fours. He bent his neck downwards and gave voice.
By the life of the mother who bore me, the goddess Ninsun, and my father, the pure Lugal Banda, should I behave as if I were struck on the knees of Ninsun, the mother who bore me?
And for a second time he said to him,
By the life of the mother who bore me, the goddess Ninsun, and my father, the pure Lugal Banda, until I discover whether that fellow is a man or a god, my mountain-bound feet, I shall not turn home to the city.
The servant makes life pleasant, makes life sweet, made answer to his master.
My lord, you have not set eyes on that fellow, your heart is not stricken, but I have set eyes on him, my heart is stricken. A warrior he is, his teeth the teeth of a dragon, his eye the eye of a lion.
His chest is a torrent in spate, his brow devours the Knebrake, none can go near him, like a man-eating lion, on his tongue the blood never pales. My lord, you go on up the mountain, but let me go home to the city.
I will tell your mother you lived, so she laughs for joy. Should I then tell your mother you died, so she wails with grief? Set to, O Enkidu. 2 men together will not die, that lash to a boat cannot sink. No man can cut a 3-ply rope, a flood cannot sweep a man off a wall, fire in a reed hut cannot be extinguished. You join with me, I will join with you. What can anyone do to us then? After it sank, after the boat from Megan sank, after the barge sank, the cargo boat sank, the boat under tow was the boat that gave life, it took the survivors on board. Set to, let us go to him, let us set eyes on him, quick let us go to him. Fright is countered with fright, cunning with cunning, however you feel, set to, let us go to him.
No man goes nearer than 60 pole lengths, and already Huwawa has occupied his house of cedar. He turns his eye upon one, it is the eye of death. He shakes his head at one, it is the gesture that pronounces one guilty. When he addresses one, he does not mince words.
Humble fellow that you are, you will not go home to the city of the mother who bore you.
Into his muscles, into his feet the terror flooded. His aura of terror flooded, could not move his foot from the ground. His foot was held fast by his big toe, in his flank, it flooded.
Who? Hello! Tall grown sapling, noble one in whom the gods delight, angry ox standing ready for combat. Well knew your mother how to make a child, well knew your nurse how to suckle a baby. Be not afraid, place both hands on the ground.
He placed both hands on the ground, then he said to him,
By the life of the mother who bore me, the goddess Ninsun, and my father, the pure Lugal Banda. Where you dwell on the mountain, it is riot known. Where you dwell on the mountain, it should be known. Let me send you my big sister Enmebrajezi to be your wife on the mountain.
And again he said,
He sells by the life of the mother who bore me, the goddess Ninsun, and my father, the pure Lugal Honda. Where you dwell on the mountain, it is not known. Where you dwell on the mountain, it should be known. Let me send you my little sister Peshtur to be your concubine on the mountain. Give me one of your auras of terror, and I will become your kinsman.
His first aura of terror he gave him. The sons of his city who had come with him lopped off its branches, lashed them together, and laid it down at the foot of the mountain. And a second time he said,
I, the life of the mother who bore me, the goddess Ninsun, and my father, the pure Lugal Banda. Where you dwell on the mountain, it is not known. Where you dwell on the mountain, it should be known. Let me bring you in the mountain. So may I not then join your family. Give me one of your auras of terror, and I will become your king.
His second aura of terror he gave him. The sons of his city, who had come with him, lopped off its branches, lashed them together, and laid it down at the foot of the mountain. And a third time he said,
By the life of the mother who bore me, the goddess Ninsun, and my father, the pure Lugal Banda, where you dwell on the mountain, it is not known. Let me bring you in the mountain finest quality flour, such as the great gods eat, and bottles of cool water. So may I not then join your family? Give me one of your auras of terror, and I will become your kinsman.
His third aura of terror he gave him. The sons of his city, who had come with him, lopped off its branches, lashed them together, and laid it down at the foot of the mountain. And a fourth time he said,
By the life of the mother who bore me, the goddess Ninsun, and my father, the pure Lugal Banda, where you dwell on the mountain, it is not known. Where you dwell on the mountain, it should be known. Let me bring you in the mountain big sandals for big feet. So may I not then join your family. Give me one of your auras of terror, and I will become your kinsman.
His fourth aura of terror he gave him. The sons of his city, who had come with him, lopped off its branches, lashed them together, and laid it down at the foot of the mountain. And a fifth time he said,
By the life of the mother who bore me, the goddess Ninsun, and my father, the pure Lugal Banda, where you dwell on the mountain, it is not known. Where you dwell on the mountain, it should be known. Let me bring you in the mountain little sandals for your little feet. So may I not then join your family? Give me one of your auras of terror, and I will become your kinsman.
His fifth aura of terror he gave him. The sons of his city, who had come with him, lopped off its branches, lashed them together, and laid it down at the foot of the mountain. And a sixth time he said,
Fathers, by the life of the mother who bore me, the goddess Ninsun, and my father, the pure Lugal Banda, where you dwell on the mountain, it is not known. Where you dwell on the mountain, it should be known. Let me bring you in the mountain rock crystal, chalcedony, and lapis lazuli. So may I not then join your family? Give me one of your auras of terror, and I will become your kinsman.
His sixth aura of terror he gave him. The sons of his city, who had come with him, lopped off its branches, lashed them together, and laid it down at the foot of the mountain. And a seventh time he said,
Singars, by the life of the mother who bore me, the goddess Ninsun, and my father, the pure Lugal Banda, where you dwell on the mountain, it is not known. Where you dwell on the mountain, it should be known. Let me bring you in the mountain. So may I not then join your family? Give me one of your auras of terror, and I will become your kinsman.
His seventh aura of terror he gave him. The sons of his city, who had come with him, lopped off its branches, lashed them together, and laid it down at the foot of the mountain. Having used up his 7 auras of terror, he drew near to his lair. Like a snake in the wine harbour, he followed behind him, and making as if to kiss him, struck him on the cheek with his fist. Huawa bared bright his teeth, wrinkled his brow. Like a wild bull made captive, he threw a rope on him. Like a soldier taken prisoner, he tied his arms. Huawa spoke to Gilgamesh.
O deceitful warrior, you do me wrong.
The two of them fixed a nose rope on him, dragging the warrior out of his lair.
Let you sit down.
He said to him, dragging Huawa out of his lair.
You sit down.
He said to him. The warrior sat, racked by sobs he began to weep. Huawa sat, racked by sobs he began to weep. Huawa addressed a plea to Gilgamesh.
O Gilgamesh, set me free. To the sun god let me say a word. O Utu, I never knew a mother to bear me. I never knew a father to rear me. I was born in the mountains. It was you who reared me. Gilgamesh swore by heaven, he swore by earth, he swore by the netherworld.
Seizing him by the hand, he threw himself prostrate. Then the noble Gilgamesh, his heart took pity on him. He spoke to his servant Enkidu.
O Enkidu, let the captive bird go off to its place. Let the captive soldier go back to his mother's embrace.
Enkidu gave answer to Gilgamesh.
Ho, hurrah, tall-grown sapling, noble one in whom the gods delight, angry ox standing ready for combat, young Lord Gilgamesh, honored in Uruk, well knew your mother how to make a child, well knew your nurse how to suckle a baby.
Even the tallest, if lacking good counsel, Namtar will devour, and he will not know it.
If the captive bird goes off to its place, the captive soldier goes back to his mother's embrace, then you will not return to the city of the mother who bore you. A captive warrior given freedom, a captive priestess returned to the cloister, a captive priest returned to the wig.
Half from days of old, who ever saw such a thing?
Here's the mountain road he will confound before you, the mountain path he will confuse before you.
The warrior gave ear to what he'd said. Huawa spoke to Enkidu.
Oh, Enkidu, you use evil words to him about me. A hired man is hired for his keep, following behind his leader. Why use evil words to him?
But as he said these words, in rage and fury Enkidu severed his head at the neck. They put it in a leather bag and took it before the gods Enlil and Enlil. Having kissed the ground before Enlil, he threw down the bag and tipped out the head. They set it in front of Enlil. When Enlil saw the head of Huawa, what Gilgamesh had done made him angry.
Why have you done this thing? Was it commanded that his name be wiped from the earth? He should have sat before you. He should have eaten the bread that you ate. He should have drunk the water that you drank. He should have been treated in the proper way.
From his throne, Enlil distributed his heavenly. His first aura he gave to the field. His second aura he gave to the river. His third aura he gave to the cannebrake. His fourth aura he gave to the lion. His fifth aura he gave to the woods. His sixth aura he gave to the palace. His seventh aura he gave to the goddess Nungul. The remaining auras he took for himself.
Honor to the mighty Gilgamesh, praise to the goddess Nisaba.
Version Biho Hurrah.
The shorter, less popular poem of Gilgamesh and Huawa is not yet fully recovered. Apart from being obviously more concise than version A, version B exhibits many minor variations. A major difference between the two poems is one of plot. At the crucial point in the story, when Gilgamesh awakes at last from the sleep induced by Huawa's auras, instead of encouraging the fearful Enkidu with a show of bravado, here, the hero doubts his own ability to match the monster in strength and calls on his god, Enki, to emerge in his words. This phrase I understand to mean that the god of trickery is to inspire him to overcome his opponent with cunning speech, through the medium of Enkidu, who apparently blurts out the words Gilgamesh should use. Enki does exactly that, and the plot moves directly on to the meeting with Huawa and Gilgamesh's ingratiating diplomacy.
Ho! Hurrah! Tall-grown sapling, noble one in whom the gods delight, angry ox standing ready for combat,
young Lord Gilgamesh honored in Uruk.
Gilgamesh.
In Uruk a man dies and the mind is stricken. A man perishes and the heart feels pain. I raised my head on the rampart. I saw a corpse afloat on the water. The heart is stricken, the end of life being inescapable, the grave, the oppressive netherworld which spares no man, can reach across a mountain. No matter how lofty, no man can compass a mountain, no matter how broad, because no man can escape life's end by the life of the mother who bore me, the goddess Ninsun, my father, the pure Lugalbanda, and my god Enki, the Lord Nudimmud. I will enter the forest and bring down a great cedar. I will finish, till I will have enter the timber I bring down.
His servant Enkidu spoke to him.
My lord, if you are to enter the mountain, the god Utu should be informed. If you would enter Cut Cedar Mountain, Utu should be informed. Things to do with the mountain are Utu's concern. Things to do with Cut Cedar Mountain are young hero Utu's concern.
Heavenly Utu donned his lapis lazuli lustre, came forth with head held high. Gilgamesh, the lord of Kulab, held the pure staff in his hand at his nose.
Utu, I am to enter the mountain. Be you my helper. I am to enter Cut Cedar Mountain. Be you my helper.
7 warriors they were, sons of one mother. These 7 the warrior, young hero Utu, gave Gilgamesh. The first, their eldest, has lion's paws and eagle's talons. The second is an open-mouthed cobra. The third, a dragon serpent hurling. The fourth spits fire. The fifth can seize. The sixth, a torrent in spate that batters the mountains. The seventh blasts like lightning none can deflect. In the heavens they shine, on earth they know the paths. In the heavens they are stars blazing on high, on earth they know the road to Arata. Like merchants they know the pathways, Like pigeons, they know the nooks and crannies of the mountains. Through the mountain passes, let them lead you. In his city, Gilgamesh held a levee. In the midst of Kulab, he sounded the horn.
O city, he who has a wife to his wife, he who has a child to his child. O warriors known, O warriors unknown, who have not wives, who have not children, let such men be at my side. With Gilgamesh.
The king went out of the city. Gilgamesh went out of Kulab, taking the road of Cut Cedar Mountain. He crossed the first mountain range. He did not find the cedar he wanted. He crossed the second mountain range. He did not find the cedar he wanted. He crossed the third mountain range. He did not find the cedar he wanted. He crossed the fourth mountain range. He did not find the cedar he wanted. He crossed the fifth mountain range. He did not find the cedar he wanted. He crossed the sixth mountain range. He did not find the cedar he wanted, but crossing the seventh mountain range, he found the cedar he wanted. Gilgamesh felled the cedar. His servant Enkidu turned it into logs. The sons of his city, who had come with him, set them in a pile. Then, as the one warrior drew close to the other, the aura of Huawa was spread forth like a headcloth. Gilgamesh was overcome. A stupor seized him like a sleep. Enkidu spoke to Gilgamesh.
You who sleep, O young Lord Gilgamesh, how long will you sleep?
The mountain has become dark. The shadows cast over it. The sunbeams of eventide have gone.
Gilgamesh arose. It had been a dream. He shuddered. It had been a deep sleep. He rubbed his eyes with his hands. There was desolate silence.
By the life of the mother who bore me, the goddess Ninsun, and my father, the pure Lugalbanda, may my god Enki, the Lord Nudimud, inspire my words. A warrior he is. His eyes are a lion's eyes. His chest is a torrent in spate. His brow devours the Kneebrake. There is none can go near him. Like a man-eating lion, on his tongue the blood never pales. I have not the might to match the warrior who has it indeed.
His servant Enkidu spoke to him.
By the life of the mother who bore you, the goddess Ninsun, and your father, the pure Lugalbanda, may your god Enki-Nudimud inspire your words. O warrior, where you dwell on the mountain, it should be none. For your little feet, let little sandals be made. For your big feet, let big sandals be made.
A few lines are lost, and the text resumes with Gilgamesh's address to Huawa.
Sours by the life of the mother who bore me, the goddess Ninsun, and the father who sired me, the pure Lugalbanda, may my O god Enki-Nudimud inspire my words. O warrior, where you dwell on the mountain, it should be known. For your little feet, let little sandals be made. For your big feet, let big sandals be made.
The first aura he gave to him. The sons of his city, who had come with him, set them in a pile. The second aura, the third aura, the fourth aura, the fifth aura, the sixth aura, they heaped in piles on the mountain. Having used up his 7 auras, he drew near to his lair. He struck him on the ear with his fist. Huawa wrinkled his brow, bared his teeth at him. Like a wild bull made captive, he threw a rope on him. Like a warrior taken prisoner, he bound his elbows behind him. Racked with sobs, the warrior began to weep. Racked with sobs, Huawa began to weep.
O warrior, you deceived me. You laid your hand on me, though you swore an oath to me. By the life of the mother who bore you, the goddess Ninsun, and your father, pure Lugalbanda, your god Enki-Nudimud inspired your words. Like a wild bull made captive, you threw a rope on me. Like a warrior taken prisoner, you bound my elbows behind me.
Then the noble Gilgamesh. His heart took pity on him. He spoke to his servant Enkidu.
Come, I will set the warrior free. He shall be our guide, who will spy out the route for us. He shall be our guide. He shall be my porter. He shall carry my pack.
His servant Enkidu gave answer to Gilgamesh.
The tallest one can lack good counsel. A captive warrior given freedom, a captive priestess returned to the cloister, a captive priest returned to the wig. From days of old, whoever saw such a thing. The mountain road he will confound before you, the mountain path he will confuse before you. We shall not return to the city of the mothers who bore us.
Huawa gave answer to Gilgamesh.
The mother who bore me was a cave in the mountains. The father who sired me was a cave in the uplands. O Utu, you made me dwell all alone on the mountain.
Gilgamesh spoke to Huawa.
Come.
The remainder is missing.
Gilgamesh and the Bull of Heaven. Hero in Battle.
The poem entitled Hero in Battle deals with the feud of Gilgamesh and the goddess Inanna, the Sumerian Ishtar, and with Gilgamesh and Enkidu's fight with the Bull of Heaven. As such, it is a precursor of Tablet 6 of the Babylonian epic, though the beginnings of the two stories are very different. To judge from the number of surviving manuscripts, this poem was less popular than the tales concerning Akka and Huwawa, and its translation is beset by difficulties of preservation and comprehension. Neither of the two most important sources now extant comes from the schools of Nippur, which regularly provide the most reliable copies. One is from Mitiran, a provincial town on the river Diyala Tel Haddad, northeast of Baghdad. The other reportedly from Dilbat in western Babylonia Dale, south of Babylon. To make matters worse, these two tablets sometimes differ in their redaction, often use unconventional spellings and are frequently corrupt, so that translation is often difficult and sometimes impossible. For this reason, the rendering of the poem given below must be accepted as far from definitive. It is hoped that future discoveries of more and better manuscripts will correct those errors of understanding unwittingly perpetrated here. Following a hymnic prologue, Gilgamesh begins to converse with his mother, the goddess Ninsun. Ninsun gives him instructions to carry out his duties, though what he has to do is for the moment difficult to understand. The passage is repeated as narrative. Soon afterwards, Inanna appears on the scene and apparently tries to detain Gilgamesh so that he cannot fulfill his secular functions. Here epitomized as sitting in judgment. The goddess of sexual love has other plans for him, but the crucial line, which one would expect to read, O Gilgamesh, "Be you my husband and I will be your wife," age as in Tablet 6 of the Babylonian epic, does not quite bear this translation, at least as the present sources stand. Gilgamesh reports Inanna's overtures to his mother, adding that Inanna accosted him at the city gate in the lee of the wall. This was a place where prostitutes traditionally plied their trade cf. Tablet 7 of the Babylonian epic. Ninsun forbids him to accept Inanna's gifts, apparently lest he fall into soft ways. The title given to Inanna at this point, Divine Palace Lady Sumerian Ningal, is one she bears in the ritual of the sacred marriage. In this ceremony, best known from a Sumerian hymn of the 19th century King Idundagan, the king impersonated Inanna's consort, Dumuzi, and lay with her, thus ensuring that his reign enjoyed her favour. Thus the choice of title confirms that Inanna's intentions are the same in the Sumerian story as in the Babylonian. Gilgamesh next encounters Inanna as he goes out to fulfill another of his lordly duties, to capture livestock to replenish the goddess's animal pens. He brusquely orders her out of his way. In the long lacuna that follows, one may imagine that he poured scorn on her, perhaps also listing the fate of her former conquests, as in the Babylonian epic. After this break, Inanna is found weeping in her chamber in heaven, if the text is correctly deciphered. Her father, An, enters and asks her why she is crying. She apparently answers that it is because she has not been able to give herself to the object of her affections. Her description of the rough Gilgamesh as a wild bull on the rampage is reminiscent of the Babylonian epic at Tablet 163-4. Inanna asks her father for the Bull of Heaven so that she can kill Gilgamesh. He objects that the Bull of Heaven grazes in the sky, for it is the constellation Taurus, and would have no food on earth. Throwing a tantrum, Inanna starts to scream, making a noise so infernal that An gives in. Inanna leads the Bull of Heaven down to Uruk, where it devours all the vegetation and drinks the river dry. The following passage is broken, as reconstructed here from what are evidently different redactions of the text. It appears that Gilgamesh's minstrel, Lugalgabangal, sees the Bull of Heaven amid the devastation and enters into his master's presence. Gilgamesh is in the midst of feasting, and the news his minstrel brings in no way diverts him from his pleasure. Having finished his meal, however, Gilgamesh prepares for battle. He arms himself and instructs his mother and sister to make sacrifices in the temple of the god Enki. He vows to dismember the Bull of Heaven and give its meat to the poor. As Inanna looks on from the city wall, Gilgamesh and Enkidu tackle the bull. Enkidu finds its weak spot and Gilgamesh duly dispatches the monstrous animal. He hurls a piece of its leg at Inanna. As she rushes out of its way, the limb demolishes the wall. Gilgamesh wishes he could treat her as he has the bull of heaven. And just as he had vowed earlier, the bull is dismembered and its meat given to the poor. Its horns, however, are dedicated to Inanna in her temple, Iana. The significance of Gilgamesh's feud with Inanna has been variously debated. One view is that the conflict it relates symbolizes the political struggle by Sumer, represented by Uruk, to be free of the imperial yoke of Akkad, represented by the goddess Inanna. Now that it seems more probable that the story develops from King Gilgamesh's repudiation of his city's goddess in the specific rite of the sacred marriage, it appears less likely that Inanna can be other than the great goddess of Uruk, and more likely that the composition bears a different ideological message. But perhaps it bears none at all. The purpose of court poetry, such as the poems of Gilgamesh and much other Sumerian literature, was probably simply to amuse and entertain the king and his guests, not to promote political ideology.
Hero in battle, let me sing his song. Lord Gilgamesh, hero in battle, let me sing his song. Lord with beard of black, hero in battle, let me sing his song. Fair of limb, hero in battle, let me sing his song. Young lord, mightiest of the mighty, hero in battle, let me sing his song. Expert in wrestling and trials of strength, hero in battle, let me sing his song. Merry one, hero in battle, let me sing his song. Rampaging against wrongdoers, hero in battle, let me sing his song.
The king, the lord, the mother who bore him addressed him.
I, king, go down to the river, take dust in hand, wash in the river. Said Lard, to enter the juniper grove is a task, you know, axe, the weapon. In the Jeepar house, like a lordly sheep, be shorn of hair, be seated on the foremost. That which is in the marsh, my king, that which is in the marsh bend back with the oar, my lord. Let the oars dip in the water for you like a dense growing reed bed. Let its dip in the water for you like...
To the mother who bore him he gave. In the wide courtyard of the house of Inanna Gilgamesh took his scythe in hand. The king, to enter the juniper grove is a task he knows. In the Gipar house like a lordly sheep he was shorn of hair. He was seated on the foremost, as in the marsh he. In the marsh the king, he bent it back with the oar. For the king the oars dipped in the water like a dense growing reed bed, its dipped in the water for him like to the court in the grand court, without a fight. At that time she cast her glance on the holy Inanna cast her glance on the from the palace of Abzu, she cast her glance on the
O wild bull, you shall be my man. I will not let you go. O Lord Gilgamesh, you shall be my man. I will not let you go in my temple Iana. I will not let you go to pass judgment. In the holy Japar, I will not let you go to render verdicts. In the god Ant's beloved Iana, I will not let you go to pass judgment. O Gilgamesh, be you, and I will be.
The king heard her words. The king spoke to the mother who bore him. Gilgamesh spoke to the goddess Ninsun.
O mother who bore me like at the door of the city gate, by the base of the city wall. O wild bull, my man, I will not let you go, Gilgamesh. I will not let you go in my temple Iana. I will not let you go to pass judgment. In the holy Gaipar, I will not let you go to render verdicts. In the god An's beloved Anna, I will not let you go to pass judgment. O Gilgamesh, may you be, and I will be.
After he had spoken like this to the mother who bore him, the mother who bore him replied to Gilgamesh.
Ansar, the gifts of Inanna must not enter your chamber. The divine palace lady must not weaken your warrior's arm.
Gilgamesh speaks to Inanna.
O Lady Anna, you must not block my path. Let me catch wild bulls in the mountains. Let me fill your folds. Let me catch sheep in the mountains. Let me fill your pens. Let me fill with silver and carnelian.
The queen spoke with a snort. Inanna spoke with a snort.
Lacuna. When the text resumes, Inanna is in heaven requesting the bull of heaven from her father and...
Inanna was weeping. She was crying. And to the one he loved, sitting there in the chamber, and spoke to her.
Oh, my child, why are you weeping? Why are you crying? It is the great bull on the rampage in Uruk. The great bull Gilgamesh on the rampage in Uruk.
because he would not let me give my own self to him. I am weeping. I am crying. Oh, my father, please give me the bull of heaven. Let me kill the Lord. Let me kill the Lord. The Lord Gilgamesh, let me kill the Lord.
Graydon answered, Holy Inanna.
O my child, the bull of heaven would have no food. At the horizon is its food. O maiden Inanna, it grazes where the sun rises. I shall not give you the bull of heaven. Holy Inanna answered him. Then I shall scream until sky draws nigh earth. It was terrifying, it was terrifying. The scream of Inanna was terrifying. The maiden Inanna's scream drew nigh heaven. The scream drew nigh earth. Holy Inanna's scream drew nigh heaven. The scream drew nigh earth. Heaven and earth it covered like a blanket, draped like a cloth. Who was there could speak to Holy Inanna?
Graydon answered Holy Inanna. He gave her the bull of heaven. Like an ox driver, the maiden Inanna took hold of the tether. Holy Inanna brought the bull of heaven down from the sky. In Uruk, the bull devoured the grass. In the Ingilua Canal it drank the water. 1 league it reached along the Ingilua Canal. Its heart was not sated. It devoured the grass. It laid the earth bare. It devoured the date palms of Uruk, bending them to its mouth. The bull, as it stood there, it filled all of Uruk. The bull on its own, it filled all of Kolak, his minstrel, Lugalga Bangle, as it lifted its eye, as it bent down.
Lacuna. The order of the next 20 lines is uncertain, but the text may probably be reconstructed as given here.
He approached on the bull of heaven. He raised his glance Lugalgadangle, the minstrel. He came into the presence of Gilgamesh.
O Lord, you are drinking. O Lord, you are drinking. O Lord Gilgamesh, you are drinking. O Lord, you are drinking.
Inanna has brought the bull of heaven down from the sky. In Uruk the bull devours the grass. In the Ingilua Canal it drinks the water. League reached along the Ingilua Canal. Its heart was not sated. It devours the grass. It lays the earth bare. It devours the date palms of Uruk, bending them to its mouth. The bull, as it stands there, it fills all of Akarok. The bull, on its own, it fills all of. Gilgamesh answered Lugalgabangle, his minstrel.
O my minstrel, sing your song, strum your strings. I will drink beer, refill the tankard.
The minstrel, Lugalgabangle, answered his master Gilgamesh.
My lord, may you eat, may you drink. As for that matter, is it not your concern?
Gilgamesh answered his minstrel Lugalgabangle.
In me, why should that matter frighten me?
To smite the bull, he took up his weapons. To smite the bull, Gilgamesh took up his weapons. With a kilt weighing 50 minas he girt his loins. A dagger of 7 talents and a half he hung at his side. His bronze axe for expeditions he took up in his hand. His mother who bore him. His sister, his mother Ninsun who bore him. His sister Peshtur. Gilgamesh spoke to them.
Ah, mother who bore me, go into the temple of Enki. O little sister Peshtur, go into his temple at that slaughter oxen, at that slaughter sheep, at that may pour beer.
Ninsun, the mother who bore him, answered Gilgamesh.
The bull of heaven and you, both you and I.
Gilgamesh answered Ninsun, the mother who bore him.
Forthwith I shall smite the bull of heaven. May its corpse be thrown down in the narrow streets. May its innards be thrown down in the broad streets. May the orphans of my city take shares of it. On meat by the basket load. May its carcass be handed over to the tanner. May Inanna in Iana pour sweet oil from flasks made of its 2 horns.
Another version of the text has Gilgamesh speaking very similarly to the bull of heaven itself.
I will throw your corpse down in the narrow streets. I will throw your innards down in the broad streets. I will hand over your carcass to the tanner. I will apportion your meat by the basket load to the orphans of the city. I will present your 2 horns to Inanna and Iana to serve as flasks for sweet oil.
Inanna looked on from the rampart. The bull bellowed in the dust. Gilgamesh its head, Enkidu, went up on its the sons of his city who had come with him. Like a calf untrained to the yoke, it covered them with dust. Enkidu went behind the bull. He seized its tail. He shouted to his master Gilgamesh.
Ho! Hurrah! Tall! Grown sapling, noble one, in whom the gods delight, angry ox, standing ready for combat, O great Lord Gilgamesh, honored in Uruk, well knew your mother how to make a child, well knew your nurse how to suckle a baby,
O noble Lord Gilgamesh, have no fear, O warrior lacking strength on his own. We're a sure path, O warrior, your hand the people.
Enkidu, having spoken thus to Gilgamesh with his axe of 7 talents smote its crown. Lifting its head aloft, the bull collapsed from a height, forming a shapeless mass like a lump of clay, lying flat like a harvested crop. The king took a knife in his hand, no butcher being to hand. He hacked off a haunch to throw at Inanna, sent her flying off like a dove, and demolished the rampart. The king stood at the head of the bull. He cried bitter tears.
Just as I can demolish the wall, just so shall I do with you.
And it was just as he had said. Its corpse he did throw down in the streets. Its innards he did throw down in the broad streets. Its hair meat he did apportion by the basket load to the orphans of his city. Its carcass he did hand over to the tanner. From flasks made of its 2 horns Inanna did pour sweet oil, the bull of heaven being slain.
Oh, holy Inanna, sweet is your praise.
Gilgamesh and the netherworld. Lend those days in those far-off days.
The poem known to the ancients as In Those Days, in Those Far-Off Days was also a favourite in the scribal schools of old Babylonian Nippur, and unlike the other Sumerian tales of Gilgamesh, this composition begins with a mythological prologue. A long time ago, shortly after the gods had divided the universe between them, there was a huge storm. As the god Enki was sailing down to the netherworld, presumably to take up residence in his cosmic domain, the ocean below Hebtu, the hailstones piled up in the bottom of his boat, and the waves churned around it. The storm blew down a willow tree on the bank of the river Euphrates. Out walking one day, the goddess Inanna picked up the willow and took it back to her house in Uruk, where she planted it and waited for it to grow. She looked forward to having furniture made from its timber. As the tree grew, it was infested by creatures of evil, and Inanna was sad. She told the whole story to the sun god, her brother Utu, but he did not help her. Then she repeated the story to the hero Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh took up his weapons and rid the tree of its vile inhabitants. He felled the tree and gave Inanna the timber for the furniture she needed. With the remaining wood, he made 2 playthings. There is no consensus among scholars as to what these playthings were. One possibility is that they were a ball and a mallet. Gilgamesh and the young men of Uruk play with his new toys all day long. The men are worn out by their exertions, and their women are kept busy bringing them food and water. The next day, as the game is about to restart, the women complain, presumably to the gods in the Babylonian epic at tablet I-73F, and the playthings fall through a hole deep into the Aether world. Gilgamesh cannot reach them and weeps bitterly at his loss. His servant Enkidu volunteers to go and fetch them. Gilgamesh warns him about going to the netherworld, the gloomy realm of the goddess Ereshkigal. If Enkidu is to avoid fatal consequences in the presence of the shades of the dead, he must show the proper respect for them. He should behave as if at a funeral, acting with sensitivity and not drawing attention to himself. There, in the netherworld, he will come upon the awful spectacle of Ereshkigal herself, who lies prostrate in perpetual mourning for her son Ninazu. The clothes torn from her body, she rakes her flesh with her nails, and Enkidu goes down to the netherworld and blithely ignores Gilgamesh's warnings. He is duly taken captive there. Gilgamesh petitions the god Enlil in Nippur to help him, but Enlil will not. He then petitions the god Enki in Eridu to help him. Enki instructs the sun god Utu to bring up Enkidu's shade as he rises from the netherworld at dawn. Temporarily reunited, Gilgamesh and Enkidu embrace. In a long session of question and answer that marks the climax of the poem, Gilgamesh asks Enkidu about conditions in the netherworld. The tone of brutal pessimism that informs this part of the text is relieved by a certain humour and sentimentality, and made topical, in one recension at least, by historical allusion. The principal message of the beginning of the hero's dialogue is that the more sons a man has, the more his thirst in the afterlife will be relieved by the vital offerings of fresh water made periodically by his family. Those shades who are childless suffer worst, for nobody exists above on earth to make the necessary offerings to them. The dialogue then turns to consider those who have it in common that they cannot be buried whole, either because they have been disfigured by leprosy or other diseases, or because they have met violent ends. The revulsion of dying without a full complement of body parts persists in the Near East. One recension perhaps adopts a moral tone, dealing also with those who have dishonoured their parents. Like these, most shades are in for a grim experience in the afterlife. But besides the fathers of many sons, there are others who suffer less. Those who are taken before their time, such as stillborn children, are compensated by an afterlife spent in luxury. However, those who are burnt to death disappear in smoke and do not go down to the netherworld. An implication of this was that the ghosts of such people could not be appeased, and thus they were feared, most of all revenant spirits. Burning to death was hence the worst fate of all, and a fittingly horrifying climax to Enkidu's The horror of death by burning endures to this day in Islam. In one tradition of copying the text ends at this point, but tablets from the city of Yer provide a continuation which gives a more explicit lesson in how to care for the dead. The historical allusions it contains suggest that this continuation was probably a later addition which originated in the city-state of Gersa. Enkidu reports that the shades of the sons of Sumer and Akkad, and particularly of Gersu, have been overrun by Amorite tribesmen who keep them away from the places in the netherworld where the libations of fresh water are received from the world above and force them to make do with foul, polluted water. The passage clearly alludes to the situation that obtained in Sumer in the late 3rd millennium BC, when the state ruled by the 3rd dynasty of Ur collapsed under the pressure of Amorite incursions and Elamite invasion, and the settled people of the cities of Lower Mesopotamia suddenly found themselves governed by Amorite dynasts of nomadic descent. Those who had possessed political and economic clout under the kings of Ur no doubt much resented the loss of it to newcomers. When Gilgamesh discovers that his own forebears in the netherworld have suffered the same fate as the other sons of Sumer and Akkadi, he is shamed into filial pyre. In the poem's conclusion, he is prompted to fashion statues of his ancestors, to institute mourning rites for them, and to instruct the people of Gersa in the same rites. By this means, the dead are appeased and do not threaten the living. One message of this meditation on a man's expectations in the afterlife was thus the encouragement of pious behaviour towards the dead and the prescription of the proper ritual. Gilgamesh's special association with such ritual is confirmed by early administrative documents which mention the Bank of Gilgamesh as a place where the rulers of Gersu did indeed make offerings to the shades of their relatives. A version of the second half of the text, from line 172 onwards, was rendered into Akkadian in antiquity and makes up Tablet C of the Babylonian series of Gilgamesh. In that version, Gilgamesh petitions the moon god, as well as Enlil and Ea-ki, for help in rescuing Enkidu. A translation of the Akkadian text follows the Sumerian poem.
In those days, in those far-off days, in those nights, in those distant nights, in those years, in those far-off years. In olden times, after what was needed had become manifest, in olden times, after what was needed had been taken care of, after bread had been swallowed in the sanctuaries of the land, after the ovens of the land had been fired up with bellows, after heaven had been parted from earth, after earth had been separated from heaven, after the name of mankind had been established then, after the god had taken the heavens for himself, after the god Enlil had taken the earth for himself, and after he had presented the netherworld to the goddess Ereshkigal as a dowry gift, after he had set sail, after the father had set sail for the netherworld, after the god Enki had set sail for the netherworld, on the Lord the small ones poured down, on Enki the big ones poured down. The small ones were hailstones the size of a hand, the big ones were hailstones that made the reeds jump. Into the lap of Enki's boat they poured in a heap like a surging turtle. At the Lord the water at the front of the boat snapped all around like a wolf. At Enki the water at the back of the boat flailed like a murderous lion. At that time there was a solitary tree, a solitary willow, a solitary tree growing on the bank of the holy Euphrates, drinking water from the river Euphrates. The might of the south wind tore it out at the roots and snapped off its branches. The water of the Euphrates washed over it. The woman who respects the word of An, who respects the word of Enlil, picked up the tree in her hand and took it into Uruk, took it into the pure garden of Inanna. The woman did not plant the tree with her hand, she planted it with her foot. The woman did not water the tree with her hand, she watered it with her foot. She said,
How long until I sit on a pure throne?
She said,
How long until I lie on a pure bed?
After 5 years had gone by, after 10 years had gone by, the tree had grown stout. Its bark had not split. In its base a snake, that knows no charm, had made its nest. In its branches a thunderbird had hatched its brood. In its trunk a demon maiden had built her home. The maiden who laughs with happy heart. Holy Inanna was weeping. Day was dawning, the horizon brightening. Birds were singing in chorus to the dawn, as the sun god came forth from his chamber, and his sister, the holy Inanna, spoke to young hero Utu.
Brother, in those days after destinies were determined, when the land flowed with abundance,
When An had made off with the heavens, Enlil had made off with the earth, and he had given the netherworld to Ereshkigal as a dowry gift, after he had set sail, after the father had set sail for the netherworld. After Enki had set sail for the netherworld, on the Lord the small ones poured down, on Enki the big ones poured down. The small ones were hailstones the size of a hand, the big ones were hailstones that made the reeds jump. Into the lap of Enki's boat they poured in a heap like a surging turtle. At the Lord the water at the front of the boat snapped all around like a wolf. At Enki the water at the back of the boat flailed like a murderous lion. At that time there was a solitary tree, a solitary willow, a solitary tree, growing on the bank of the holy Euphrates, drinking water from the river Euphrates. The might of the south wind tore it out at the roots and snapped off its branches. The water of the Euphrates washed over it.
I, the woman who respects the word of An, I who respect the word of Enlil, I picked up the tree in my hand and took it into Uruk, took it into the pure garden of Inanna. I, the woman, did not plant the tree with my hand. I planted it with my foot. I, Inanna, did not water the tree with my hand. I watered it with my foot. I said, How long until I sit on a pure throne? I said, How long until I lie on a pure bed? After 5 years had gone by, after 10 years had gone by, the tree had grown stout, its bark had not split. In its base a snake, that knows no charm, had made its nest. In its branches a thunderbird had hatched its brood. In its trunk a demon maiden had built her home.
The maiden who laughs with happy heart, holy Inanna, was weeping. Her brother, young hero Utu, did not help her in this matter. Day was dawning, the horizon brightening. Birds were singing in chorus to the dawn, as the sun god came forth from his chamber, and his sister, the holy Inanna, spoke to the warrior Gilgamesh.
Now, brother, in those days after destinies were determined, when the land flowed with abundance, when An had made off with the heavens, Enlil had made off with the earth, and he had given the netherworld to Ereshkigal as a dowry gift. After he had set sail, after the father had set sail for the netherworld, after Enki had set sail for the netherworld, on the Lord the small ones poured down, on Enki the big ones poured down. The small ones were hailstones the size of a hand, the big ones were hailstones that made the reeds jump ice, and to the lap of Enki's boat they poured in a heap like a surging turtle. At the Lord the water at the front of the boat snapped all around like a wolf. At Enki the water at the back of the boat flailed like a murderous lion. At that time there was a solitary tree, a solitary willow, a solitary tree growing on the bank of the holy Euphrates, drinking water from the river Euphrates. The might of the south wind tore it out at the roots and snapped off its branches. The water of the Euphrates washed over it. I, the woman who respects the word of An, I who respect the word of Enlil, I picked up the tree in my hand and took it into Uruk, took it into the pure garden of Inanna. I, the woman, did not plant the tree with my hand. I planted it with my foot. I, Inanna, did not water the tree with my hand. I watered it with my foot. I said, How long until I sit on a pure throne? I said, How long until I lie on a pure bed? After 5 years had gone by, after 10 years had gone by, The tree had grown stout, its bark had not split, in its base a snake that knows no charm had made its nest, in its branches a thunderbird had hatched its brood, in its trunk a demon maiden had built her home.
The maiden who laughs with happy heart, holy Inanna was weeping. His sister having spoken thus to him, her brother Gilgamesh helped her in this matter. He girt his loins with a kilt of 50 minas, treating 50 minas like 30 shekels, his bronze axe for expeditions. The one of 7 talents and 7 minas he took up in his hand. In its base the snake that knows no charm he smote. In its branches the thunderbird gathered up its brood and went into the mountains. In its trunk the demon maiden abandoned her home and fled to the wastelands. As for the tree, he tore it out at the roots and snapped off its branches. Sons of his city, who had come with him, lopped off its branches, lashed them together. To his sister, holy Inanna, he gave wood for her throne. He gave wood for her bed. For himself its base he made into his ball, its branch he made into his mat. Playing with the ball, he took it out in the city square, playing with the he took it out in the city square. The young men of his city began playing with the ball, with him mounted piggyback on a band of widows' sons.
Oh, my neck, oh, my hips.
They groaned. The son who had a mother, she brought him bread. The brother who had a sister, she poured him water. When evening was approaching, he drew a mark where his ball had been placed. He lifted it up before him and carried it off to his house. At dawn, where he'd made the mark, he mounted piggyback. But at the complaint of the widows and the outcry of the young girls, his ball and his mallet both fell down to the bottom of the netherworld. He could not reach it. He used his hand, but he could not reach it. He used his foot, but he could not reach it. At the gate of Ganzir, the entrance to the netherworld, he took a seat. Racked with sobs, Gilgamesh began to weep.
Oh, my ball, oh, my mallet, my ball, which I have not enjoyed to the full. Oh, my, with which I have not had my fill of play. On this day, if only my ball had stayed for me in the carpenter's workshop. O carpenter's wife, like a mother to me, or if only it had stayed there. O carpenter's daughter, like a little sister to me, if only it had sty-eyed there. My ball has fallen down to the netherworld, who will bring it up for me? My mallet has fallen down to Ganzir, who will bring it up for me?
His servant Enkidu answered him.
My lord, why are you weeping? Why are you sick at heart?
This day I myself will bring your ball up for you from the netherworld. I myself will bring your mallet up for you from Ganzir.
Gilgamesh spoke to Enkidu.
If this day you're going down to the netherworld, I will give you instructions. You should follow my instructions. I will tell you a word. Give ear to my word. Do not dress in a clean garment. They would surely take it as the sign of a stranger. Do not anoint yourself in sweet oil from the flask. At the scent of it they will surely surround you. Do not hurl a throw stick in the netherworld. Those struck by the throw stick will surely surround you. Do not hold a cornel rod in your hand. The shades will tremble before you. Do not wear sandals on your feet. It will surely make the netherworld shake. Do not kiss the wife you loved. Do not strike the wife you hated. Do not kiss the son you loved. Do not strike the son you hated. The outcry of the netherworld will seize you. To the one who lies, the one who lies. To the mother of Ninazu who lies. No garment covers her shining shoulders. No linen is spread over her shining breast. Her fingernails she wields like a rake. She wrenches her hair out like leeks.
Enkidu paid no attention to the word of his master. He dressed in a clean garment. They took it as the sign of a stranger. He anointed himself in sweet oil from the flask. At the scent of it they surrounded him. He hurled a throw stick in the netherworld. Those struck by the throw stick surrounded him. He held a cornel rod in his hand. The shades did tremble before him. He wore sandals on his feet. It made the netherworld shake. He kissed the wife he loved. He struck the wife he hated. He kissed the son he loved. He struck the son he hated. The outcry of the netherworld seized him. To the one who lies. The one who lies, to the mother of Ninazu who lies. No garment covered her shining shoulders. No linen was spread over her shining breast. Her fingernails she wielded like a rake. She was wrenching her hair out like leeks. From that wicked day to the 7th day thence, from the netherworld his servant Enkidu came not forth. The king uttered a wail and wept bitter tears.
My favorite servant, my steadfast companion, the one who counseled me, the netherworld seized him.
Namtar did not seize him. Azag did not seize him. The the netherworld seized him. Nergal's pitiless sheriff did not seize him, the netherworld seized him. He did not fall in battle, the field of men, the netherworld seized him. The warrior Gilgamesh, son of the goddess Ninsun, made his way alone to Ekur, the house of Enlil. Before the god Enlil he wept.
O Father Enlil, my ball fell into the netherworld, my mallet fell into Ganzir. Enkidu went to bring it up and the netherworld seized him. My favorite servant, my steadfast companion, the one who counseled me, the netherworld seized him. Namtar did not seize him, Azog did not seize him, the netherworld seized him. Nergal's pitiless sheriff did not seize him, the netherworld seized him. He did not fall in battle, the field of men, the netherworld seized him. Father Enlil did not help him in this matter. He went to
He made his way alone to the house of Nana. Before the god Nana he wept.
O Father Nana, my ball fell into the netherworld, my mallet fell into Ganzir. Enkidu went to bring it up and the netherworld seized him. Namtar did not seize him, Azog did not seize him, the netherworld seized him. Nergal's pitiless sheriff did not seize him, the netherworld seized him. He did not fall in battle, the field of men, the netherworld seized him. Father Nana did not help him in this matter. He went to Eridu.
He made his way alone to Eridu, the house of Enki. Before the god Enki he wept.
O Father Enki, my ball fell into the netherworld, my mallet fell into Ganzir. Enkidu went to bring it up and the netherworld seized him. My favorite servant, my steadfast companion, the one who counseled me, the netherworld seized. Namtar did not seize him, Azog did not seize him, the netherworld seized him. Nergal's pitiless sheriff did not seize him, the netherworld seized him. He did not fall in battle, the field of men, the netherworld seized him.
Father Enki helped him in this matter. He spoke to young hero Utu, the son born of Ningal.
Now, when asked the sun, God, you make an opening in the netherworld, bring his servant up to him from the netherworld. He made an opening in the netherworld. By means of his phantom, he brought his servant up to him from the netherworld.
He hugged him tight and kissed him. In asking and answering they made themselves weary.
Did you see the way things are ordered in the netherworld? If only you could tell me, my friend, if only you could tell me. If I am to tell you the way things are ordered in the netherworld, oh, sit you down and weep, then let me sit down and weep. The one whom you touched with joy in your heart, he says, I am going to ruin. Like an old garment, he is infested with lice. Like a crack in the floor, he is filled with dust. Ah, woe, cried the Lord, and he sat down in the dust. Did you see the man with one son? I saw him. How does he fare? For the peg built into his wall bitterly he laments. Did you see the man with 2 sons? I saw him. How does he fare? Or seated on 2 bricks he eats a bread loaf. Did you see the man with 3 sons? I saw him. How does he fare? He drinks water from the waterskin slung on the saddle. Did you see the man with 4 sons? I saw him. How does he fare? It's like a man with a team of 4 donkeys. His heart rejoices. Did you see the man with 5 sons? I saw him. How does he fare? It's like a fine scribe with a nimble hand. He enters the palace with ease. Did you see the man with 6 sons? I saw him. How does he fare? Just like a man with plows and harness, his heart rejoices. Did you see the man with 7 sons? I saw him. How does he fare? Among the junior deities, he sits on a throne and listens to the proceedings. Did you see the man with no heir? I saw him. How does he fare? He eats a bread loaf like a kiln-fired brick. Did you see the palace eunuch? I saw him. How does he fare? Art pines like a useless alala stick. He is propped in a corner. Did you see the woman who had not given birth? I saw her. How does she fare? Like a defective pot, she is cast aside. No man takes pleasure in her. Did you see the young man who had not bared the lap of his wife? I saw him. How does he fare? You have him finish a hand-worked rope. He weeps over it. Did you see the young woman who had not bared the lap of her husband? I saw her. How does she fare? You have her finish a hand-worked reed mat. She weeps over it. Did you see the leper? I saw him. How does he fare? His food is set apart. His drink is set apart. He eats uprooted grass. He roots for water in the ground. He lives outside the city. Did you see the man afflicted by pellagra? I saw him. How does he fare? He twitches like an ox as the maggots consume him. Did you see the man eaten by a lion? I saw him. How does he fare? Bitterly he cries, "Oh, my hand! Oh, my foot!" Did you see the person who fell from a roof? I saw him. How does he fare? They cannot repair his bones. He twitches like an ox as the maggots consume him. Did you see the man whom the storm god drowned in a flood? I saw him. How does he fare? He twitches like an ox as the maggots consume him. Did you see the man who did not respect the word of his mother and father? I saw him. How does he fare? He drinks water weighed out in a scale. He never gets enough. Did you see the man accursed by his mother and father? I saw him. How does he fare? He is deprived of an heir. His ghost still roams. Did you see the man fallen in battle? I saw him. How does he fare? His father and mother cradle his head. His wife weeps. Did you see the shade of him who has no one to make funerary offerings? I saw him. How does he fare? He eats scrapings from the pot and crusts of bread thrown away in the street. Did you see the man struck by a mooring pole? I saw him. How does he fare? Let a man only say, "Oh, my mother," and with rib torn out. The top part, his daily bread. Did you see the little stillborn babies who knew not names of their own? I saw them. How do they fare? They play amid syrup and ghee at tables of silver and gold. Did you see the man who died a premature death? I saw him. How does he fare? He lies on the bed of the gods. Did you see the man who was burnt to death? I did not see him. His ghost was not there. His smoke went up to the heavens.
The version of the poem known at Nippur ends abruptly here. A second version, known from the provincial centre of Turan, adds 3 lines that link the text with the beginning of the poem of Gilgamesh and Huwawa.
The heart was stricken. His mind despaired. The king searched for life. The Lord to the Living One's mountain did turn his mind. A third recension, known from tablets from continues the dialogue.
Did you see the one who cheated a god and swore an oath? I saw him. How does he fare? He cannot get near the places in the netherworld where the libations of water are made. He drinks and thirsts. Did you see the citizen of Gersu at the place of sighs of his father and mother? I saw him. How does he fare? For facing each man there are 1,000 Amorites. His shade cannot push them off with his hands. He cannot charge them down with his chest. At the places in the netherworld where the libations of water are made, the Amorite takes precedence. Did you see the sons of Sumer and Akkad? I saw them. How do they fare? They drink water from the place of a massacre, dirty water. Did you see where my father and mother dwell? I saw them. How do they fare? The 2 of them drink water from the place of a massacre, dirty water. He sent them back to Uruk. He sent them back to his city. Gear and equipment, hatchet and spear he put away in the store. He made merry in his palace. The young men and women of Uruk, the worthies and matrons of Kulab, looked upon those statues and their hearts rejoiced. He lifted his head to the sun god coming forth from his chamber. He issued instructions. My father and my mother, I will have you drink clear water.
The day was not half gone. Gilgamesh performed the morning rites. For 9 days he performed the morning rites. The young men and women of Uruk, the worthies and matrons of Kulab wept. And it was just as he had said. The citizens of Gersu matched his action.
O my father and my mother, I will have you drink clear water. O warrior Gilgamesh, son of the goddess Ninsun, sweet is your praise. Tablet 12 of the Babylonian epic preserves a slightly different version in an Akkadian translation. Today, had I only left my ball in the carpenter's workshop, O carpenter's wife who's like a mother to me, had I only left it. O carpenter's daughter who is like a little sister to me, had I only left it. Today my ball fell down to the netherworld. My mallet fell down to the netherworld. Enkidu answered Gilgamesh, O master, why did you weep sick at heart? Today I myself shall bring you the ball up from the netherworld. I myself shall bring you the mallet up from the netherworld. Gilgamesh answered Enkidu, If you are going down to the netherworld, you must pay heed to my instructions. You must not dress in a clean garment. You will be revealed as a stranger. You must not anoint yourself in sweet oil from the flask. At the scent of it they will gather around you. You must not hurl a throw stick in the netherworld. Those struck by the throw stick will surround you. You must not carry a staff in your hand. The shades will tremble before you. You must not wear sandals on your feet. You must not make a noise in the netherworld. You must not kiss the wife you loved. You must not strike the wife you hated. You must not kiss the son you loved. You must not strike the son you hated. The outcry of the netherworld will seize you. The one who lies, the one who lies, the mother of Ninazu who lies. Her gleaming shoulders are not draped in a garment. Her breasts are bare like flasks of stone.
As Enkidu went down to the netherworld, he paid no heed to the instructions of Gilgamesh. He dressed himself in a clean garment. He was revealed to be a stranger. He anointed himself in sweet oil from the flask. At the scent of it they gathered around him. He hurled a throw stick in the netherworld. The shades did tremble, those struck by the throw stick surrounded him. He carried a staff in his hand, the shades did tremble. He wore sandals on his feet, he made a noise in the netherworld. He kissed the wife he loved. He struck the wife he hated. He kissed the son he loved. He struck the son he hated. The outcry of the netherworld seized him. The one who lies, the one who lies. The mother of Ninazu who lies, her gleaming shoulders were not draped in a garment. Her breasts were bare like flasks of stone. From the netherworld Enkidu wailed out to the world above.
Namtar had not seized him. Asaku had not seized him. The netherworld had seized him. Nergal's pitiless sheriff had not seized him. The netherworld had seized him. He had not fallen where men do battle. The netherworld had seized him.
Then the goddess Ninsun's son went weeping for his servant, Enkidu. He went off alone to Iker, the house of Enlil.
O Father Enlil, today my ball fell into the netherworld. My mallet fell into the netherworld. Enkidu, who went down to bring them up, the netherworld seized him. Namtar did not seize him. Asaku did not seize him. The netherworld seized. Nergal's pitiless sheriff did not seize him. The netherworld seized him. He did not fall where men do battle. The netherworld seized him.
Father Enlil answered him not a word. He went off alone to the house of Sin.
Father Sin, today my ball fell into the netherworld. My mallet fell into the netherworld. Enkidu, who went down to bring them up, the netherworld seized him. Namtar did not seize him. Asaku did not seize him. The netherworld seized him. Nergal's pitiless sheriff did not seize him. The netherworld seized him. He did not fall where men do battle. The netherworld seized him.
Father Sin answered him not a word. He went off alone to Eridu, the house of Enki.
O Father Enki, today my ball fell into the netherworld. My mallet fell into the netherworld. Enkidu, who went down to bring them up, the netherworld seized him. Namtar did not seize him. Asaku did not seize him. The netherworld seized him. Nergal's pitiless sheriff did not seize him. The netherworld seized him. He did not fall where men do battle. The netherworld seized him.
Father Enki helped him in this matter. He spoke to young hero Shamash.
Young hero Shamash, as you rise into the sky, be it that you make an opening in the netherworld, that you bring up the shade of Enkidu from the netherworld as a phantom.
To his word. The young hero Shamash. He made an opening in the netherworld. He brought up the shade of Enkidu from the netherworld as a phantom. They hugged each other and they kissed each other, exchanging their thoughts and questions.
Oh, tell me, my friend. Tell me, my friend. Tell me what you saw of the ways of the netherworld. I cannot tell you, my friend. I cannot tell you. If I tell you what I saw of the ways of the netherworld, I'll sit you down and weep. Then I will sit me down and weep. I, the friend whom you touched, so your heart rejoiced, my body like an old garment the least devour. Enkidu, the friend whom you touched, so your heart rejoiced, like a crack in the ground is filled with dust. Ah, woe!
cried he, and threw himself on the ground.
Ah, woe!
Cried Gilgamesh, and threw himself on the ground.
Did you see the man with one son? I saw him. A peg is fixed in his wall, and he weeps over it bitterly. Did you see the man with 2 sons? I saw him. Seated on 2 bricks, he eats a bread loaf. Did you see the man with 3 sons? I saw him. He drinks water from the water skin slung on the saddle. Did you see the man with 4 sons? I saw him. Like a man with a donkey team, his heart rejoices. Did you see the man with 5 sons? I saw him. Like a fine scribe, his hand is nimble. He enters the palace with ease. Did you see the man with 6 sons? I saw him. Like a plowman, his heart rejoices. Did you see the man with 7 sons? I saw him. Among the junior deities, he sits on a throne and listens to the proceedings. Did you see the one with no heir? I saw him. He eats a bread loaf like a kiln-fired brick. Did you see the palace eunuch? I saw him. Like a fine standard, he is propped in the corner. Did you see the one who was struck by a mooring pole? I saw him. Jealous for his mother and father. When pegs are pulled out, he wanders about. Did you see the one who died a premature death? I saw him. He lies on a bed drinking clean water. Did you see the one who was killed in battle? I saw him. His father and mother honor his memory, and his wife weeps over him. Did you see the one whose corpse was left lying on the plain? I saw him. His shade is not at rest in the netherworld. Did you see the one whose shade has no one to make funerary offerings? I saw him. He eats scrapings from the pot and crusts of bread thrown away in the street.
The great wild bull is lying down.
Thanks to the recent discovery at Mythical Tel Hadid of several new manuscripts, this poem is now much better known than formerly, but it is still very difficult in places. The remarks about the provisional nature of the translation preface to Gilgamesh and the Bull of Heaven apply here too. The poem begins with a lament for the stricken Gilgamesh.
He has been seized by Nemta, the emissary of death, and lies sick and delirious on his deathbed. In his guise as Nudemutha, God Enki shows Gilgamesh a vision in which he finds himself at a meeting of the gods' assembly. The business in hand is his own destiny. The gods review his heroic career, his exploits in the forest of cedar, his journey to the end of the world, and the ancient knowledge he learned from Ziusudra, the survivor of the deluge. Their predicament is that Gilgamesh, though a man, is the son of a goddess. Should he be mortal or immortal? The final judgment seems to be voiced by Enki, and this is appropriate, for it is this god's role to solve problems. The only mortal, he says, to achieve immortality is that self-same Ziusudra, but in special circumstances is described in Tablet 11 of the Babylonian Epic. Despite his divine birth, Gilgamesh must descend to the netherworld like other men, but there he will have a special position as the chief of the Shades, sitting in judgment over the dead like Ningishida and Dumuzi, 2 divine residents of the netherworld. Not only this, but after his death, Gilgamesh will be commemorated among the living during an annual festival of lights, when young men will wrestle with each other as Gilgamesh did with Enkidu in the Babylonian epic. Elsewhere, this festival, in the 5th month of the Babylonian year, roughly August, is known for the ceremonial lighting of torches and braziers, and as a month of Gilgamesh, on the 9th day the young men fight in their doorways in wrestling matches and trials of strength. Then Enlil appears and explains in simpler terms the message of the dream thus far. Gilgamesh was born to be a king, but he cannot escape the inevitable fate of mortal man. Even so, he is not to despair. In the netherworld, he will be reunited with his family and with his beloved Enkidu, and he will be numbered among the lesser deities. Gilgamesh awakes, stunned by what he has seen. The text is damaged at this point, but it seems that the hero seeks counsel. At all events, the poem launches into a wholesale repetition of the dream, and the simplest explanation of this is that Gilgamesh is retelling the dream to those whose advice he seeks regarding its import. Even if this verbatim repetition fails to make the expected change from third person in the narrative to first in the reportage. The reply of Gilgamesh's interlocutors is that he should not be sad. Death is inevitable, even for a king, and he should be pleased with the exalted status that he will enjoy after death. A break in the text intervenes at this point, after which, prompted by Enki, Gilgamesh sets to work on building his tomb. The break prevents us from knowing exactly how Enki communicated with Gilgamesh, but the agent was apparently a dog rather than a man. The message so conveyed evidently answered the question of where to site Gilgamesh's tomb so that it would be inviolable. As a result of Enki's wisdom, Gilgamesh has his labor force divert the river Euphrates, and the tomb is built of stone in the riverbed. The royal harem and entourage take their places in the tomb and prepare to accompany their king in the afterlife. This long-known passage famously evokes the mass interment of whole households discovered in the 920s by Sir Leonard Woolley in the early 3rd millennium royal cemetery at Ur. To ensure that he and his retinue receive a favourable reception in the netherworld, Gilgamesh presents gifts to the deities of Ereshkigal's court, just as he does on Enkidu's behalf in Tablet 8 of the Babylonian Epic, and lays himself down. The doorway is sealed with the great stone fashioned for the purpose, and the river is returned to its bed so that the site of the tomb cannot be discovered. The people of Uruk mourn for their king. 2 different endings survive. One, less well preserved, simply voices the praise of Gilgamesh, the greatest of kings. The other, more didactic, explains that men past and present live on after death in the memories of those alive. First, the practice of placing votive statues in temples ensures the continued invocation of the name of the dead individual, providing as it does a focus for his funerary cult. Second, the gods have so arranged matters that men beget families, whose function is to continue their line.
The great wild bull is lying down, never to rise again. The Lord Gilgamesh is lying down, never to rise again. He who was perfect in combat is lying down, never to rise again. The warrior girt with a shoulder belt is lying down, never to rise again. He who was perfect in strength is lying down, never to rise again. He who diminished the wicked is lying down, never to rise again. He who spoke wisdom is lying down, never to rise again. The wakeful one of the land is lying down, never to rise again. He who climbed the mountains is lying down, never to rise again. The Lord of Kolob is lying down, never to rise again. He is lying on his deathbed, never to rise again. He is lying on a bed of woe, never to rise again. He is not capable of standing. Argu is not capable of sitting. He can only groan. He is not capable of eating. He is not capable of drinking. He can only groan. The lock of Namtar holds him fast. He is not capable of rising, like a fish in a pond. He is hoisted in a net, like a gazelle caught in a snare. He is held fast where he lies. Namtar, who has no hands, who has no feet, who snatches a man by night. Namtar, who gores, has hold of the Lord Gilgamesh. For 6 days he lay sick. The sweat rolled from his body, like melting fat. The Lord Gilgamesh lay sick, Uruk and Kolob, the land's spoken word. Then the young Lord Gilgamesh, as he lay on the bed of Namtar, was in sleep. He had a dream. In that dream, the god Nudimmud opened his eyes. In the assembly, the place of the gods ceremonial, the Lord Gilgamesh having drawn nigh, they said to him, the Lord Gilgamesh on his account.
Your matter, having traveled each and every road, having fetched that unique cedar down from its mountain, having smitten Huawa in his forest, having set up monuments for future days, having founded temples of the gods, you reached Judra in his abode. These rites of Sumer, forgotten there since distant days of old, the rituals and customs, it was you, brought them down to the land. The rites of hand-washing and mouth-washing you put in good order. After the deluge, it was you made known all the tasks of the land. Now, Gilgamesh, you are brought here for.
The will of Enlil to Enki they spoke. To an and Enlil Enki responded.
In those days, in those far-off days, in those nights, in those far-off nights, in those years, in those far-off years, after the assembly had made the deluge sweep over, so we could destroy the seed of mankind, in our midst a single man still lived, Zeushudra,
one of mankind, still lived. From that time we swore by the life of heaven and the life of earth. From that time we swore that mankind should not have life eternal. And now we look on Gilgamesh. Despite his mother, we cannot show him mercy. Gilgamesh, in the form of his ghost, dead in the underworld, shall be the governor of the netherworld, chief of the shades. He will pass judgment. He will render verdicts. What he says will be as weighty as the word of Ningishizai and Dumuzi. Then the young lord, the Lord Gilgamesh.
The text of M falls into disorder and breaks off after a few more lines. A slightly different version of this passage appears on tablets from Nippur and can be restored here.
The dream god Sisig, son of Utu, shall provide light for him in the netherworld, the place of darkness. Men, as many as are given names when their funerary statues are fashioned in future days, the warrior youths and the onlookers shall make a semicircle around a doorway, and in front of it wrestling matches and trials of strength will be conducted. In the month of torches, the festival of ghosts, without him being present light, will not be provided before them.
Great mountain Enlil, the father of the gods, conversed in the dream with the Lord Gilgamesh.
Ah, Gilgamesh, I made your destiny a destiny of kingship, but I did not make it a destiny of eternal life. For mankind, whatever life it has, be not sick at heart, be not in despair, be not heart-stricken. The bane of mankind is thus come. I have told you. What was fixed when your navel cord was cut is thus come. I have told you. The darkest day of mortal man has caught up with you. The solitary place of mortal man has caught up with you. The flood wave that cannot be breasted has caught up with you. The battle that cannot be fled has caught up with you. The combat that cannot be matched has caught up with you. The fight that shows no pity has caught up with you. But do not go down to the great city with heart-knotted anger. Let it be undone before Utu. Let it be unraveled like palm fiber and peeled like an onion. Go ahead, when the great Anuna gods sit down to the funerary banquet, to the place where the En priests lie, where the Lager priests lie, to where the Lumak priests and Nindinger priestesses lie, to where the Nindinger priestesses lie, where the True One lies, to where the Gouda priests lie, where the linen-clad priests lie, the place where your father is and your grandfathers, your mother, your sisters, your siblings, your precious friend, your little brother, your friend Enkidu, the young man your companion. There in the great city dwell governors and kings, their chiefs of armies lie, their captains of troops lie. When in the great city rally a man, the will not, from the sister's house the sister will come to you, from the sibling's house the sibling will come to you, your own will come to you, your precious one will come to you, the elders of your city will come to you. Be not in despair, be not hearth-stricken, for now you will number among the Anuna gods. You will be accounted one of the lesser gods. You will act as the governor of the netherworld. You will pass judgment. You will render verdicts. What you say will be as weighty as the word of Ningishizai and Dumuzi.
Then the young lord, the Lord Gilgamesh, arose. It had been a dream. He shuddered. It had been a deep sleep. He rubbed his eyes with his hands. There was desolate silence. The dream. The dream. The Lord Gilgamesh, Lord of Kalab, the hero of the Shining Mountain, Lord of Uruk, smithy of the great gods, took counsel with.
By the life of the mother who bore me, the goddess Ninsun,
My father, the pure Lugalbanda, and my god Enki, the Lord Nudamud. Should I behave as if awestruck on the knees of Ninsun, the mother who bore me? A great mountain, Namtar, who has no hands, who has no feet, who knows not how to spare a man my having. I had a dream.
That dream, the god Nudamud opened my eyes. In the assembly, the place of the god's ceremonial, the Lord Gilgamesh having drawn nigh, they said to him, Lord Gilgamesh, on his account, Your matter, having travelled each and every road, having fetched that unique cedar down from its mountain, having smitten Huwawa in his forest, having set up monuments for future days, having founded temples of the gods, you reached Zusudra in his abode. The rites of Sumer, forgotten since distant days of old, the rituals and customs, you brought them down to the land. The rites of hand-washing and mouth-washing you put in good order. After the deluge it was, you made known all the tasks of the land. Now, Gilgamesh, you are brought here for
The will of Enlil to Enki they spoke. To An and Enlil Enki responded.
In those days, in those far-off days, in those nights, in those far-off nights, in those years, in those far-off years, after the assembly had made the deluge sweep over, so we could destroy the seed of mankind, in our midst a single man still lived, Ziyusudra. One of mankind still lived. From that time we swore by the life of heaven and the life of from that time we swore that mankind should not have life eternal. And now we look on Gilgamesh. Despite his mother, we cannot show him mercy. Gilgamesh, in the form of his ghost, dead in the underworld, shall be the governor of the netherworld, chief of the shades. He will pass judgment, he will render verdicts, that he says will be as weighty as the word of Ningishita and Dumuzi. Then the young lord, the Lord Gilgamesh.
The dream god Sisig, son of Utu, shall provide light for him in the netherworld, the place of darkness. Men, as many as are given names, when there are funerary statues are fashioned in future days, the warrior youths and onlookers shall make a semicircle around a doorway, and in front of it wrestling matches and trials of strength will be conducted. In the month of torches, the festival of ghosts, without him being present light will not be provided before them. Great mountain Enlil, the father of the gods, conversed in the dream with the Lord Gilgamesh.
Now, Gilgamesh, I made your destiny a destiny of kingship, but I did not make it a destiny of eternal life. For mankind, whatever life it has, be not sick at heart, be not in despair, be not heart-stricken. The bane of mankind is thus come. I have told you what was fixed when your navel cord was cut is thus come. I have told you. The darkest day of mortal man has caught up with you. The solitary place of mortal man has caught up with you. The flood wave that cannot be breasted has caught up with you. The battle that cannot be fled has caught up with you. The combat that cannot be matched has caught up with you. The fight that shows no pity has caught up with you. But do not go down to the great city with heart-knotted anger. Let it be undone before you two. Let it be unraveled like palm fiber and peeled like an onion. Go ahead when the great Anunna gods sit down to the funerary banquet, to the place where the En priests lie, where the Lager priests lie, to where the Luma priests and Nindinar priestesses lie, to where the Gouda priests lie, where the linen-clad priests lie, to where the Nindingir priestesses lie, where the true one lies, the place where your father is and your grandfathers, your mother, your sisters, your siblings, your precious friend, your little brother, your friend Enkidu, the young man, your companion. There in the great city dwell governors and kings, their chiefs of armies lie all alone, their captains of troops lie all alone. When in the great city rally a man, the man will not. From the sister's house the sister will come to you. From the sibling's house the sibling will come to you. Your own will come to you. Your precious one will come to you. The elders of your city will come to you. Will come to you. Will come to you. Be not in despair. Be not heart-stricken, for now you will number among the Anunna gods. You will be accounted one of the lesser gods. You will act as the governor of the netherworld. You will pass judgment. You will render verdict. What you say will be as weighty as the word of Ningishita and Dumuzi.
After the young lord, the Lord Gilgamesh, the Lord of Kulab, had related that dream, the counsellors to whom he related it to Gilgamesh gave answer.
Lord Gilgamesh, what is the cause of your tears? For what reason is made? The man death did not seize. The mother goddess has yet to bear him. Since the seed of man first came forth does not exist. Even the wrestler can be caught in a throw net. A bird of the sky, once fenced in by the net, does not escape one's hand. A fish of the deep sees the rushes no more. When the young fisherman casts his net, it is trapped within. No man, whoever he may be, can ascend from the midst of the netherworld. From days of old, whoever saw such a thing? Another king there will never be, whose destiny is the same as yours. Men, as many as are given names. Where is he? The man whose destiny is the same as yours. The governorship of the netherworld is to be yours. You, your ghost, will number among the Anunna gods. You will pass judgment. You will render verdicts. What you say will be as weighty as the word of Ningishita and Dumuzi.
Like his architect designed his tomb, his head in a spin, his god, Enki, showed him the place where the dream could be solved. That vision, the king's dog solved it. No man solved it. The Lord levied a workforce in his city. The herald sounded his horn in the lands.
O Uruk, arise. Breach open the river Euphrates. O Kulab, arise. empty the Euphrates of water.
The levy of Uruk was a deluge. The levy of Kolob was a thick settled fog. Not even the middle of a single month had passed. It was not 5 days. It was not 10 days. They breached the Euphrates. They emptied it of water. Its pebbles gazed on the sun god in wonder. Then in the bed of the Euphrates the earth cracked dry. He built his tomb of stone. He built its walls of stone. He made the stone doors of its entrance. The bar and threshold were hardest diorite. The bolts were hardest diorite. The beams were cast in gold. Into it he moved a heavy block of stone. He moved a heavy block of stone. He laid out of every sort, so that in future days would not discover, who searched would never discover its emplacement. Thus the young lord, the Lord Gilgamesh, established in the midst of Uruk's assure chamber, his beloved wife, his beloved child, his beloved senior wife and junior wife, his beloved minstrel, steward and his beloved barber, his beloved attendants and servants, his beloved goods were laid down in their places, as if attending a palace review in the midst of Uruk. Gilgamesh, the son of the goddess Ninsun, set out their audience gifts for Ereshkigal, set out their presents for Namtar, set out their surprises for Dimpikag, set out their gifts for Biti, set out their gifts for Ninish, Izida and Dumuzi, for Inki and Ninki and Munul and Ninmul, for Endakuga and Nindukuga, for Endashurima and Nindashurima, for Enutila and Enmeshara, the mothers and fathers of Enlil, for Shulpai, the lord of the table, for Shakkan and Ninhusanga, for the Anunna gods of the Holy Mound, for the Iji gods of the Holy Mound, for the dead and priests, for the dead Laga priests, for the dead Luma, priests and Nindingir priestesses, for the dead Gutta priests, linen-clad priests, and the audience gifts he, the fine, he set out their presents for. He lay himself down on, overlaid with Gilgamesh, the son of the goddess Ninsun, where he poured offering of water. They took inside the tomb, they sealed its doorway, they opened the Euphrates, its waters swept over, his resting place the waters removed from view. Then for the young lord, the Lord Gilgamesh, the people gnashed their teeth, they tore out their hair. The people of his city, not putting their own, smeared there with dirt. Then for the young lord, the Lord Gilgamesh, the mood despaired, the heart was stricken. Men as many as are given names. Their funerary statues have been fashioned since days of old, and stationed in chapels in the temples of the gods. How their names are pronounced will never be forgotten. The goddess Arura, the older sister of Enlil, for the sake of his name gave offspring. Their statues have been fashioned since days of old, and in their names still spoken in the land.
Ooh, Ereshigal, mother of Ninazu, sweet is your praise.
Another manuscript concludes differently.
The of his ceaseless in the care of Enlil. O Gilgamesh, son of the goddess Ninsun, offshoot. A king who matched him was never born. Cannot be found, does not exist. O Gilgamesh, lord of Kolob, sweet is your praise,